Even a demon can fall in love.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Tanjiro Became Doma and Fell in Love with Shinobu Kocho movie. Before we start, please go support Madkotto for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Tanjiro is a male. She is a teenager who has lost many things in her life, especially the boy she loved most, but such was the cruelty of fate that it gives her a chance to see her beloved once more. Prologue. Madkotto presents. I felt too lazy to get out of bed. Even though my older sister Kanny and my younger sister Kano shook me, they couldn't do anything. Today was a very sad day for me. I just wanted to protect you. Come on, sister, you'll be late for school again, said a teenager with dark hair who was holding a lock of hair to the side of her head with a large lilac-colored butterfly-shaped clip. I'll get up whenever I feel like it, Kano, so please don't bother me, I protested, covering myself with the pillow. Remember that today you're going to the Kibutsuji Industries. You love science and engineering. A teenager with the same dark complexion, wearing two large fuchsia butterfly-shaped hair clips on either side of her head, tried to cheer her up. Kanny was absolutely right. Since I was little I was always a brainiac, so I loved everything related to science and technology, although I didn't enjoy it as much as before because I don't have him anymore. I felt like crying just remembering him. It was like being stabbed multiple times all over my body, but it was a beautiful memory of how we always worked side by side, and it made me feel like he wouldn't want to see me like this. I sighed and then removed the pillow that was covering my face. I had given my sisters a small smile, forgetting their worry for me. That's the sister I know. Okay, Kano and I will go now. Later we'll go to that pizzeria you like so much for dinner, Kanny said with a big smile before leaving with Kano. I couldn't deny it. Ever since he took me to that pizzeria, my taste buds had never been the same. Having that exquisite, triangular slice in my mouth made me drool every now and then. And when I saw that they closed the door, I took off the sheets I was covered with, revealing my Slayer outfit. Yes, I was in charge of protecting all of Japan from the evils of beings known as demons, and I was christened by everyone as the Butterfly Slayer. I guess I should change. I got out of bed and began to undress. My Hayori, my Gakuren jacket, my white shirt, and my Hakama pants. I took everything off, leaving me in just my underwear. I looked through the large amount of clothes I had for something comfortable because I had slight bruises and cuts on my body and I didn't want to feel any discomfort with it. Since it wasn't just a school day but rather a visit to the Kibutsuji facilities, there was no need to wear the uniform. So I took a long-sleeved gray shirt, rolled it up to my elbows, paired it with a black skirt that fell below mid-thigh and a black vest. I put on my signature black stockings and laced up my chocolate-brown boots. He always loved it when I looked intellectual. I looked at myself in the mirror and adjusted my distinctive purple butterfly brooch, leaving only my characteristic black strands of hair visible, fading to purple. I couldn't help but blush when I saw myself in the mirror. I'm sure you were praising me as usual. You always told me I was incomparably beautiful, and that made me giggle. I was never interested in my looks or physique. It was so obvious how men looked at me with such lust and desire, but you were always there to protect me. Now Kocho, concentrate, today is a very important day. I visualized my trunk. In it I had very valuable things, and heading towards that piece of furniture I began to look for a small black wooden box. Okay, now I can go. I packed my Slayer outfit and my Nichiren sword, as well as a couple of flasks, into my backpack and hurriedly left my room and then the house, making sure to lock it. Safety comes first. I was walking calmly along the sidewalk, adjusting my trusty purple and red over-ear headphones to start listening to my music. My priority was to go to the flower shop, and yes, obviously I will buy flowers. In a great power like Japan, there were hardly any flower stalls or flower shops. In short, first world problems. It was difficult, but I found a flower shop 15 meters from my destination, so now I was carrying a large bouquet of red tulips. I had everything ready, so I set off to the cemetery. I arrived at the large field where possibly hundreds of people rested. I made my way through the multitude of gravestones until I reached one in particular that stood next to a tree. It was a little dirty, so I took a cloth from my backpack and cleaned it. My tears threatened to spill as I looked at the name engraved on it, Tanjiro Kamado, 2002-2019. I sighed deeply and then placed the large bouquet of red tulips in front of the gravestone. I searched again in my backpack for the small black box and opened it. Inside were 2 gold rings and a piece of newspaper. My tears could no longer wait and began to overflow from my eyes. I looked at his gravestone and put one of the rings on my finger. Here, Tanji, she kept her gaze lowered as she placed the piece of jewelry down. This would mark a year since you asked me to be your wife. My voice began to break. I still can't understand what went through your mind when you proposed to me when we were both only 17 at the time, but you know now I would have gladly accepted. Things with my sisters have been fine, they've cheered me up a bit so you have nothing to worry about. But I will never stop denying that I miss you so much. My tears, along with the pain and sadness, had overtaken me. Why did you do it? I screamed, filled with pain. Why did you get involved in the moon attack? I should have died in your place. I hate him, I hate him. I hate the day you left in me, I hate the day I told you I was the butterfly slayer, and above all, I hate the day you made me fall in love with you. If I had, I wouldn't be suffering over you, you idiot. Tanjiro. That moment when you were in my arms in the chasm between life and death, you could no longer know my answer. I love you too, I love you. I lowered my head, touching the grass while clenching my fist to my chest. I had vented, but I had to continue with my life. It's something my Tanjiro would have wanted. He never liked to see me cry. He was a cute fool who always cheered me up, but now it's my decision. I put both rings away and then reread that piece of newspaper. 10/05/2019. An explosion at Kyoto High School claims the lives of 5 students, including the promising young scientist and engineer Tanjiro Kamado. I put everything back in my backpack and wiped my face. I had cried a lot. I let out a big sigh and slowly walked away from Tanjiro's grave, then from the cemetery altogether. I'd better hurry or Mitsuri will surely scold me again. I sped up, they'll most likely leave me out. Possibility. The Slayers, powerful elite swordsmen capable of facing powerful beings called demons. Their lineage has dwindled with each generation, leaving only one remaining, specifically the middle daughter of the deceased Mr. and Mrs. Kocho. I had to go back in a taxi because I'd stayed with Tanjiro and it had gotten a bit late. The traffic jam was long, so I had to wait a little longer. Thank you, she replied to the driver as she paid. Have a nice day, the man said, starting the vehicle again. You went to see him, didn't you? A teenager with braided pink hair spoke somewhat seriously. He was very important to me. I watched my friend Mitsuri. Perhaps her voice sounded that way for now, but inside she was just as hurt as I was. You know, he was like that to me too. The 3 of us forged a friendship since we met in high school, she said sadly, her voice trailing off. Yes, I know, but it still hurts, I replied melancholically, remembering his beautiful smile. At least he confessed his feelings to you. I couldn't tell him how much I loved him. I saw her lower her head and it was true. Mitsuri had fallen in love with Tanjiro the first time she saw him, only he never saw her that way. She was always one of his best friends. But that doesn't matter anymore. I'm glad my best friend was the one who managed to captivate him. Just look at you, you're beautiful from head to toe. Mitsuri smiled brightly, lifting my spirits. What things you say, you know very well that everyone at school loves you, I said playfully. She was the prettiest girl in the whole school. Suitors rained down on her like dry leaves in autumn. I don't know what you're talking about. She smiled again. Let's go form up. I'm dying to see what Tanjiro was working on. Yes, I felt a little nervous. I would say there were a decent number of us students. We lined up to enter the giant building that bore its signature logo, the blue spider lily. While my other colleagues were being checked by the security guards, I took the opportunity to see the wonderful and incredible inventions of the Kibutsuji Industries. It was one of the largest companies in the world, and it was under the command of the legendary Lord Muzan Kibutsuji. Yes, he was called legendary because very few people had seen his face. Some described him as a tall and handsome man, but others thought otherwise. The truth is, nobody knew because he had a strange illness that prevented him from going out into the light, a complete mystery. Shinobu, it's our turn. I listened to Mitsuri, and after some guards checked us, we went into the lobby. I couldn't believe it, they hadn't checked my backpack. There would be a huge mess if they found my Slayer outfit and katana. Leaving that problem behind, a young man with rainbow-colored eyes, long blonde hair with a large reddish patch on the top of his head, and skin as white as snow was waiting for us along with a group of people around a large machine. It's a pleasure to have you here. At Kibutsuji Industries, my name is Doma Kuso, and I am Lord Muzan Kibutsuji's protege, the man said with great pride. While he was talking about things that didn't interest me at all, I could see that he never took his eyes off me. That bothered me a little. What's up with that guy? And here at Kibutsuji Industries, we always strive to improve the stability of the entire planet. And here is the industry's greatest achievement. The Quantum Portal D. That had caught my attention. Tanjiro had once told me that for years he'd been working on a big project involving a device capable of collecting an alternative energy source to solve the problem of today's common and polluting energy sources. He said he was going to look for work at Kibutsuji Industries to get support for that project. Then that wretch stole his biggest idea and dream. And that was his quantum portal. My incredible portal will be able to collect alternative energy sources to solve the current deficient and mediocre sources. He screamed in terror. People started applauding that bastard as if he'd invented the greatest thing of the century. My blood was boiling, I was so angry. How can there be such disgusting people like him? Seriously, you've just earned all my hatred. I bit my lip, drawing a little blood in the process. That damn guy was watching me again, but now with a flirty smile. The other girls in my class, including Mitsuri, blushed at the man's great looks, but I, with a furious glare, gave him the middle finger. Now, without further interruptions, your eyes will see the future of the world. The man's assistants activated the portal. The idiots were staring in amazement when that thing hadn't done practically anything. And although everything was relatively normal, a great crash occurred, and a demon burst out from among the many windows of the building. I knew today wouldn't be a quiet day. Everything had turned into a panic. I was dodging everyone, looking for a place where I could change. It was the moment when the butterfly slayer would make her presence known. A power source. The demon, made of pure energy and emitting powerful discharges, approached the machine but began to overload it and alter its commands. And as if it were a beautiful butterfly, it had brought down the demon. Inserting epic theme of the best Nai waifu and the best partner for Manjiro. What a common way to barge into a place you weren't invited to. Someone's sensual yet playful voice drew everyone's attention. That distinctive Hayori with a butterfly-like hood could only mean one thing: the butterfly slayer had appeared. The crowd screamed with excitement at the sight of the beautiful butterfly slayer, who, without wasting any time, sent him flying with a tremendous kick. "Get out of here if you don't want me to kill you," the demon shouted, getting up as his neck cracked from the blow he had just received. "How curious, I was thinking of saying the same thing to you," the butterfly slayer said, unsheathing her peculiar and elegant sword. Both launched their attack. Powerful explosions echoed throughout the building, threatening to shatter many of its windows. The crowd watched in disbelief at La Slayer's incredible speed, demonstrating her overwhelming superiority over the demon, who couldn't even land a single blow. Her elegant posture as she stood on tiptoes, a bar attached to the wall, was admired by all the men. She was a beauty beyond compare. "Come on, let's finish this," he said, adjusting his peculiar sword, a long blade with a small harpoon-shaped opening, perfect for his fighting style. "Tell me, do you want a quick death or a very painful one?" What? Upon hearing those words, the demon launched a powerful EMP blast that she dodged relatively easily. But the portal, upon receiving that enormous amount of energy, began to become unstable. "Damn it. Everyone get out of here." The Slayer yelled as she saw the quantum portal begin to absorb everything in its area. "Damn it," the demon yelled as he was sucked into the portal. "I need to stabilize it." While everyone was evacuating, including the idiot who doesn't take responsibility for his own things, I approached as carefully as I could and noticed a part of the floor thanks to some small retractable daggers that my Zoris carried. Only the smartest will get that reference. I had great knowledge in software and hardware. It was the advantage of being a brainiac, so typing as fast as I could, I tried to stabilize that vortex and rays that the portal gave off. "Come on, I need to stabilize the frequency of the proton waves and close the particle bridge." "You can do it, Kocho, you can." I activated my commands and I did it. I think I had done it. I had stabilized and shut down the quantum portal. I took a deep breath, put away my Zori's daggers, and let out a great sigh of relief. My work was done. My Slayer sense had activated. Something bad was going to happen. She watched in utter disbelief as the portal reactivated, and out of nowhere a thunderous and powerful wormhole formed within it. "I'll take you with me, you damn bitch," a voice spoke. A small amount of energy that came from the demon she had faced detached from the machine, displaying a wide, victorious smile before disappearing. "No." I quickly drew my sword and slammed it to the floor, although I knew it was useless because the tremendous power of the portal ended up absorbing me. She had been absorbed by the wormhole. Everything was so dark, my heart was beating so fast, and my Slayer sense was completely out of control, and I know why. I was going to die. "I had always been pessimistic since your death, but you had taught me to be positive about the things that happened in life, and I had finally found one. I would soon be reunited with you, and even though that was wrong, it made me happy. My breath was getting shorter and my eyes were closing. Soon I will be with you, my beloved sunshine. My eternal sleep was calling me at the door. Hey, please answer." I opened my eyes. Wait, why was I opening them? Am I in heaven already? Thank goodness you're okay. I felt a small amount of water on my right cheek, and when all my senses returned, everything in me was paralyzed. Those eyes like a beautiful sunset, that hair like the embers left over from a blazing bonfire, those peculiar rectangular earrings engraved with a sun, and that distinctive scar on the left side of her forehead. I couldn't believe it. It can't be true. Tanjiro, if it were instinct, I would take his cheeks in my hands. He looked at me confused, but I didn't care in the slightest. Then I gave him something I had owed him for a long time: my first kiss. Questions and answers. Before I begin, I want to clarify one thing. My favorite breath is thunder. In fact, my favorite element is lightning, and for that reason I have taken the time to invent new poses for Madkotto's thunder breath. Very few Slayers were known to possess this strange but powerful ability. The Slayer sense was well known as a sixth sense that only the most powerful swordsman could develop. This strange precognitive power allowed them to sense any danger in advance through a tingling sensation in their head. The more intense the tingling, the greater the severity of the danger. I was very flushed, I felt full of life again, I felt like myself again after tasting those exquisite lips of my Tanjiro. He looked even more flushed than I was. Please wait a few seconds, he told me seriously. Breathe. He walked away from me, and now that I'm analyzing everything, I've just noticed that he's dressed practically the same as me. Except obviously for the hooded Hayori, his style was a green and black plaid pattern. Breath of Thunder first stance. Tackle with brilliance. She watched in amazement at its tremendous lightning-like speed. She drew her sword at that same superhuman speed, a small lightning bolt wrapped around its blade, and in a swift attack she decapitated the electric demon before returning the weapon to its sheath. An electricity demon was defeated by an illogical electrical attack. After witnessing the death of the demon I had previously faced, Tanjiro returned to me. I'm sorry that. We looked into each other's eyes and my Slayer sense shot out. It seemed to intertwine with his. Then I saw Tanjiro abruptly move away from me. You're a Slayer too? He asked me in a surprised tone of voice. I don't blame him for being confused because I was confused too, but as they say, things should be done right from the start. My name is Shinobu Kocho, I greeted him as I took off my hood. His blush had deepened and it was obvious because he looked away very embarrassed. I really love him. My name is Tanjiro Kamado. Nice to meet you, he gave me a small, nervous smile. Tell me something, Tanjiro, I spoke, and he gave me his full attention. Where am I, or where are we? We are in an abandoned Kibutsuji Industries facility, he replied, but I had many doubts. What happened to cause everything to end up so destroyed? I was facing an inferior moon that had managed to open an Einstein-Rosen bridge or wormhole through that destroyed quantum portal. It was looking for a dimension where it could become powerful and conquer it in the process, but it had the disadvantage that a space-time rift occurred, which ended up opening a portal to another universe, he replied. I'm surprised by the high IQ he had. So then I'm in an alternate dimension to my own. That explains why Tanjiro is alive. Okay, thank you very much for the explanation. It's a pleasure to help you, but I have a question, Lucia said, very nervous. Tell me. What was the reason for the kiss you gave me? I wondered. Well, it's just that I'm not going to lie to you. In my universe you're dead, and seeing you again made me overflow with happiness for you. I played with my fingers. I'm sorry about that. Don't worry about it, I understand, he said, now calmer. He got up and went after the destroyed machine. What are you doing? I asked. I'll see if I can repair or recreate it, so I can send you back to your dimension. I kept quiet. He was a different Tanjiro than mine. His cheerful, shy, and somewhat weak nature, but above all his cute appearance, contrasted sharply with my serious, rough, and cold demeanor. I'd even venture to say he was incredibly hexy. He was much taller and more muscular, and his long hair was styled forward instead of back, making him look like an emo Avenger. However, he still shared his great passion for science and engineering. A brainiac will always be a brainiac. Okay, I'll help you, I smiled sweetly at her. I had managed to make her look away with her slight blush. So you're the demon slayer in your dimension. We had a long conversation while we took the most useful things from the dead portal. One interesting thing was that we were both the same age. I've been doing this for 3 years now. I went to the Kibutsuji facility and found a peculiar sword. Curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up discovering that I was a descendant of a line of powerful swordsmen who hunted demons, the red-eyed man said, disassembling a part. That made me even more curious to see if in another timeline someone else had gone through the same thing as me. I've been doing this for 2 years. Okay, I think that's all, she said, putting the rest of her things in her backpack. Wait a few moments, I'll go change. I wonder how things are over there. I don't even want to imagine how upset Kanny and Kanao must be, so I had to get back as fast as I could. Okay, said the dark-haired man who was dressed in a red t-shirt and a gray sweatshirt, along with ripped gray jeans and white sneakers. It's time to leave. I watched as he slowly walked away from me, although moments later he slowed down. Aren't you coming with me? What are you saying? I asked. You're alone, you don't know where to go or what to do, so you'll come with me and stay in my apartment building for as long as it takes while I fix the machine, the dark-haired man said calmly. I didn't know what to say. I was so stunned thinking about my sisters. Fear overwhelmed me, and how could it not, being in an alternate dimension? Seriously, how is it possible that everything has become impossible? I was so distraught. Calm down, Shinobu, the last thing you should lose is your composure. I can imagine what you're feeling right now, confusion, sadness, and anger, but that's not important now. What's important is that you get back home. Never lose hope. I felt his hand on my shoulder. He had managed to encourage me with those words. I had to accept this new life I would lead. So come on, I'll take you out to eat and then we'll go shopping for clothes. You can't just wander around in your Slayer costume like you own the place. Thank you, that's very kind of you, I smiled. You don't need to thank me anyway, have you tried the pizzas at Pepe and Granny? I asked. Are you talking about the pizzeria whose slices taste like pure heaven? Aren't your pizzas delicious? I love them, the reddish-haired man said, sounding a little cheerful. The Naples, a classic that wins over the palate with just its aroma, I said, now more animated, remembering the first time I tried it with my Tanjiro. We slowly walked away from the place while having that pleasant conversation. I couldn't deny it. He might seem like a total emo Avenger, but deep down, his heart beat with the same heart as the boy I had fallen in love with, and that made me feel happy inside. I had a new opportunity to love you. Zend, shopping. The Nichiren blade, a peculiar weapon that had the curious ability to absorb sunlight to decapitate demons. Night had fallen in the city of Kyoto. The lights of the large buildings confused everyone, making them think it was still daytime. We focused more specifically on a path full of leafy trees, where a tall young black-haired man was walking alongside a young black-haired woman of average height. Yes, it was delicious. I love that pizza, the crispy crust, the colorful toppings, and that flavor it leaves on your tongue. I'll never get tired of it. I think so too, but we should go get a good change of clothes for you, said the dark-haired man in his characteristically calm voice. I'll get a job and pay you back, he said. I already told you not to worry, I don't mind taking care of you at all, money isn't a problem, I've got all that sorted out, he added. We continued walking, but now I felt very uncomfortable, perhaps because of what I was going to ask. Tanjiro. Tell me, he replied. So you mean there's a Shinobu in this dimension? His steps stopped, but moments later he started walking again. No, there wasn't one, he replied indifferently. Wow, I figured as much, I said, a little sadly. We had drifted apart a bit. We avoided looking at each other, in my case out of frustration, but I don't know why he did it. We've arrived, his serious tone had returned. A giant commercial we entered, and the intense white light temporarily blinded my eyes. I was now annoyed with Tanjiro because a few small laughs had escaped him. What are you laughing at? I said in my annoyed tone. First time? No, of course not, it's just brighter than usual. This idiot thinks I haven't been to Macy's Herald Square when my sisters practically lived there. I mean, my parents were famous pharmacists. Money was rolling in, even if it sounds like I'm bragging. Okay, I apologize, stay here while I take my wallet. I'm just asking for a little money to go buy some things for dinner, the red-eyed man said. He was very strange. Did he suffer from depression? Sometimes he looked very depressed and sometimes he looked a little cheerful, but putting that aside, I did what he asked. I gave him some money while I watched him walk away to another shop. I turned around and ventured into the jungle of clothes, but I felt very indecisive. I didn't know what to buy since my sisters chose my clothes. I had never been interested in fashion, having trouble choosing what clothes to wear. I jumped a little in fright. One of the girls who were working in the store looked at me with a big smile. Yes, I don't know what to wear, or at least I don't know of anything that suits me. Oh, you're that girl at the entrance who was talking to that hottie with the scar on his forehead. Is he your boyfriend? The woman asked, making me nervous. Well, actually, you don't need to tell me, darling. It's very obvious that you two are a perfect couple. Just look at you, you're a beautiful piece of the finest porcelain, the woman interrupted me. So you're looking for something to, tease him and pamper him a little, she said with a playful tone. When I understood what she meant, my face turned bright red. No, of course not. Let's see, breasts 87, waist 55, hips 90. You have a perfect figure, very slender, proportionate and provocative, in keeping with your approximately 165 height. He surely enjoys it a lot, doesn't he? Oh my god, I couldn't be more embarrassed. Her hand took mine. I don't want to go with her, help. Let's see what we can find. I have everything, said a certain teenager with rectangular earrings engraved with a red sun, as he carried some grocery bags towards the entrance of the store. I left my things in the parcel area and encountered a certain teenage girl who owned a large butterfly brooch on the back of her head, sitting in a small leather armchair. And how was your time? The red-eyed man asked. I have more fun killing demons than doing this girly stuff, I said disinterestedly. Of the three of us, Kano and I always had a tough and untamed personality. I wasn't interested in what Mitsuri and my sisters usually liked. Okay then, and where are your purchases? Asked the young man with the scar on his forehead. I was waiting for you because I wanted to tell you that all the clothes I chose, well, the girl chose them for me, are very expensive and I'm not going to take them, I said as I handed her her wallet. I see. I didn't hear the last words that came from her red lips. She took my hand and brought that large amount of clothing with her. No, Tanjiro, wait, I don't want it, I said, trying to break free from his grip. She continued to ignore me during the walk to the checkout to pay. I see you've made up your mind, dear, said the cashier who had chosen my clothes. Everything, please, the dark-haired man with red tips spoke up. I felt so stupid, especially when I saw in disbelief how he had spent 120,000 yen on everything. That's equivalent to about 25,363 Mexican pesos. I paid as if nothing was wrong and carried most of the bags. Aren't you going to help me? I wondered. I was upset that he hadn't done what I had asked, but at the same time I was touched by him and his kind gesture towards me. But why did I feel this way? I was confusing myself. We walked through the building's corridors in a great awkward silence. This was broken when we heard his words. And the clothes, they look good on you, the dark-haired man asked. Yes, I guess it looks good on me, I said, finishing with a small smile. Want to see? Sure, why not? Tanjiro replied calmly. We headed towards some rental changing rooms. I took one of the bags with me and went into the small room. Good evening, Kamato spoke politely to a woman sitting next to him on the wooden bench. Good evening, son, the woman replied in the same tone. Was that your girlfriend who came in? She's very beautiful. No, she's not my girlfriend. She's just a friend who wanted to come and buy some clothes, the red-eyed boy replied, taking a Rubik's Cube out of his backpack. Oh, I understand, the woman replied. And what are you doing here? Asked the rubby-eyed boy as he began to take the toy apart. My little boy is trying on a shirt that he really liked, said the woman. I see, Tanjiro said, concentrating on the cube. How do I look? Mommy, stop. The dark-haired man dropped his bucket, so surprised was he to see her, and he wasn't the only one. The lady he had been talking to earlier had a nervous twitch in her eye, and her little son had his mouth open. The beautiful girl with black hair and purple eyes wore a navy blue crop top that accentuated her large breasts and offered a glimpse of her toned abs, where a small navel piercing peeked out. She paired it with ripped black jeans that highlighted her large, firm buttocks, as well as her thick legs and provocative hips. She wore white and purple sneakers and finished tying a gray and red plaid shirt around her tiny waist, tucked in with a matching belt. The red-eyed one swallowed hard while covering his nose. I got the wrong mommy, said the boy, who kept staring at the purple-eyed woman. Ow, it hurts, you come here. The woman had grabbed him by the ear and dragged the little infant away, leaving Kocho very confused. So how do I look? Shinobu asked, but for the moment Tanjiro didn't answer her because her blush was enough for him to know that she looked great. Let's go to your house, then the teenager with the butterfly brooch smiled, managing to capture the heart of the teenager with the Hanafuda earrings. This, okay, Tanjiro said nervously as he picked up his toy, put everything back in his backpack and loaded some bags of clothes. Let me help you, Shinobu said cheerfully as she bent down to pick up some bags. The boys passing by couldn't help but notice that hexy, dreamy figure and the goddess-like face of the purple-haired girl, and as if by instinct, Tanjiro reacted and gave them such a brutal, murderous look that the boys quickly looked away. Let's go, she said sensually as she held Tanjiro's left arm. I remember what that girl had told him in the store. You are a special case. Any garment would look perfect on you. On one hand, you could be the prettiest and most adorable woman in the world, and on the other hand, you could be the hexiest and most sensual woman of all. So if you want to win over that guy with the earrings you told me about earlier, I recommend that you first provoke him to have him at your feet and then you can gradually win him over. He owed that girl one, her plan had helped him a lot, and with a satisfied smile he left the mall with her. The new student at the academy, what time is it? I was drowsy, all the light in the room had woken me up. Next to me was a digital alarm clock that read 10:30 in the morning. I waited a few minutes for my brain to start working. Where am I? I see you're awake. Her characteristically soft and calm voice came from one end of the bed where she was lying. What am I doing here? Yesterday you came home so tired, you were so sleepy and grumpy you looked like a bear after hibernation. You didn't even eat dinner and you fell asleep on the couch, so I decided to carry you up to my room and let you rest in bed. You needed it more than I did, Tanjiro said disinterestedly. A vein popped out in my throat. How dare he tell me I looked like a bear? What's wrong with you, idiot? I knelt on the bed and grabbed him tightly by the collar of his shirt. He watched me calmly, I couldn't resist, and as if something possessed me I stole another kiss from him. I kissed him passionately while climbing onto his legs, finally ending up on top of him. Tanjiro, in 1 hour we have biology class AAAAAAWNTAs. A blonde man had entered the room. I was so nervous that I ended up pushing Tanjiro and he fell off the bed. Man, you should have locked it. The blonde man shouted, blushing and slamming the door. Are you okay? I asked him. He was lying face down against the wall of the room, his neck bent and his limbs twisted. Don't worry, I'm fine, said the red-eyed man as he stood up, then cracked his knuckles. I'm sorry for what happened. Don't worry, he never knocks before entering, replied the dark-haired man. No, not that, but the kiss, I said, very embarrassed because I couldn't resist him. Ham, I suppose there's no problem, I just ask that you be ready in 2 hours. She opened her wardrobe and took out a black jumper-style dress, a long-sleeved white shirt, a pair of black shoes, and a large purple ribbon. And what's all that for? I asked, seeing the clothes. While you'll be studying with me, this is the uniform we wear on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'll get you the one for Tuesdays and Thursdays in a few hours, Tanjiro said, leaving his things on the bed and heading for the door. Also, I bought and left some things in the bathroom in case you want to freshen up. We'll see if we can buy the things you'll need today or tomorrow. I'll be in the building lobby studying with the blonde guy. I left your lunch on the table. I think I haven't forgot anything. I'll see you downstairs. I wonder why he's so attentive to me, why he treats me like this. I can assure you that when it comes to love, he's very clueless, but in everything else, he's amazing. I grabbed a towel from the ones I kept in a small closet and went to take a shower. I had just finished pulling up my black stockings, fastened my shoe clasp and adjusted my signature butterfly brooch, left her room and went downstairs to the kitchen where a dish was indeed served that included some pancakes and a large bowl of blackberries and green grapes, as well as various sliced fruits accompanied by a large glass of orange juice and a glass of milk. I sighed, remembering the moment when my Tanjiro had asked me to marry him. If we had had a life together in the future, would it have been like this? I sat down in the chair, picked up the cutlery, and began to taste. This tastes delicious, she said with her mouth full. I know I'm a lady and they're supposed to have great manners, but I didn't care at all. When I finished and had left the dirty dishes in the sink, a black and purple backpack caught my attention as it lay on one of the living room armchairs. I took it. Attached to it with tape was a piece of paper that said my name. I opened the backpack and inside there was a new cell phone, specifically an iPhone, a watch, and a couple of bracelets. I kept wondering why he was so thoughtful with me. Money isn't everything, you know, Tanjiro. I adjusted my backpack, put my cell phone in one of the pockets of my dress and put on my bracelets. I had finished leaving the apartment building. I was walking around disoriented since I didn't know the area. I had to ask different people until I got to the lobby where a dark-haired man was sitting on a sofa reading a book. Tanjiro, I exclaimed. The uniform worn by the best waifu, imagine her signature butterfly brooch. I had attracted everyone's attention, making me nervous in the process, until a certain red-eyed man approached me. The uniform Tanjiro uses, changing the shirt color to white and the vest color to black. Okay, Tanjiro said, extending his hand to me. Someone kill me. He looked so handsome in that uniform, his long black hair streaked with red partially obscuring those fiery ruby eyes. I stood there like a fool admiring him and stupidly blushing slightly. I took his hand. Loud euphoric shouts were heard and I, like a little girl, hid behind her back. It's so nice that you're back from your trip, Shinobu, said a girl with fuchsia eyes and long black hair who had two large pink ribbons on either side of her head. She approached excitedly. I looked at her confused. I had two big questions. The first and most important, she was my sister Canny, and the second, how did she know my name? I couldn't take the obvious reason that she knew it because she was my sister. No, here nothing is what it seems. Hey old man, why didn't you tell us your wife had already returned? Asked a teenager with eyes like fire and striking yellow and red hair. Okay, I have a lot to process. Wife, trip, my sister. All of that was swirling around in my head as Tanjiro quickly pulled me out of there. What's wrong, Tanjiro? I asked him, needing him to clear up these big doubts I had. It's nothing, we're just going to the school so I can introduce you to the principal. No, I broke free from his rough grip and now it was my turn to take his arm. Please explain, you know all this has me confused. Please, let's go to class, the dark-haired boy replied, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. I already told you no, explain it to me. I yelled angrily. Under his gaze, he caught me off guard while holding me by the waist, pulling me close to his body. I didn't see that coming. I felt her heavy, rapid breathing, her hair covered her eyes and small drops of water ran down her cheeks. He kissed me even more passionately than the one I had given him in the morning. That touch with his lips made me reach heaven for a few short seconds. The intensity was so great that it managed to stifle a slight moan from me. I cut the kiss short, then felt his rough fingers caressing my cheeks. Tanjiro. You want answers? Fine, I'll give them to you. Article by teenager Kamado. He took my wrist again, but this time very gently. We walked quite a way until we left what seemed to be the school campus. We reached the main street and Tanjiro hailed a taxi. In the vehicle we were spaced apart, each of us on one side of a door while the driver looked at us, puzzled by where we were going. Thank you, have a nice day. The taxi driver's last words before driving away from the gloomy place. Follow me, Tanjiro said. We walked through the second home of humans. There were many gravestones and the cold atmosphere of the cemetery brought back very bad memories. I managed to visualize a very familiar tree where Tanjiro was standing. He had advanced very quickly, leaving me behind, and when I arrived I could see him keeping his head bowed in front of the grave. Here are your long-awaited answers, he said with difficulty. The gravestone was deliberately badly damaged. Next to it were two others that I will examine later. For now I will focus on this one. There was plenty of dirt, so I cleaned it up a bit. Buug, I started vomiting. Seriously, I couldn't believe it. He had lied to me. I could barely raise my eyes. I saw the name engraved on the stone and it was Shinobu Kocho. Peace after the storm. A heavy aura hung in the air. Young Kocho struggled to stand, tears falling like a waterfall. I hope you've cleared up your doubts, said the young man with the sun-engraved earrings, turning around. Where do you think you're going? A great rage began to course through my veins. I grabbed him violently and smashed him against the tree. My teeth were clenched and the veins bulged all over my body. I had never been so angry. Why did you deceive me? You said there were no Shinobu here. I exclaimed furiously as I squeezed her wrist tightly, intending to break it. I already told you that no Shinobu ever existed here, Tanjiro replied coldly, easily getting rid of Shinobu's key. Neither did they exist, the young Kamado spoke again, cleaning the two adjacent graves. The nausea returned. Had my parents also died? Neither. My father, Tanjiro said, cleaning the next tombstone which bore the inscription Tanjiro Kamado. Neither. My mother, the same, Kai Kamado, and then he began to walk along the row of gravestones. Neither. My adoptive father and mother. Yoriichi and Yuta Tsujikuni. I couldn't stop vomiting and felt terribly ill when I heard the names of his 5 deceased brothers. Please stop. I didn't lie to you, you never existed, nor did they. He was Tanjiro Kamado, the boy who had lost everything he loved, his girlfriend and his entire family. He carried the pain and suffering of dealing with all those deaths on his back and shoulders. Why didn't you tell me before? I managed to say with difficulty, wiping my lips with a small handkerchief I had in one of the pockets of my dress. I learned that I should never cling to the things I loved most. I know that sooner or later they will slip through my fingers. Pain makes you strong and prepares you for even worse things. Life is so cruel, it unfairly takes away everything you love. All that's left is to tolerate and endure it, to keep moving forward, he replied so coldly that his words chilled me to the bone. Things aren't the way you think, Tanjiro. I know the situation is very bleak, and believe me, I know it too. I've lost so much in my life, like my parents, and the boy I loved so much. I felt like my life had no meaning anymore. Why would I want to live a life that treated me like shit? I got up from the floor. I felt sorry for myself, but someone with his words, he gave me the push to keep going. That boy was the same one I had in front of me. I recommend listening to it if you want to feel the atmosphere. You taught me to see the positive side of things, that even when things are very painful, there will always be something that will make us happy, that if fate was very cruel, it will reward us for having endured everything. I have my sisters who, even though they aren't perfect, make me happy. I never expected to see you again, and believe me, I'm grateful for it. Because I can finally say that I love you. I embraced him with all the love in the world that I had for him. He reciprocated, and finally I heard that voice, yes, that sweet voice that lay broken. Sometimes it's just a matter of letting it die. Leave everything behind. Well, it seems to be starting to rain. No, I don't think so, I replied as I raised my eyes. He was looking up at the sky, his long, red-tipped hair obscuring his gaze, and tears began to well up in his eyes. No, it's raining. I rested my head on his chest. His words shattered my heart. One of the Slayer's rules was to suppress our emotions. How strange, I never respected it, and yet I'd managed to get Tanjiro to do the same. If that's the case, we should go and get covered so we don't catch a cold, I replied. After reopening a wound that hadn't healed, you're amazing, Shinobu. He wasn't so distant with me anymore. On the contrary, I took his hand and slowly leaned closer to rest my head on his chest. He did nothing more than give me a small kiss on the head, which sent shivers down my spine and gave me a new purpose to heal all his wounds. I wanted to see that beautiful smile that shone brighter than the sun itself. How lovely, are you two a couple? I opened my eyes to see the driver watching us in the rearview mirror. It was the same one who had brought us earlier. I was about to say something, but Tanjiro spoke first. Yes, she's my wife, the red-haired man replied calmly. The response caused the driver to crash, momentarily losing control of the steering wheel. Look at your eyes, you idiot, yelled an annoyed taxi driver we had almost crashed into. I'm sorry about that, the taxi driver laughed sheepishly. It's just that, from what I can see, you two seem to be in high school. One doesn't expect two young people to be married at such a young age. But hey, there's no age limit for love. Thank you, I said goodbye to that kind gentleman. I started walking alongside Tanjiro. His gaze was no longer the same, no longer hollow and emotionless. Now it radiated a lot of life, and that excited me. It's 15 minutes until 12:30 in the afternoon. We need to go see Principal Tamyo and Deputy Principal Yubayashiki, so they can reinstate you to classes, she told me as she opened the door of a building. That sounds great to me, my dear husband, I said playfully, bursting into laughter at the slight blush he brought to his face as he closed his eyes. Don't take that so seriously, remember I'm married to my Shinobu. Ouch, I said while pretending how much his words had hurt me. We went inside and walked down a long hallway where we could see a cedar door painted black. Ladies first, Tanjiro had opened the door for me. How chivalrous. I gave a small bow and entered. He closed the door. Standing before us were two adults and a teenager. The first was a woman I would describe as beautiful, with fine dark brown hair neatly arranged in a loose braid starting at the center of her head and cascading over her ears, and large lavender eyes. The second was a rather tall man with straight shoulder-length black hair and eyes the same shade as the woman's. And the last was a boy with green hair that faded to black and a pair of sharp, light lavender eyes. So the rumors were true. You've returned from your trip, Director Tamyo said seriously. Good afternoon. I had previously spoken with you about her, so there won't be any problem with her rejoining. The red-eyed one spoke up. Problems? You're talking about one of the top students at Kyoto High School, the great Shinobu Kocho, winner of multiple trophies and winner of regional science fairs for 6 consecutive years, said Deputy Principal Yubayashiki. I'll register her in the system, then Yushiro said, going into another room. I was stunned. Apparently, I maintained my status as the boss of the whole school in this dimension too. What arrogance of mine. Alongside our trusty Tanjiro Kamado. Kamado remained silent as he watched the principal do some things on the computer. Okay, you're back in class from now on. Go with Tanjiro, they apparently have a biology exam. That was quick, I said as I left the place. Come on, we're going to be late for the exam. We quickened our pace and stopped in front of the lockers. I noticed that the Shinobu from this timeline practically did everything with Tanjiro. His locker was right next to hers. Here, this will open it, Tanjiro said, handing me a piece of paper. You've always been so forgetful, so I took the trouble to write down the code. Thank you. After correctly entering the passwords, I opened my locker. There were many books, makeup, and a wide variety of other things in there. I let out a small scream. I was between excited and embarrassed because on the back of the door there were multiple photos of me and Tanjiro together. Something that stood out was that my red-eyed boy looked very happy and wore that beautiful sunshine smile. Is something wrong? Asked the young man with the Hanafuda earrings curiously. It's nothing, don't be nosy. S.A. Chinobu friend. A familiar voice shouted. I turned around and there was my Mitsuri with her characteristic everyday cheerfulness. So you've returned to be with your Darin like every day. I blushed like a tomato. Now she had to deal with being Shinobu Kocho. The return of the butterfly queens. Darling? Yes, that's what you called Tanjiro, a certain pink-haired girl said, eyeing the red-haired boy. See, it still works, she added, amused, as the young man with the scar covered his face with a book to hide his blush. Shut up, the red-eyed one replied slowly. But putting that aside, we should go to class or Professor Tenjin will scold us. I don't know if Tanjiro already told you that we have a science exam today. This version of Mitsuri was even more energetic than the one I knew. I was having a hard time understanding and keeping up with all her words. I nodded and managed to utter a few words here and there to pretend I understood, but the truth was my brain was freezing up from everything she was saying. And well, Tanjiro was standing a little ways away from us, still holding that book he'd taken from his locker. I think I'll start teasing him, even if just a little. Good morning, everyone. Although it should be clarified that the only good one is me, spoke a tall, muscular man with long white hair and sharp fuchsia eyes, wearing the common teacher's uniform of jacket and shirt, only adorned with precious stones. The girls in the classroom started screaming like crazy when they saw him. I raised an eyebrow, surprised. He's just a good-looking guy, that's all. What's all the fuss about? I had a wonderful time with my 3 wives yesterday, but I remembered I had to give all of you, my dear little brats, your semester science exam. The man shouted euphorically as he pulled a stack of papers from his briefcase. I started to analyze him. It was Yuzui Tenjin, a friend from my old school who happened to be a teacher here. While he was handing out the exams, I glanced at Tanjiro, who was at the very back of my row just playing with his pens. I see you've returned from your trip, Miss Kocho. Yuzui interrupted me. Mental note, I must ask Tanjiro what that famous journey is all about. Yes, I smiled, and I'm looking much better since the last time you saw me. I'll be the judge of that, he told me as he placed the sheet of paper on the desk. After visiting each student, Professor Tenjin sat down with his legs up on his desk. You have 50 minutes as it will soon be lunchtime, and the cafeteria lady said there will be rice pudding today. He picked up a magazine and began to read it. Thank you, my dear, for giving me these supplies since I didn't even have a pencil with me. I wrote my name down and started reading the exam seriously. This is relatively simple. A, C, D, B, D, A, B. 50 minutes later. The bell will ring in half an hour, so please hand me your exams so I can check them, the albino said as he walked among the desks until he reached a certain purple-eyed girl who was playing with her pens, as was a certain red-eyed girl. She looks very confident. He took the exam from her. Let's see if she can maintain her status as the smartest student in the entire academy. You should hurry or you'll miss out on your dessert, I said provocatively, smiling again. The man continued on his way until a female hand from behind her caught his attention. You seem very confident, Shinobu. Right now you'd be dying of fear about not being able to maintain your perfect grades, the green-eyed girl said, very confused by the radical change in her behavior. It's okay, I'm still almost the same, I said cheerfully, calming her down a bit. Good. I have your results, and as always, Kocho and Kamado maintain their excellent average, as expected, the teacher said disinterestedly, getting up from his seat. Lucia was all smiles on the outside, but on the inside she was laughing at the victory. Haha, poor you Yuzui, maybe next time. Well, thank you very much, I said, very embarrassed. The situation was as follows. In the cafeteria, a large crowd of both boys and girls surrounded the table where a certain teenager with black hair that faded to a purple hue in her strands was having lunch, along with another with long braided hair that ranged from pink to green. They looked very overwhelmed, especially the dark-haired girl who kept receiving comments from everyone. And what were you doing there? Well, I bought you this box of sweets, they're excellent quality. Thank you, it wasn't necessary. She was Shinobu Kocho, the most popular and beautiful girl in the entire academy. She was worshipped as their butterfly goddess. Well, that was the one in this timeline. It's false that you married Kamado, right? Well, actually, I'm sure you had an amazing time with your parents. I guess. I was so flustered by all her questions that my own resurfaced. At that precise moment, I saw a certain young man with red eyes calmly leaving the cafeteria, eating a glass of rice pudding. Tanjiro. There was a great silence after what he had said. He remained still, waiting for me. What's happening? I want to eat with you. I shot out like a bullet and reached him. You know how we are as a married couple. Okay, then I'll go back and buy something. Don't worry, I have some food stored in my locker. How about we go get it? I ignored everyone and left with Tanjiro. Tell me what happened, he asked, keeping up with me. Is there somewhere we can talk in private? He asked, pulling at her hand. Nobody goes on the roof of the building, he replied. Then let's go there. I need you to finish explaining a few things to me. I closed the door behind me. What I told you back in the cemetery is true, Tanjiro. I like you a lot, but you need to clear up my doubts so this can work between us. Yes, I know, take a seat, then said Tanjiro. I sat down in one of the air ducts waiting for his words. First, the trip was a way to cover up your death. I had to say you'd gone on a trip with your parents and would be leaving school indefinitely. Since it all happened unexpectedly, it worked perfectly. Second, the whole husband thing, well, it was real. The you from this timeline before I died had proposed to me, but I told her to give me time to think since it was so sudden. The nickname comes from your friend Canny, who had spread the rumor that we'd get married when you returned from your trip, which is why they make fun of us for it now. Third, people have said that the trip you took changed you a lot. You went from being a kind and serene girl to a very tough and rebellious one. In this alternate world, I met the complete opposite of Tanjiro, so now it's my turn to meet the complete opposite of myself. It wasn't very difficult to say, you know. I stood up and approached him again, took hold of his tie and kissed him. He reciprocated as I moved closer to him. I really liked that he wasn't the always cute and polite boy I knew, but someone like me. I put my tongue in her mouth, making it clear that I'm the one in charge here, so I explored everything I could before pulling away from her lips, but we remained connected by a small thread of saliva. Now that I think about it, I told you we were going to eat. Do you think they still have that rice pudding? Maybe, but if there isn't any left, we can go get something to eat since classes end early today. My dear dark-haired friend sounded a little cheerful. Ara Tanji, how chivalrous, I said mischievously as I felt his hand caress my head. Remember, I have to get you your uniform for tomorrow, and we need to go get the things you're missing. We walked back. I felt that I could get used to this new life with my beloved Solcido. A disastrous exit. I want to clarify something about the reading and implement a new way of reading dialogues when they come at an angled perspective. For example, great means it's in the first person, and if it comes at a normal perspective, for example, I had that it's in the third person. This is mainly to distinguish whether the main or secondary characters are speaking when there's no context about who is speaking. That's all. Let's begin. The parentheses mean that someone is speaking in their thoughts. You say my attacks have no effect on you, and who decided that? You say you absorbed my lightning. And who decided that? I never saw him attack me. Who is this damned human? His power is much higher, even more than before. Now, cruel Volt, I'm the only one who decides. Die. A gigantic electric sphere shot out of the palm of the young man with fire eyes, hitting the demon directly, who was sent flying. But how did we get to that point? It's a matter of going back 5 hours ago. And what do you think, Tanjiro? The three girls started laughing at the nervousness of the boy with the scar on his forehead. And well, they were having a great time at the mall. Shinobu and her two best friends Canny and Kanotsuyuri in this timeline were bothering the poor red-haired black boy who was trying to eat his donut peacefully. I was dying to have these delicious milkshakes again, said a teenager with black hair, two dark pink ribbons tied on either side of her head, and large fuchsia eyes. Yes, Ni-san, but we agreed that we would try them again when Shinobu returned, replied a teenager with the same black hair, tied in a ponytail with a light pink ribbon. She had large eyes like her older sister, but in a lilac shade. When I looked up at them, I couldn't help but feel very depressed. They were so beautiful, like those stars that shone brighter in the night sky. The last time I was with them, I wasn't very kind to them when they were only trying to cheer me up. Whatever you've done there, you'll have time to resolve it. I felt Tanjiro's lips whisper against my ear, and moments later he gave me a small kiss on the head, just like a father who loves his daughter very much. Thank you. Oh, how romantic. You two look so cute together, Kani said softly while jumping up and down with happiness. I always maintained my faith that our beloved Tanji Shino would be reunited, Kano said, smiling brightly. She took out her cell phone and snapped a picture of them. Then pass it to me, I whispered in his ear so the lovebirds wouldn't notice. Shall we go shopping? I need a few things, and so does Shinobu. Tanjiro took the lead in the conversation. Of course, why not, said the Tsuyuri sisters. Do you think it will look good on me? I said while playing with one of my strands of hair. Of course, Shinobu-san is very cute, don't you think, Nisan? There's no need to say something that's very obvious, the older sister said. I wonder what Tanjiro is doing. Tanjiro's point of view. Maybe she'd like this. No, what if she liked chocolate? The boy with the sun earrings wondered 1,000 things about whether they shared any tastes. My Slayer sense. I was starting to feel that characteristic tingling in my head, but it was so intense something was going to happen. I must go back to Shinobu. I threw away the things I had with me and quickly left the supermarket area. Like a giant gorilla, a trail of destruction was visible in the mall. Most people had already fled the area, but the devil didn't care about all those people. He seemed to have a specific target. He's heading towards the area where the generators are located. I followed his trail in absolute silence. He was beginning to destroy a large part of the circuits, focusing mainly on the generator that acted as a bridge with the others to energize everything. This is what I need, the demon said as he tried to rip the device from where it was located. If that's the case, you'll have to wait to pay since you made the cashier run away. I had put on my Hayori from my school uniform. I had to hide my identity to avoid taking risks. I took a running start and lunged at him. The dark-haired man and the demon exchanged heavy blows until the demon finally threw him against the windows of the jewelry store. Don't bother me, you bastard. I have very important things to do. The bill will be even more expensive now, said the red-eyed one, who had put on his full Slayer outfit while throwing a shoe at his face. Grrrr, the demonic being growled. Then it'll be a bare-knuckle fight, the Slayer said, sheathing his sword. Sun for all, full cowl 20%. Rainbird veins began to run throughout the Slayer's body. The irises of his red eyes lit up to a light green, and his body began to emit a powerful electric red aura that turned yellow. Go ahead. Without wasting any time, the demon charged at the red-eyed one, devastating a large number of walls in the process. Bueg, glare smash. A powerful blow from the dark-haired man sent the demon flying. He wasted no time and got back up, stretching out tentacles that brought him closer and delivering a good blow to the Slayer's jaw. The Slayer stood almost as if nothing was wrong, stepping back a little to analyze the newly revealed upper moon number 1. What, is that all? Of course not, we've barely begun. Sun for all, full cowl 35%. A small shockwave was released by the Slayer's increased power, his yellow aura tinged with green. He scanned the entire area, searching for something that might give him an advantage. The first thing is to get you out of here, or you'll continue destroying even more than you already have. If I can drag you to where the park is, I can fight comfortably without having to worry about whether there's still someone hiding here. Sun for all, full cowl shoot style, noise smash. It was my turn now. I grabbed his head without letting go, and with a powerful knee strike I pushed him away, leaving a trail of dust behind. I felt my Slayer senses tingle again. I turned momentarily to where the sensation was coming from, and just a few centimeters away from me was Shinobu, Kani and Kanao passing by. You all need to leave, it's too dangerous for you to stay here. As expected, Shinobu took them away. She knew very well that she couldn't fight alongside me unless I left Kanao and Kani alone. She had a strong love for them and wouldn't risk them the way I was doing. I stepped back as the demon's tentacles began to spin in the shape of a gigantic helix, attracting everything present, including me. Why do you want that generator? I questioned, digging my feet into the ground to avoid leaving. That's none of your business, now die. The suction was even stronger. I felt my feet being lifted from the concrete weight. Don't prolong your death, brat. Excuse me, but I'm in a hurry. I have to go pick up my girlfriend and her friends and buy some things I need at home, and you're just slowing me down. I deliberately let go of the ground, and taking advantage of its powerful absorption, I dug up a large piece of concrete with my arms. It's time for you to go to sleep with the others I've already murdered. slammed the concrete wall with great force into the center of its tentacles, halting the gale. Smash. I took a running start and landed my blow directly on his head, seemingly achieving his defeat. Not bad at all. The voice from the demonic moon Asgrimful was calm, and as if nothing had happened, it grabbed the Slayer's face and violently buried it in the ground. I, the superior one of the new moons, cannot be defeated by you, you cursed one. The ideals of a true hero. I'll see it and then I'll believe it. His speed was incredible, like a bullet. Powerful sparks were a trace of his immense power. He broke free and emerged from the pit where he was. Smash, how pathetic you humans are. Demonic blood technique. Kraken reborn. Infernal tremor. Cruel volt. Asgrimful's tentacles unleashed powerful dark flames, lightly piercing parts of my body. I didn't care about the extent of my wounds. My priority will always be to kill them. I won't let anyone else lose their loved ones because of them. A sphere made of pure electrical energy, roughly the diameter of my torso, rested in my left hand. This was my variation of my adoptive father Yoriichi Tsujikuni's technique and his characteristic cruel son. I needed to hit her directly so that the side effect of the attack, paralysis, would make it easier for me to smash her head. Thanks to my father's peculiarity, son for all, I could raw enhance all my abilities and attacks. Even though I was only using less than half of my total power, I was barely managing to keep up against a superior one. Burn in hell. I unleashed the attack at point-blank range while pushing him back as far as I could. I braced myself with all the strength I had, ignoring how his tentacles were digging into my back, but I had forgotten that I had not dealt with his arms, who ended up trapping me. I've got you, you miserable rat. Fireproof dispersion of the beast. The demon detonated himself next to the Slayer as a large cloud of smoke rose into the sky. Asgrimful grabbed the red-eyed one by the neck. The red-eyed one had lost his full cowl state and had burns on parts of his face and arms. Asgrimful enjoyed torturing him and watching him try to break free, but with each passing moment, he lost strength and succumbed to the demon. It's like comparing a great animal to a miserable ant. That's how powerful we demons are to insignificant humans. He brutally slammed him to the ground. Her anger had grown as she saw the Slayer wearing a calm smile despite having large open wounds. Even though his body looked like trash, his mind kept thinking about her, his beautiful butterfly. A vague memory surfaced. 4 years ago, please Tanjiro, stop. They'll keep hurting you. No, not yet. I can still move, I can still breathe, I can still see, and I can still make those sons of bitches apologize to you. There were 6 men. One of them was holding a beautiful girl with purple-black hair and eyes of the same color. It was noticeable in her eyes that she had cried a lot when she saw how 5 men kept beating a boy with reddish-black hair in such a brutal way. He was terribly ill, covered in cuts and bruises all over his body, blood dripping like sweat. But he stood strong because of his unwavering willpower to protect the person he loved so much. They had the misfortune that on an outing with friends, a group of depraved men had fixed their gaze on the purple-eyed girl and taken her to an alley in order to do very indecent things to her. He did not limit himself to observing that they disrespected his friend, and regardless of the fact that they outnumbered him, he confronted those disgusting humans. Cuts, blows, and insults did not stop him from fighting against them, but as expected, he had lost. She had told him to leave her to go and stay safe, but he wouldn't leave her alone, especially not in a situation like this. He wasn't an ordinary person who prioritized his own well-being, a rather selfish idea, of course not. For him, she was the most important thing he had, and he always looked out for her no matter what because she inspired him to want to be someone, to be a hero, to be her hero. You'll have to kill me, you idiot, if you want to get to her. Tanjiro, please shut up. The girl shouted, filled with pain. It'll be a pleasure, you damn dog. One of the men said, pulling out and loading a pistol. Please don't shoot him. I'll do what you came for without any complaint, the dark-haired woman said in a broken voice as she placed her hands on her shirt, slowly beginning to unbutton it. Finally, you cooperate, kitten, said the very unpleasant man who was holding her captive, kissing her porcelain cheeks. He received a severe blow to the head, temporarily leaving him unable to move his body. 2 men held him down so the other 4 could have fun with the girl. He wept blood as he was forced to watch helplessly as his Shinobu was roughly groped by men. Why is the world so cruel? Why do good people always end up suffering when they don't deserve it? Was it some kind of punishment? Everything is based on the stereotype that the strong will always humiliate the weak. He forced his hands and feet to move, but they wouldn't react. He was a weakling who would always lose to others. I recommend listening to it to get some context. Tanjiro remembers something. In life, we were all weak from the moment we were born into this world, but unfortunately, one becomes strong in very bad ways by trampling on the dreams of others and humiliating them. That's a very bad ideology. Always keep in mind that the true strength and ideology of a hero comes from facing your fears, not from pretending you're not afraid of anything, from protecting those you love, from always getting back up even when the situation denies you the chance. and above all, from having a great, humble heart. You are my greatest pride, my dear son, so push your limits and go plus ultra. With love, your father Yoriichi Tsujikuni tells you this. Now I understood why good people suffered more than others, and that was because they would be the ones who would enjoy it much more. An intense rainbow energy began to circulate throughout his body. The world had been so hard on him, but now he would be rewarded with the greatest power in the world, and that would be to be son for all, protecting those weak who needed the strong son for all. Rainbow flashes emanated from the boy's body, his pupils and irises disappeared. I caught the attention of all the men who, not knowing what it was, reacted and tried again to subdue the boy. Very bad decision, idiots. 1%. The witty-eyed boy had entered a state of rage, knocking out and slowly torturing each of the men for what they had done to the girl with bright purple eyes. Apologize, you bastard. She had one of the men, the one who had given the girl that disgusting kiss on her lap, slowly twisting his wrist, threatening to crush her. The repulsive man tried to push her off, but she kicked him hard, knocking him unconscious. Tanjiro, that's enough, Shinobu said, somewhat dazed by what had just happened to her. Not until that bastard apologizes. I twisted my wrist more tightly. Say it. The man's teeth could no longer bear it, and between stammers he tried to say what he had been told. She possessed a heart as noble as his and ran to his aid. She approached and hugged the red-eyed boy. You don't have to prove anything to me, the fact that you stayed with me is enough. She gently stroked his cheek. Even though she would now have to live with such a profound trauma, she looked at the boy with great emotion, letting her feelings speak through their first kiss. He emerged from his rage and allowed himself to be overcome by her love. While they were consummating their relationship, he was forced to break it off because he had taken off his shirt and sweatshirt and put them on her. You're so cute, Tanjiro, she looked sadly at the ground as the boy zipped up his garment. Come on, we need to get the police, Tanjiro said, now very serious, extending his hand to help her up. From that moment on, everything had changed for him. Present. Wipe that idiotic grin off your face. Smash. He felt very motivated by that little memory, and in a swift movement he got up again and threw another powerful punch at the demon's face. Half-Realma Piercer. Before the attack could reach her face, the tentacles grabbed her arm while the red-eyed one created another electric sphere. A large mass of black matter enveloped her, and to top it all off, tentacles embedded themselves in her chest. The Slayer stood with one leg bent while his bowed head covered his hair. I'll say it 1,000 times, a pathetic human like you will never be able to defeat me. Your attacks are useless and your lightning was absorbed by my darkness. You have no chance. Do you understand that, Slayer? Well, if they want to live in the moment, they should definitely make it happen. What? A swift and inescapable gust of wind struck the demon's chest, forcing him back. Sun for all, full cowl 50%. You say my attacks have no effect on you, and who decided that? The killer got up again despite his injuries. You say you absorbed my lightning, and who decided that? His left hand, where his attack rested, began to glow and increase in size and power as it consumed the darkness. I never saw him attack me. Who is this damned human? His power is incredibly high, even higher than before, Asgrimful said in surprise, observing the powerful aura and imposing presence emanating from the demon slayer. Now, cruel Volt, I'm the only one who decides. Die, Wuowalia. With great power, the slayer threw the gigantic electric sphere, hitting the demon point-blank, who went flying from there. The young man with fiery eyes shouted as he directed the attack to get him as far away from the city as possible. SLAYERRRRRR. Those were the last words of the rank 1 demon New Moon as it disappeared from the Slayer's sight. I let out a huge sigh of relief. It had been a while since I'd used my power like this, but I had to get back to Shinobu quickly. She was sure to be very worried. Now the question is, where did I leave my backpack? That's where my arithmetic homework comes in. Look at you. Lose, they're just a few small bumps. Dance preparations. It's been 2 days since I faced that demon, my body aches considerably, and having used Sun for all at 50%, I'm lucky that my bones are strong enough to withstand all that power. I need to get changed. I have to go back to school now. 2 days ago, far away, along with Kanao, Kanny, and a large crowd of people, I saw intense lights and explosions erupting between Tanjiro and the demon until what appeared to be a large meteor streaked across the dark sky. I wonder what happened, Kanao said as she watched the great mass of light disappear. That doesn't matter now. What matters now is where Tanjiro is, that he's all right, Kanny said nervously, but Shinobu's hand on her shoulder caught her attention. Tanjiro is very strong, don't worry, I smiled reassuringly. A wave of smoke covered the silhouette of what appeared to be the hero with a bright, burning red eye. The Thunder Slayer. They couldn't feel fear or awe when they saw him. He was. Tanjiro, Kenny approached to hug the reddish-brown-haired man who emerged from the thick smoke, and he nervously reciprocated his friend's gesture. Shinobu couldn't help but feel a little jealous when she saw that, so to hide it she joined the hug. "This deserves a picture," Kano said, pulling out her cell phone. "I'll have to tell the teachers you won't be able to go to school tomorrow." The Fuchsied girl hesitated, slightly blushing, as she wrapped one of the Crimsonid boy's large, marked, poisoned arms in bandages. "So you got caught in the middle of the Slayer's fight with the demon," he said in the same state as his older sister Kano, wrapping his other arm around her. "Yes, there was a poor puppy there, and I had to save it." The teenager with the Hanafuda earrings bit his lip to vent his pain. "In the state you're in, I think it'll be at least 2 days, the dark-haired woman with purple hair said, blushing deeply as she wrapped her arms around his prominent, well-built body. Feeling his powerful back as well as his strong abs and pecs made her melt inside. "And you already had these?" she asked, referring to the 4 imposing deep scars that ran across his chest. "Yes," Kamado replied. "I had an accident some time ago, but I'd rather not talk about it now." "Okay." The Tsuyuri sisters agreed to guide Kocho on those school days when Kamado would be absent recovering. That would be good for her so she could get to know the school environment on her own. At the moment, "I left wearing my Thursday report, a cream sweater, a green tie, a white shirt, and light brown striped pants. I was running a little late, so I started to pick up the pace. Sun for all, full cal 5%. She shouldn't be late for gym class." I arrived at school. I was seriously a little tired, but that wasn't the main focus anymore when I saw all the commotion at the academy. And now what? I walked over and saw a rather strange board that described candidates for king and queen of the school dance, as well as a large banner and signs saying, "The Kyoto Academy Dance in 15 days. What? I had forgotten about the dance. Prom king candidate ranking table. To be eligible, 4 traits were considered: appearance, personality, academic achievements, and popularity. Winners, regardless of their grade level, first, second, and third, had the right to perform a long dance sequence with each other and receive their respective crowns. Men. 1. Takamai Riho, 3rd grade. Votes 1659. 2. Kamado Tanjiro, 2nd grade. Votes 1407. 3. Tomioka Jiu, 3rd grade. Votes 1320. 4. Shinazugawa Sanmi, 3rd grade. Votes 1300. 5. Rengoku Kyojuro, 3rd grade. Votes 1253. 6. Iguro Obanai, 3rd grade. Votes 1119. Women. 1. Kocho Shinobu, 2nd grade. Votes 1777. 2. Shabana Ume, 3rd grade. Votes 1699. 3. Tsuyuri Kani, 3rd grade. Votes 1541. 4. Kenroji Mitsuri, 2nd grade. Votes 1522. 5. Tsuyuri Kano, 2nd grade. Votes 1486. 6. Kanzaki Ai, 2nd grade. Votes 1472. Seriously, not again. You all know I can't dance. I yelled at the top of my lungs. I didn't need to look down to see how they were starting to feel embarrassed for me. There you are, Tanjiro. A beautiful teenager with large violet eyes approached and hugged her. You're feeling better now. I was until I saw the rankings for king and queen of the prom. I forgot the school dance is in a few days, the red-haired boy said grumpily. You can say that again. When I arrived, a huge crowd greeted me and started proclaiming me the queen of the dance. I'm really not interested in that. I just want to have a nice time with you, Shinobu said sheepishly, causing Tanjiro to blush slightly. Well, the teenager with the sun earrings stammered. This cute act touched the teenager with the butterfly brooch. Here comes Riho. A large crowd of excited female students watched the boy's entrance. Here comes Ume. A large crowd of excited students watched the girl's entrance. There was no denying that the teenager was very handsome in everyone's eyes, with long hair like sunbeams and beautiful eyes the same shade as a rainbow. He was the most handsome boy in the academy, Riho Takamai. He was accompanied by a beautiful teenage girl with long hair as white as snow and large, beautiful emerald eyes. She was Ume Shabana, the platonic love of all the students. The pair of boys stopped in front of the OTP of the author of this story. Seriously, don't mess with me. That guy who got me into this place turned out to be a student at this school. I hate him. Apparently she wasn't the only one. Tanjiro's saddened and nervous state abruptly changed to one of rage and hatred. How are you, my precious butterfly? When I found out you had returned from your trip, my heart couldn't help but beat for you, the blonde man said, slightly blushing. I felt his hand caress my cheek. I forced a smile as a large vein stood out on my forehead. I already stopped. Remember the rules of the Kamado dance. Any relationships the contestants have will be forced to end. And the first and second place winners have the right to go on dates until the dance begins. Rainbow Eyes spoke angrily. Tanjiro, the albino girl, spoke nervously. a slight blush creeping into her cheeks as she held his hand. My brother recommended a really good restaurant to me. Would you like to go with me next Friday night? He was backed into a corner, which is why he always hated that dance the school organized, as he was forced to do things he didn't want to do, so he had no choice but to accept her date. I'll take you to my parents' luxurious mansion next Friday so you can meet them, Riho said, smiling. Because of the words he had already said, I had no choice, so I had to agree as well. The blonde man slowly stroked her chin while inside she was dying of disgust. Very well then, I'll see you tomorrow, my dear queen. Goodbye, Tanji. She was more skillful and placed a kiss on the dark-haired man's cheek. The boys left, leaving the Tanji-Shino duo with a bad taste in their mouths. Why is he like this with me? How unpleasant, and why is she like this with you? I quickly spoke up as Tanjiro turned his back on me. He's your ex-boyfriend, the scarlet-eyed man said dryly. What? Just imagining that my version from this timeline was her boyfriend makes my stomach churn and makes me want to throw up. There was a time when you and I ended our relationship, so you became Takamai's girlfriend during that time, which is why she's insisting so much that you get back together, Kamato added in the same tone, and well, she's mostly her best friend who has feelings for me. Upon receiving the explanation for his answer, he longed to return to his world. Both young people prayed to heaven that this day would not end, as the following days would be very difficult for them both. The sports festive. Tanjiro had left for school very early, leaving me alone. The good thing is that Kani, Mitsuri, and Kanao had joined me, which helped a lot because today would be the first day I would have to put up with that hateful scarecrow-haired guy. What are you thinking about, Shinobu? Asked a black-haired girl with lilac eyes. Is this because of the king and queen of the school dance competition? A pink-haired girl with green eyes asked. The intrusive questions from my new friends helped reduce my stress a little because of that jerk Doma. I think I could survive that with them. A little. I just imagined Tanjiro would be in first place. As you know, the five of us have been very close friends since middle school and we know him very well. He's a sweetheart, so kind, so noble, and so handsome that we were surprised he didn't qualify as a candidate for king, although it was to be expected since he, you, Mitsuri, and Kanao are all first years, Kani explained. From what I understand, Riho is very popular with all the girls in school, but he never paid any attention to them until you came along. Although you should know that very well since he's your ex-boyfriend, Mitsuri commented. The trip affected me so much that it made me forget things that don't matter to me. Seriously, what went through my mind in this universe to become that idiot's girlfriend? What are they saying about Shabana? She was burning with jealousy when Shinobu became the new queen of the academy and Tanjiro's girlfriend, Kanao said, becoming the center of Kocho's attention. She's in love with Tanjiro, isn't she? You can say that again, it was love at first sight. I was always looking for him in the cafeteria after class, inviting him to watch her cheerleading practice. I even tried to convince Principal Tamyo to give you her locker, Kani replied matter-of-factly. I just hope the sports festival starts soon, Mitsuri said excitedly, suddenly changing the subject. You're only saying that because you want to see handsome guys covered in sweat, said the lilac-eyed girl with a mischievous tone. What's so strange about that? The green-eyed girl replied, feigning annoyance and pouting. Sports festival. That trip really affected you. The sports festival is a tournament between the candidates for the title of school dance king, Kani explained. All the participants gather for a battle royal. The school provides them with equipment, and only 16 of them can advance to the next phase, which is a qualifier. And I think it's actually about to start, Kenroji said excitedly. Throughout the conversation the four girls were having, they had arrived at Kyoto Academy, and in the field area, everything was decorated for the school's second biggest celebration. Since this falls under the category of a class, we should go put on our gym clothes, instructed the fuchsia-haired brunette towards the changing rooms. The gym uniform is the same tracksuit that Jiu wears in Kaimsu Academy, only the women's pants are cut to the knees and in the style of BNHA. It was very difficult to find a seat in the stands as it was packed with excited students shouting in unison for the intense battle that was about to break out. For some strange reason, I'm carrying some cheerleader pom-poms that Mitsuri gave me. The question is why this way? The voice of a young woman with sapphire eyes caught the attention of the quartet. There was free space for them to sit down. Thank you, Ai, Kanao said sweetly as she handed her friend a couple of pom-poms. They've arrived at a perfect time. The principal is giving her speech to kick off the tournament, the blue-eyed girl added. And for all these reasons, we begin the 34th edition of the sports festival. A beautiful woman with lavender eyes spoke, handing the microphone to a man with similar eyes. As you know, our ancestors bequeathed to us the concept of breathing techniques, and we hold this tournament in part in their memory. His distinctive, calm voice was a delight to everyone's ears. You already know the rules of the event. The participants have 3 belts in their possession, either black or white. Each person must obtain 3 belts of the opposite color to the one they were assigned. Points will be added or subtracted depending on how many belts they have after obtaining the 3 opposite ones, as well as how quickly they obtain them. We focused on a certain reddish-brown-haired man who was finishing tying one of the black ribbons on his forehead while the other 2 rested on his neck. The advantage he had was his powerful thunder-breathing style, although very limited since he shouldn't attract attention. Ready? You can do it, Tanjiro. Certain voices made her turn her head. Not far away, her friends Ai, Kanao, Kani, and Mitsuri were cheering her on and waving those big pom-poms, but her eyes only mattered to Shinobu, who could only look away, a little sad. Begin. Tanjiro flashback. I left the apartment early because I planned to register for the sports festival tournament. My goal was to get enough votes to at least tie with Takamai. I always hated the idiot who came up with those rules. It's just a damn dance. Why did they have to break up relationships and force students to interact with each other? Anyway, there will be time for my outbursts of anger later. For now, I needed to focus on leaving Shinobu's breakfast so I could go register in peace. At the moment. She avoided looking at me. It was most likely Takamai's fault. I'll tear that guy to pieces. Well, I needed to concentrate and breathe since Vice Principal Yubayashiki had started the fight. Breathe. My heart began to beat more strongly and the veins in my arms began to stand out slightly. Kamado. A group of students were coming for me, and it was not to be expected since the 3 who had the most votes were therefore worth more, so I was the target of many. I moved very quickly. Their arms couldn't even touch the ribbons I have around my neck, and in a quick movement of my hands I managed to get them off me. Although I could easily snatch their ribbons, I cared more about the Takamai, so I had to get to him quickly. Kamado has managed to take down 6 in an instant. He was very fast, and thanks to my Slayer sense I quickly managed to find Takamai, who was getting out of a situation similar to mine. Shinazugawa has taken on Tomioka. There was a large crowd of students blocking me from him, and without wasting any time I slipped under their legs and reached him. Rengoku has obtained 2 black belts. I observed it and noticed that it already had a strip adjacent to the white color it had. Kamado has decided to confront Takamai. Well, Kamado, what brings you here? The false cheerful tone of his words did not fool the reddish-haired black man. You know very well why I've come to fight for what is mine. I stood firm as I assumed a fighting stance. Be realistic for once in your life. You've never been able to beat me and you never will, Riho replied coldly, also in a fighting stance. Kamado's fiery scarlet eyes against Takamai's cold rainbow eyes, a confrontation that was necessary for the 2 of them, 2 rivals who had something in common, and that was Shinobu Kocho. Defeat. A small cloud of dust rose behind Tanjiro from the speed with which he had launched himself at Riho. With plenty of time to spare, he had blocked Riho's arm, preventing him from grabbing one of his ribbons. Not bad at all. Compared to 2 years ago, you've improved enormously, Riho said, throwing the boy's arm away, who, incredulous at the quick reaction, stepped back a little. Now it was his turn and he lunged at Tanjiro, who managed to prevent him from grabbing the headband with a backflip. I'm very surprised by your enormous progress, but I'm only just getting started. I was astonished. Even though my breathing was far superior to everyone else's, he effortlessly matched me and I might even say surpassed me. The fact that sunlight was now present meant only one thing. Sun for all status before ultimate, 1%. The power of Sun for all began to unconsciously course through my body, though at a much lower level since I was now using my breath to block much of its power. So I had to concentrate on the SFA and on Riho, who, seeing my somewhat distracted state, tried again to snatch another headband from me. Takamai has unsuccessfully tried to obtain the tapes from Kamado, who seems very distracted right now. I slapped myself trying to snap out of it, and boy did I succeed, because my face already hurts. Fueled by that amazing stimulating power, I looked around for Takamai, but where was she? My Slayer sense. I quickly dropped to the ground, preventing him from snatching them away again as his grip was behind my back. I took advantage of the situation and with a swift foot sweep managed to knock him down. Amazing. Kamado has managed to get one of the belts. I had him at my mercy. I wasn't going to boast, and I went after the other 2 ribbons I was missing. But the rapid ejection from his legs made me retreat. That's what I get for being overconfident, Riho said while holding one of my tapes. But how? Holy shit. When did he do that? His speed is absurd. Is he playing with me? Sun for all status before ultimate, 2%. I gritted my teeth and went after him again, my speed constantly increasing now with the goal of snatching another tape from him. Like bullets being fired, Kamado and Takamai went at each other with utter ferocity. Hatred coursed through their veins. The rapid grabs, kicks, and shoves captivated the students. You'll get tired soon, exclaimed the rainbowed teenager who, with a swift expulsion from the palm of his hands, managed to snatch away the oxygen. Like you said, it's just getting started. My stomach hurt a lot, along with my right arm. I was having a lot of trouble breathing, and that was very bad for me because if I lose focus. Don't fall asleep. Riho attacked again, but this time Tanjiro looked very tired and with great effort managed to avoid the attack. He didn't know why he felt this way, as if some of his energy had suddenly left him. "I'll take what's mine." The blonde-haired youth placed his foot on the shoulder of the young man with black-dyed hair. His breathing was ragged and his eyes were spinning. "Come on, Tanjiro, don't give up. I just placed a bet and I don't think I'll get my money back." Listening to my friend Mitsuri's peculiar motivational style, along with Kanao and Kanni's encouraging shouts, helped me regain my lost focus. I was going to say the same thing. Sun for all status before ultimate, 4%. Incredible, both TAKMAI and KMADO MANAGD to remove their bans at the same time. Victory for TAKMAI RH. The first to qualify. I could no longer fight for first place, so I had to move quickly to secure second. I weaved through the crowd, avoiding being taken from my last ribbon. My priority was finding Tomioka. I still can't believe I lost when I had everything in my favor with my lightning breathing. My speed is far superior to that of a normal human, but I still don't understand how he surpassed me, being just an ordinary human, and more importantly, why I had that strange, draining sensation of my SFA that made me feel so weak. It feels awful. There you are. I recognize that ponytail. It belongs to my friend Jiwoo. I know this is cruel, watching him fight a group of students and even manage to snatch one of his headbands. I'll make it up to you with a plate of braised salmon with daikon. KAMADO TANJRO qualifies second. Second place again. "You did great, Tanjiro," I heard Kanni's voice say. She was with Kanao and Mitsuri. They were beaming, and seeing Shinobu wasn't with them lifted my spirits. "Where's Shinobu?" You see, Riho, I'm taking her out to eat," so I silenced her with my finger. "That's all I wanted to know, thanks." They started looking at me in a very suspicious way. I had to turn my head because I knew what was coming. "You're jealous." The three girls shouted playfully. "Of course not, I just wanted to know where he was. That's all." I scratched the back of my neck, a little embarrassed. Because yes, I was very jealous that my Shinobu was with him. "I don't see anything wrong with you being like this because of Shinobu. I even think it's sweet that you care about her." Mitsuri maintained a calm smile. "You know very well that you can get more points than you have these past 2 weeks. "Mitsuri's right about that," Kanao chimed in. "I know these 2 weeks without her might feel like a long time, but think of it as a break and use it to analyze Shinobu's new attitude." The topic they'd brought up was very delicate. She couldn't tell them that, and it was quite obvious and striking that her personality contrasted so sharply with the Shinobu they knew before. She had to change the subject quickly. "And AI. She said she had to go see Anasuk, but don't change the subject, this is important." I sighed. I just can't understand how women find the strength to have such long conversations without getting bored. Is it some kind of power they have to gossip? But anyway, they're my friends and I love them very much. Each one helped me through a difficult time in my life. They were, so to speak, my 3 younger sisters. I couldn't help but remember my youngest sister Nezuko and my other siblings. "Oh, you're just reopening old wounds." Since school was already over, I had the responsibility of driving each of the girls home. Something I didn't take the time to explain to Shinobu was that here we were allowed to rent houses as if it were a private gated community. Well, what do you expect from the most prestigious school in all of Tokyo, where only the smartest or the wealthiest could study? I should listen to Mitsuri. I always spent time with Shinobu, and even though I don't like it, it would be good for me to get along better with them. "What are you thinking about, Tanjiro?" Mitsuri asked, playing with her braids as she turned to look at me. "Nothing, I'm just thinking about the tournament. That's all." I habitually put my hands in my pants pockets. "I was wondering if you'd like to go to the movies with me this Saturday." Her calm voice suddenly changed to a nervous one, as her cheeks flushed slightly red. "Well, my date with Ume is next Saturday, so that sounds good. Will Kano and Kanni be coming with us?" And I got my answer when I saw her shake her head no. "Kanni and Kana are going to their parents' house for the weekend. Shinobu will be with, well, you know, so I'll be alone and bored." I was wondering if we could do something together, just the 2 of us. "Okay, then I promise we'll go out on Saturday." I had a very special affection for her. I stroked her hair and gave her a small smile. In what appeared to be an impulsive act, the young woman took his arm as she looked up. To others, they might have seemed like a cute and beautiful student couple, but in reality an old feeling had stirred in the mind of the girl with emerald eyes. The perfect couple. It's been 3 days since I started living through this nauseating situation. Having this annoying, jealous guy around for such a short time made me question my own life. Coming home late from school was becoming a habit because that idiot Doma, I don't give a damn what his name is here, was always by my side. If he could, he wouldn't even let me sleep. I maintained my disinterest, but inside I was sad. I hadn't even been in this dimension for a few weeks. Thinking I'd spend the time here when he couldn't be with me, what a stupid idea. Even though we're separated both physically and emotionally, Tanjiro is still incredibly loving. He makes me breakfast and dinner, buys me clothes, and all sorts of things he thinks will be useful to me as a woman. He's so sweet and thoughtful that it makes my heart beat even faster for him and fuels my longing to be together again. I was in literature class right now, brainstorming ideas for my essay in which I had to tell a short story. I needed to convey a dramatic feeling in that one page. I bit the pencil. Ideas, I've got it. I said in a low but very excited voice. The moment had arrived. I had to read my story. I was a little nervous, afraid it might be too cheesy, but I had already written it. There was no time to delete it. Kocho begins. My teacher's instructions told me to start recounting what I had written. I sighed. She, the princess, looked very sad. Her beloved knight, without any fear, gave his life and body for her well-being, knowing that she should have died at that moment. The feeling of sadness and pain followed her in her dreams, robbing her of them because she could not confess her feelings to the deceased man she loved. She limited herself to smiling and showing her feelings, living submerged in the jaws of darkness until an opportunity presented itself. Thanks to a sorcerer's enchantment, she was able to enter a world different from the one she knew. Everything was strange and confusing until... Her heart pounded wildly, wanting to burst from her chest, and the tears trapped behind her eyelashes confirmed something she didn't want to believe him. She held her sword with grace, her thick hair framing her face. Despite wearing a helmet, her radiant, all-encompassing eyes once again stirred that warm and beautiful feeling called love. Without wasting any more time, the princess gave him a warm embrace, which he gladly returned, for she was the one he loved so much. But all was not happiness, for the princess's fiancé demanded her hand in marriage. It was frowned upon for a knight to have any relationship with the princess he was meant to protect, so he painfully had to watch his beloved leave with her fiancé, knowing that he was a great monster who only sought to separate them, preventing their happiness. What will the princess do now? Finalize. It wasn't long before my classmates started applauding me, but I didn't care about that. I only cared about Tanjiro. He looked at me and I ended up getting lost in those beautiful eyes, as intense as the sun and as beautiful as a ruby. His sad gaze broke my heart. It reminded me of my Tanjiro, so innocent and sweet, who, despite carrying many misfortunes, always maintained his beautiful smile. Kocho, are you? Yes, it's just that the story touched my heart. That's all. I was grateful that the teacher had called me out because I was holding back tears. I believe you when you say your story touched everyone's hearts, and the teacher was right, since practically the entire class was comically crying. Okay, you have 10. The sound of the doorbell began to ring, and as expected, a certain unpleasant person was waiting for me leaning against the doorframe. Hello, my love, the young man with golden hair spoke in a tone that feigned happiness. I already told you not to call me that, got it. You and I are nothing, I'm just following that stupid rule, I said irritably as I packed some of my books in my backpack, leaving a few for my locker. My classmates approached him and he began to revel in the compliments he received as if I cared. What did catch my attention though was Tanjiro leaving the room with Mitsuri. Can we go now? I have to go to history class in 10 minutes. Oh, of course, my beloved butterfly. The vein in my forehead bulged, and with a very strong grip I violently yanked his arm. I'm leaving, you know how jealous my girlfriend is. Stop saying I'm your girlfriend, I confronted him. What are you saying? We're the perfect couple, just look at us, the most popular and desired students in the entire academy, Takamai replied calmly. That doesn't mean we absolutely have to be boyfriend and girlfriend. That's a really stupid argument. I raised my voice in annoyance. This unconscious act caught the attention of a large number of students. You look so beautiful when you're angry, Riho said very softly, taking her chin in his hand. Hey, what are you doing? An unexpected kiss between Riho and Shinobu occurred. At first she tried to push it away, but after a few moments she strangely began to enjoy it. Upon seeing this supposedly romantic scene, the students began to congratulate the beautiful couple. But a certain teenager who previously possessed eyes like an intense fire was forced to extinguish them with the bitter tears that began to flow from him upon seeing that scene. The young woman with purple eyes pulled away with a deep blush from the lips of the young man with rainbow eyes and unexpectedly grabbed his neck to kiss him again while crossing her arms around his neck. Tanjiro. Mitsuri, who was just then talking with Tanjiro, saw the scene with her friend and burned with anger, but she had to restrain herself due to her concern for what her friend had seen, so she went after him. My heart was broken. Shit, you betrayed me too. I ran as fast as I could, trying to escape as far away as possible, wanting to flee from the same fate I had to live through a year ago, but no matter how hard one tries, one cannot escape the past. I arrived at a place only I knew. It was so dark and gloomy, adorned only by rocks and a large stream of water perfect for me. I sat down and let the tears flow like this water. I couldn't expect anything less from the girl who broke up with me a year ago because she'd fallen in love with that jerk. I wanted to kill myself. I know it's my responsibility to protect Tokyo from demons, since this power I acquired 3 years ago allowed me to do so. There was once a great sage who said, "With great power comes great responsibility," but I was also tired of dealing with it, always knowing I wasn't emotionally stable. Now that I think about it, I have my Nichiren sword in my backpack, but damn it, I didn't bring it with me. I hate everything, I hate everyone. A new guest. A strange organism stealthily approached Kamado. I sense the presence of a demon. The boy momentarily set aside his depressed state and began to look around for the supposed demonic being, but he found nothing. Perhaps my slayer sense is failing me. He decided it was better to throw stones into the stream, so he started gathering the rocks and throwing them in. I need to fix that portal as quickly as possible so I can send her back to her dimension now. The organism was quick and advanced over the stones, already very close. I'll dedicate the weekend to repairing that machine. He ran out of stones and proceeded to take more. He kept taking them, but a stone of a peculiar obsidian black hue caught his eye, and without thinking he grabbed it. It's quite a striking stone, he said, observing it. Tanjiro knew you were here. The voice of her dear emeralded friend caught her attention. Ag. He felt a strange pricking in his left hand, the one holding the peculiar rock. When he examined it, he noticed nothing unusual, only that the rock no longer had that black hue, it had returned to a grayish color. Is something wrong? The concerned tone of voice of the beautiful teenager with braided hair slightly eased his great anger and latent hatred. It's nothing, I just wanted to vent a little, but I'm fine now. The boy gave her a small smile that relieved her. Great, you don't have to be discouraged by that, life goes on. You look much better when you smile. The two young people were standing very close together, she with a deep blush and he very nervous. Okay, we'd better go. I need to train for the qualifiers. He pulled away with great embarrassment and began to walk quickly. She followed him and inadvertently took his hand. Corrupt. My head hurts a lot, could it be a migraine? Either way, I don't feel very well. I took a bath. Maybe the cool water would help with my headache. I grabbed the shampoo and started lathering my hair. Mitsuri asked me to pick her up yesterday, so I shouldn't be any longer than I already was. The image of Shinobu and her beautiful smile haunted me. I had to forget her. She had betrayed me with that damned Takamai. I clenched my fists and slammed the door hard. Tanjiro. That beautiful, delicate voice was a poison that had slowly seeped into me. I turned around and there was Shinobu, flashing me a wide smile. You really dare act like nothing happened after what you did to me. What do you want? I just wanted to know how you were, that's all, replied the young Kocho calmly. What, that idiot Takamai let you talk to me? Please don't call him that, and yes, he allowed me to come and talk to you. He said that perhaps he was too harsh and jealous, Shinobu replied. Jealous? Wait, is he your boyfriend? Yes, the purple-eyed girl smiled very sweetly. His already badly wounded heart had officially been broken. Come on, kill her, she deserves it, I know you want to. Good for you. An intense thirst for blood began to course through him. He held on as best he could and got out of there. Most likely he would end up killing her and himself. I felt awful, like I was rotting from the inside out. I felt so weak, but that was no excuse not to go after Mitsuri. I knocked on the door and after a few moments she came out, but when she saw me she looked very worried. Tanjiro, what's wrong now? She asked, very worried. It's nothing, I just think I have a slight fever, that's all, I said, struggling to maintain a smile. Then we'll see what I can give you. The young woman with braided hair took the boy inside her house, laid him down on one of her armchairs and then went to the kitchen. Everything is so boring, I'd better devour that girl. Hey, that voice, where's it coming from? Hey you, where are you? Answer me. Well, I think this will be enough to keep you going. Until classes are over. Kanroji had returned with some pills, as well as some things that would allow her to reduce Kamado's fever. The girl tied her hair in a ponytail and rolled up the sleeves of her uniform. She opened her mouth and proceeded to give her the medication, then waited a short time before placing an ice pack on her head. And why is she doing that to you? Honestly, this isn't helping me, but it was such a sweet gesture from Mitsuri that it made me smile. Do you feel better? Yes, thank you very much. Tell me the truth so I can ask permission to stay and take care of you, the girl said, touching his cheek. You're still very hot. I look fine on the outside, but I feel much better on the inside. Thank you so much for taking care of me. I stood up and sat down. I felt very dizzy and my vision was blurry. I couldn't tell if I was Mitsuri or Shinobu. I opted for the latter and I moved closer until I was very close to her lips. Tanjiro, what are you doing? Mitsuri said nervously, trying to move away, but Tanjiro's hand on her waist prevented her. You belong only to me. In an instinctive act, the red-eyed boy stole a kiss from the green-eyed girl. Like a great predator, Kamado let his hands take over and one of them began to caress her breasts. Tanjiro. Mitsuri moaned as a deep blush spread across her face. She knew this side of Tanjiro, but she had to return to reality before everything ended like last time. Tell me who you belong to. Tanjiro said in a commanding voice as he roughly caressed Mitsuri's chest. Ah, only you, ah, I'm yours, ah, the pink-haired young woman spoke between moans. That's what I wanted to hear, Tanjiro said as he slipped his tongue into that lustful kiss. Mitsuri wanted to be consumed by desire and pleasure, but finally she reacted and with a quick push got Tanjiro off of her. What's wrong with you, Tanjiro? Mitsuri said angrily as she slapped him hard. Damn, just when I was about to discover something interesting about this human. The blow he had just received had made him react, and not only that, his fever headache had vanished. What was that punch for? Tanjiro asked again, aware of his surroundings as he touched his cheek. Please leave my house, Mitsuri said seriously as she opened the door for him. He couldn't understand what had happened, so he left the house. Behind him, he heard a loud slam of the door. Why was Mitsuri upset? I had already missed some classes, so I needed to pick up the pace. Sun for all, full cal 1%. What was that? I turned around and started looking for where the scream came from, but again there was nothing. Since this morning, I've felt like someone is following me. When I get back from school, I'll make time to do some research. After all, tomorrow is Friday. Sun for all, full cal 2%. Stop it now. Shit, where are you? I turned around again, that damn voice. You're not letting me properly perform the symbiosis, damn it. Stop using that shit. What? A strange being made of what appeared to be a very dark liquid began to emerge from Kamado's body. With large, hideous fangs, the liquid began to form what looked like a blade of dark matter, and filled with hatred, it was about to strike him, but Sun for all, full cal 50%, the boy pushed the SFA to its limit. The energy within his body began to burn from the inside. Like a blazing sun, the darkness inside him began to incinerate under the tremendous heat unleashed. I don't know what kind of filth you are or why you were inside me, but now I've reduced you to nothing, Tanjiro said calmly, now that he knew what had possibly made him feel bad that morning. I think that was the worst way for us to meet. What the hell? Once again, that dark entity emerged from his body, but now with a much less terrifying appearance. Sun for all, full cal 50%. Kamado had activated the SFA again, but this time nothing had happened. It won't work on you again, I admit it. Your power is so infinitely powerful that it managed to destroy 99% of my original cells, but this 1% was able to achieve symbiosis. It was able to adapt to the basis of your genetic code, and therefore I am able to resist your power and sunlight. What the hell? Get out of my body. Seriously, this day is too weird. I don't want to. You're a perfect host. You're tall, you're muscular, and you wield the greatest power in this world, a power that all demons dream of possessing someday. What? You won't achieve anything with that, I said angrily as I tried to hit him, but my fist had passed right through the. Look, I'm not the same person I was a few moments ago. Now I want to get along with you. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'm going to trust a demon? I can help you with many things. Like what? I felt a strange sensation deep inside my body. My body temperature rose so high that I could feel an egg cooking in the palm of my hand, but then I felt it drop back to my normal temperature. What did you do? The core of your solar power had a crack, and as a result, energy was unconsciously leaking into your body. If you didn't understand, that caused your body temperature to rise. I've already repaired it, and from what I saw, someone tried to drain that energy. Well, it seems I have no choice with you. I suppose I should thank you for that, but since you're inside me, that's negated. What choice did I have? I can't make this thing come out of me. All this has me very tired. I'm going to recharge my batteries. Hey, wait, you have a lot of things to explain to me. The boy was lucky that everyone was at school at that moment, because if they saw him, they would think he was crazy for talking to himself. Black chewing gum. It was Friday, a week before the school dance began. It was time for Kamado to prepare for his upcoming battles against the 16 other contestants. He was walking alone down the street. He needed to clear things up with Kanroji. So you're saying you're a demon symbiote? Yes, I am an organism that was created from Asgrimful's remains, but I am not exactly him, so I don't correspond to his name. Okay, so something to describe you. The first time I saw you, you looked like some kind of black bubblegum, so I think I'll call you Akugamu, the typical normal conversation between a boy and his demonic parasite. Akugamu means black gums. I understand we now have a symbiosis, but exactly where do you feed from? I asked Akugamu. I feed mainly on vital energy, but I found a better alternative, and that is consuming the infinite energy of your solar core. So with all that energy, there won't be any room for dessert, Tanjiro said as he opened his chocolate wrapper. Wouldn't you like some? No, that might be toxic to my health. Come on, everyone likes chocolate, Tanjiro smiled as he took a bite of the sweet treat. you're missing out. Curiosity got the better of the symbiote. Seeing its host enjoy the treat caused it to materialize its head, which had an appearance somewhere between a phoenix and a dragon hybrid. Akugamo's formal appearance is the same as Fumikage Takagami's dark shadow quirk. So you made up your mind. From the side of his backpack he took out a chocolate bar, opened it, and offered it to the symbiote. Enjoy. Still uncertain, the demon brought his fangs closer and with a slight bite swallowed the candy. How is this? Asked the teenager with crimson eyes. Chocolate. If the symbiote was a madman, it would have swallowed the rest of the candy. The flavor was so damn exquisite that it ended up stealing Tanjiro's chocolate. Hey, that was mine, the reddish-brown-haired man shouted angrily. Whatever you say, but you have to get me more. You'll have to wait until I get to school. There are vending machines there that sell them, Tanjiro said as he continued walking toward school. No, I can't wait that long, I need more. Akugamo wrapped his black compound around the legs of the teenager with the scar on his forehead, and acquiring a brutal speed, he was forced to arrive at school early for the first time. A few minutes later, inside the janitor's office. I just spent most of my allowance. The good thing is he's already asleep. I left the counselor's office and put on my uniform for the confrontations. The uniform is essentially the same, except that the ends of the hakama pants are rolled up and tabi socks are worn. I ran towards the field. A large crowd was shouting excitedly about the matches. All the participants were already lined up and waiting for Deputy Director Yubayashiki's words. Good morning, young hopefuls for the crown to be the next prom king. Today the eliminations begin, and here is the order to start the matches, spoke the dark-haired man. A large screen above him began to present the participants and then ended with the order of the matches. IDUELSI. Tomioka Ju vs Wabarim Sayaki. Kamado Tanjiro vs Okunaru Hisami. Shinazugawa Sanmi vs Akamoka Chijo. Rika Uji vs Maido Seiki. Iguro Obanai vs Chakarimo Mumo. Fukimo Shima vs Yakana Fumaru. Takamai Riho vs Memakino Shincha. Rengo Kukaojuro vs Senmu Akami. I was the first to go out and fight, so I went to sit on one of the benches to think. I needed a strategy to reach the final and get my revenge against Takamai, but since I didn't have one, I decided to pay attention to Jiu's match instead. I seriously hate my damn bad luck. Right in front of my bench, just a few feet away, were that idiot and Shinobu. My wounds reopened. She looked so beautiful in that cheerleader outfit. She was having a great time. Perhaps the best thing would be to try to forget her, to try to get over what I had with her. Lucia was so happy and beautiful with that big smile. It would be very selfish of me to want to ruin it. I got up from the bench. I need to clear my mind of what I just saw, and what better way than to walk. I kept my head down, not paying attention to what was in front of me, but my bad luck struck again when I felt myself bump into someone. I'm sorry. I got up from the ground and was greatly surprised to see who I had bumped into. It was Mitsuri. Thank you so much, Tanjiro smiled, the beautiful teenager who was dressed as a cheerleader. Why are you dressed as a cheerleader? I was really nervous. I tried to speak as calmly as possible, but it was very difficult. She looked so beautiful. Well, I came to support you, Mitsuri replied nervously and blushingly. The young people avoided looking at each other because they were so embarrassed. Both remembered what they had experienced yesterday, so that helped them avoid making eye contact. The winner of this match is Tomioka. I have to go. I smiled nervously. Thank you, presenter, it's my turn now. Great, good luck, I'll be cheering you on. The girl smiled so beautifully that it slightly colored the boy's cheeks. On the left side of the field, SECUNDGRAD student KAMADO TANJIRO. I breathed calmly, letting the oxygen reach and circulate throughout my bloodstream. And on the right side of the field, THIRDGRADE student OKUNERU HISAMI. I opened my eyes. I was focused and ready to beat him. Just because you're a year younger than me doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you, yelled the teenager on the right side of the field. As you wish, I replied seriously. Begin, this is as far as you go, Okunaru exclaimed, but Kamado had barely started running when he was knocked down. The winner of this match is KAMADO TANJIRO. Everyone looked astonished at the incredible speed with which the scarletted teenager had arrived and knocked down his opponent. Mitsuri didn't have time to encourage him. Shinobu looked very surprised and Riho's confident expression turned serious. If that's all, then he cracked his neck. I'll withdraw. He turned around and started walking towards the entrance of the school building. He was very hungry and wanted to eat something from the cafeteria. Wow, you humiliated that kid without even using your solar energy. You said it yourself. My physical capabilities surpass the limits of human ability, Tranquillo replied to Akugamo. That was incredible, said Mitsuri, who had caught up with Tanjiro. Oh, thank you, she remained calm. I suppose we'll go to the movies tomorrow. Yes, Mitsuri exclaimed happily, jumping for joy. She was so childlike, like a little girl, it reminded him of his late sister, and so he stroked her head. I'm going to change. I don't know if you'd like to wait for me. Well, don't worry, I'll go change too, Mitsuri replied as they headed towards the locker rooms. She was very energetic, so with little jumps she took the lid. He smiled, scratching his head at her attitude. But that smile faded when he saw that one of the girl's sneakers was untied. Mitsuri, wait. As expected, the girl tripped, although Tanjiro managed to catch her. As a result, both boys fell to the ground in a very bad position, with Tanjiro under Mitsuri while firmly holding her delicate and soft waist. You didn't hurt yourself, did you? Seeing where his hands were, he moved them away. If he was already nervous, having the face of the young woman with emerald eyes so close to his nose wasn't helping at all. No, thank you so much, Tanjiro. She blushed deeply at the position she shared with the rugged young man. How can I ever repay you for saving me? What do you think about jumping on top of me? The reddish-haired man spoke. What if I compensate you this way? Her feelings for the boy were so intense that she could no longer control them. She let her lips show it with a passionate kiss. He did not object and gratefully reciprocated this pure expression of love. Tanjiro, I still love you. A night for the two of us. It was a pleasant Sunday afternoon, and as the sun was hidden behind fluffy white clouds, a very cool breeze emerged. Perfect weather for a date. In the apartment of a certain young man with intense crimson eyes, he was finishing getting ready for his outing with his friend Mitsuri. Well, I don't look that disgusting. It's just a trip to the movies. There's no need to dress up so much. I told myself to keep myself calm after what had happened the day before yesterday. Flashback. Tanjiro, I still love you. A beautiful young woman with long pink hair spoke as she gently caressed the cheek of the young man with black hair. Mitzi couldn't finish saying her name because the girl silenced him with a small kiss. Why don't we try to go back to our old relationship? Mitsuri said sweetly as she played with Tanjiro's hair. Well, the girl interrupted the boy again. It's because you still love Shinobu, isn't it? I don't blame her, she's very beautiful. I'm very confused. He stood up a little, enough to be able to sit down and face Mitsuri. I can't deny that I still have feelings for you, but Shinobu's arrival has confused my feelings again, the red-eyed boy said as he took one of her hands. Okay, then tomorrow when we go out I'll try to clarify your feelings for me, Kenroji replied sweetly as she rested her head on Kamado's shoulder. End of flashback. I sighed deeply as I left my room. The house was practically empty since Shinobu was only asleep. Takamai took her away very early in the morning. Hey Akugamu, are you awake? I suppose I already am. What's happening? Nothing, it's just that since I have some time before I go to pick up my friend Mitsuri, I wanted to clear up my doubts with you. Well, such as? I noticed yesterday that I was able to keep my son for all steady, without needing to use total concentration breathing throughout the morning and night. Yes, I noticed that your power exceeds 100% depending on the rising of the sun and moon, so I will feed on that extra energy to avoid any repercussions for your body. Keep in mind that your power during the day is very excessive and difficult for me to regulate, which makes me weaker and prevents me from appearing very frequently. And during the night, the power the moon grants is reduced by half. This makes it much easier for me to control it and therefore makes me much more powerful. I can appear frequently, but with the disadvantage that I run the risk of going insane. So you're saying that during the day you're weak, sane, and of limited use. And during the night you're strong, insane, and of unlimited use. Yes, something like that. Thank you for clearing up those doubts, Akugamu. I let him rest. Thanks to that conversation, I was able to understand all of this better, and it also bought me the time to go get Mitsuri. I knocked on the door waiting for her to come out. It was 7 in the evening, a bit cloudy, which seemed like perfect weather. Just in time, said the teenager with light green eyes as she left her house. She looked so beautiful that it left me speechless. Let's imagine she complements her outfit with a short gray pleated skirt, black heeled shoes, and tights like these. Do you think I should have dressed up a bit? Mitsuri asked curiously. No, you look great like this. I swallowed and pulled at the neckline of the white t-shirt I was wearing under my jacket. It felt too tight. Okay, we'd better hurry, don't you think? I said. The young woman nodded and proceeded to take his arm. Anyone who saw them would think they were a cute couple. Thank you very much, said both young men as they got out of the taxi. They went inside. The screens showing upcoming shows, the bright lights, the large crowd, and above all, the delicious and tempting snacks that was the cinema. What would you like to see? Asked the young man with hair like embers. First, we should check the listings, Kenroji said, taking a moment to look at the movies playing. Nothing catches my eye. So, what do you think about renting a movie or watching a series we both like at my place? Mitsuri asked, receiving a nod from Tanjiro. Okay, then let's get out of here. They turned around and headed towards the supermarket. Obviously, if they were going to watch a movie or series, they needed something to enjoy it. "Thank you for opening the door," said Tanjiro, who was carrying a couple of grocery bags. "While you prepare the snacks, I'll go look for a movie to watch," Mitsuri replied as she went to her living room where she had a large plasma screen television. "Okay, let's see what we can do." I took an apron that was hanging on a small coat rack attached to the wall and put it on. "Tanjiro, I found a movie you might like." The young woman sat down on the couch, waiting for her friend. "I'm coming, just wait a few moments while I finish this," I replied as I finished sprinkling cheese on the dip I had made. "It's done, just let me go wash my hands." I put all the snacks on a tray and went to the couch, where Mitsuri was waiting for me with a somewhat nervous smile. "I hope you like them." "What movie did you put on?" I asked curiously as I watched the television. "Honestly, I don't know. Since you said you like science fiction movies, I put on the first one I saw." "Is something wrong? You seem very nervous," I asked, turning to look at her in a very puzzled way. "Nothing's wrong with me. What makes you think that?" "I say that because you're not even paying attention to the movie," I replied. He took the remote and turned off the television. "If I have something, it's just that." "Come on, don't keep it to yourself. If it's bothering you, just say it. Whatever it is, you can count on me. The truth is, I don't plan on watching a movie. I just wanted to spend time with you because I want to ask you something." "Tell me," I replied. "Do you remember the conversation we had yesterday?" said the green-eyed girl as she looked into the eyes of the red-eyed boy. "Yes, it has," he replied. "Do you love me?" the girl asked, beginning to breathe nervously. "Of course, you're a great friend to me," Kamado replied. "Don't hide the true way I'm speaking to you. Do you still love me as a woman?" Kanroji asked again. "Mitsuri, you know my feelings are confused." "Okay then, I'll explain them." The girl with bright emerald eyes proceeded to steal a kiss. One of her hands gripped his jacket, and with the other she began to unbutton her shirt. "No, wait," Tanjiro tried to speak, but the girl's tongue had denied him the words. Mitsuri had unbuttoned her shirt, exposing her large breasts, which were held up by a white bra. She guided her hand to the zipper of Tanjiro's pants so she could feel the enormous bulge covered by his gray boxers. Mitsuri. They had broken apart from the kiss, a thin strand of saliva still connecting them. The green-eyed young woman climbed between the red-eyed young man's legs and proceeded to display her large, round breasts to further arouse him. "No, Mitsuri, stop. Why are you doing this?" I said, regaining my composure. I picked her up and put her aside. "You can't take advantage of me like this." "What about that time when you did it with me?" I fell silent. He was right. At that moment I had confused her with Shinobu, and even if I wanted to justify it, I had already done so. "I gave you my virginity my first time because I love you. Why don't you love me back?" "Then let me win your heart back. Let me heal the wounds Shinobu left you with, please. I will show you how much I love you," the girl with long pinkish green hair said sadly, lowering her head, powerless that he didn't reciprocate her feelings. She was greatly surprised when he kissed her. She couldn't help but shed a few tears. "I believe your words," Tanjiro said, pulling away from her lips and smiling. "And we don't need to do it again." The girl climbed on top of him again and placed a small kiss on his forehead. "Even so, I want your feelings for me to bloom again like they did back then." Saying these words, Mitsuri began to unzip her jacket. "Yours plus 18. The beautiful grass-eyed teenager, under the zipper of the whinny-eyed teenager's jacket, let her hands slip beneath his white shirt. She began to caress her lover's toned, washboard body. "All this comes back to me, Tanji," Mitsuri said flirtatiously as she began to kiss his neck. Lemon skipped. Tanjiro did not reciprocate that kiss because he somehow felt that he was failing Shinobu. Tears streamed from those beautiful but sad emerald eyes. She was so desperate she didn't want to lose him, and clinging to a false hope that they would be together, she agreed to give herself to him again, hoping things would turn out that way. Tanjiro still didn't return the kiss, but his old, painful memories haunted him again. "Shinobu, what are these photos?" "Tanjiro, I can explain. It's not what you think. The best night of my life with the man I love so much. I loved doing it with you, my dear Riho. You cheated on me with Takamai. I love you very much, Tanjiro, but you're still a child, and sometimes I need a man. That's no excuse for sleeping with him. Of course, it isn't. What can I expect from a child who still believes in love fantasies and that kind of silly nonsense? You taught me that a long time ago, you told me. I'm not that silly girl I used to be who believed in those fantasies anymore. I'm a woman who needs a real man. Okay, so we're done. It will be best for both of us. The worst part is that I loved you and gave you my heart, and you used it like a toy." He came to his senses and gazed at his beloved Mitsuri. So lovely and so beautiful, she had always been there for him, and now she was surrendering herself to him out of a love he refused to reciprocate. His feelings so confused, what could he do? I really enjoyed getting your Shinobu Kocho for the first time. His memories consumed him. Enough is enough. What's wrong, Tanjiro? He knelt down, hating those damned memories that consumed his former self, but Mitsuri, like the being of light that she is, embraced him and let him rest on her shoulder. It doesn't matter if you don't love me or if you don't want me, I will always be there for you. Mitsuri, he laid her back down on the bed and gave her a beautiful smile. Help me to be truly happy. The girl kissed him now with great affection. He was so hurt by his past, but what if he tried? Why not try to leave all that behind and start over? They continued kissing until they separated due to lack of oxygen. Lemon skipped. Yes, Tanji, don't stop. She could feel her beloved raven-haired man's large, dry hands resting on her waist, which excited her so much and made her feel so submissive to him. She heard Tanjiro's breathing change. He was panting, and that could only mean one thing: he was about to come. I can't take it anymore, Kocho said, blushing deeply. Tanjiro filled her womb with his abundant, hot sperm. Mitsuri arched her back as she felt all that semen inside her, which, mixed with her trapped fluids, began to seep out of her vagina. He was a little tired and lay down beside her, withdrawing his member and releasing all those fluids that ended up staining the bed. You look so cute when you sleep, Tanji. The beautiful emerald eyes' tender but breathless voice showed that she loved that boy. She pulled him close and hugged him like a teddy bear. She covered them with the sheet and finally gave him a big kiss on the forehead. Tanjiro had fallen asleep. I love you, the beautiful girl whispered. Wow, it's been over an hour already, it's very late. I'm going to sleep too, we have school tomorrow and your fights start. And so both lovers succumbed to waiting for a day when they would be together, to be the winner. Results of previous CLASHES and upcoming battles. Kamado Tanjiro vs Tomioka Jiuo. Shinazugawa Sanmi vs Rika Uji. Takamai Riho vs Rengo Kukaijuro. Aguro Obanai vs Fukimo Shima. Monday morning, the next showdown was about to begin with only 2 more rounds remaining in the Kyoto Academy School dance. But now we focus on the newly formed couple, a young man with scarlet eyes and a young woman with clover eyes. I hope Jiu isn't mad at me for beating him. I still owe him his salmon with daikon from last time, Tanjiro said, standing still while his girlfriend Mitsuri adjusted his uniform. If you want to win, you don't have to hold back, Mitsuri said as she finished adjusting her white kimono. You can beat Takamai. The young man with scarlet eyes proceeded to pick up his girlfriend and planted a kiss on her lips. I hope you'll continue to support me, although you could stop wearing that version of the uniform, it's very revealing. He then proceeded to caress those thick legs that drove him wild. Of course, I'll never stop supporting you. Don't be jealous, you're the only one who can enjoy me. The salmon-haired teenager smiled sweetly and placed a kiss on his forehead. Tanjiro lowered it and headed towards the field for his confrontation. Begin. I was surprised. Jiu anticipated my move and blocked it. Then I need to get serious with him. He took a great leap and unleashed a powerful kick that I managed to block, although it was very powerful and I felt that a good bruise would end there. Tanjiro, you're a friend of mine, but don't think I'm going to hold back. That sounds good to me. I've always wanted to test my strength against one of the students I consider very strong. He was much stronger than me. His strength, stamina, and speed were above average, even more powerful than my full focus breathing, so if I wasn't careful, he could beat me. My legs. My Slayer senses warned me of that attack, which I managed to dodge with a jump, but a sharp slap sent me crashing to the ground. Ouch. Incredible. Tomoioka has managed to take down Kamado with a quick response from his hand. I couldn't risk using Sun for all, besides, that would be cheating and it would also attract too much attention. I had to use my wit and intelligence to win. I got up again and stepped back a little. I needed to analyze its attack pattern and find an opening that would give me an advantage. But I couldn't, its movements were fluid and powerful like the currents of water. Focus, you idiot. I almost got hit in the arm. If it had connected, my arm would most likely have gone numb, putting me at an even greater disadvantage. Think about it. You can't just keep dodging. One of those attacks will connect again, and at this pace, I'll get tired. How do you counter someone with a solid, water-like technique? Water's natural weakness is the powerful and rapid attacks of lightning, so I'll have to use my thunder breath. Jiu, I will defeat you because I intend to reach the final and I will not lose to you. Thunder breath. I tensed my legs and ran at great speed, charging directly towards Jiu. He was waiting for me with a direct hit, but in a quick movement of my feet, I jumped slightly and rotated to land directly on the back of his neck. Tomorrow is Buffet Tuesday. Their specialty is grilled salmon with daikon radish. I delivered a swift blow to his neck, knocking him out. Kamado has managed to knock Tomioka out of the fight, so he is the winner. I took a breath. On the ground was Jiu, who had opened his eyes and looked at me with a small smile. Very good victory, he said. I helped him up. What do you think about going to that buffet tomorrow? Okay, Jiu smiled. We both left the field and sat down on one of the benches. I just want to ask you to do something, she replied. Her somewhat calm voice changed to a serious one. I want you to defeat Takamai. I haven't had a good feeling about him since he took Shinobu from you again. No, don't worry about it, I'll get over it again, I replied, still affected by the Shinobu situation. I didn't mean that, I meant you should be the prom king. I heard you were planning a big celebration the day you were crowned king again, the blue-eyed man replied, cracking his neck. I don't see anything wrong with him celebrating, I think I would do the same. He said that would include Shinobu. The veins on my forehead bulged, my mind was imagining immoral things, and how could it not? When the moment I enrolled in this school, I'd heard rumors that he was a stud who'd slept with a quarter of the girls in the school, and I didn't want my Shinobu to be that son of a bitch's toy. Then I'll win and crush Takamai, I said in a very cold voice. Thanks for letting me know, Jiu. I'm telling you this because you're my friend, since I still remember her always telling me that everyone hated me. The young man with the ponytail nervously scratched his head. Inside, I felt like laughing because my ex-Shinobu had a habit of teasing him with her characteristic phrase, "That's why everyone hates you." It wasn't true, but it was funny to hear. Tomioka made it very difficult for you, but that last move you made was very surprising. I was watching with Mitsuri the final confrontation between my third-year friend and the boy whose last name I think was Fukimo. The winner of this match is Obanai Aguro. With this, we conclude the quarterfinals and move on to the semifinals. Times duels times. Takamai Riho vs Shinazugawa Seinmi. Aguro Obanai vs Kamado Tanjiro. Degrees. Is something wrong? His hand was squeezing mine tightly. Obanai, he asked me to be his girlfriend, but I refused, telling him I was already in a relationship with you. Kenroji replied, a little scared. What's wrong with that? I raised an eyebrow, confused. Now he hates you and plans to get revenge in the confrontation. You'll have added the salmon-haired young woman in the same worried tone. I don't care, I don't intend to lose to him, and if he doesn't like that, I don't care because you're mine, the young man with charcoal hair said dryly. I'm just asking you not to take that too seriously, please, Kenroji replied, now calmer after receiving a small smile from Kamado. What do you think about going to get something to eat? I love you, Tanji, Mitsuri smiled, standing in front of her house. Why don't you stay here again? Well, I have some important things to do at home. Besides, I don't want to get into the habit of making you mine every chance I get. The young man with wine-colored eyes smiled nervously, causing a deep blush to spread across the face of the young woman with lime-colored eyes. Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow at school. I love you. And I love you too. He took one of her hands and placed a small kiss on it. The two lovers exchanged a small smile before parting ways, and now on his way home, Tanjiro maintained his calm pace. Today. What's wrong, Akugamu? We must go to the city. What's that about? I'll explain it to you when we get there. Are they demons? It's something much worse. At the top of a building where the moon allowed a better view of it and large currents of cold air became frequent, the young slayer stood while observing the entire metropolis. You can talk whenever you like. I tried to find his location, but he most likely concealed his presence. Coming all the way up here wasn't very useful. Okay, who's? I asked. From Jyakusatsu. The start of the hunt plus 15. Who? Do you remember Asgrimful? Didn't you have any trouble beating him? It was quite difficult to defeat him. I had to use 50% of my Sun for All, which is currently the maximum energy I can withstand. The thing is, he was a very weak demon, and the original symbiote bonded with him. But because the demon suffered from various disorders, part of his compound separated, and taking a trait from him gave rise to Doku Akugamu, Jyakusatsu Dokuso, and Handoku Na. These stand for Venom, Black Gum, Carnage, Toxin, and Antivenom. Theorizing, are you saying there are 3 killer symbiotes out there ready to kill people? Yes, each of us gained a power that makes us very dangerous. In my case, I'm the weakest and had no power other than the one I gained by bonding with you. Jyakusatsu has the power to become stronger through negative emotions or psychopathic disorders. Dokuso gains power when he suffers from mental and emotional instability. The strongest is Handoku, who has the ability to easily counter the other 2 and possibly me. Then we must go out and hunt them down. They also have the ability to track me, and I think they'll be angry that I'm rejecting my symbiotic demon physiology. Anyway, they're out there and I don't think they'll kill innocent people. You're absolutely right, I'll watch your back. Jump off the building, falling towards a much lower area. I need something to keep me informed. I remember I had packed a small radio in my backpack. I looked for the police radio station and decided to sit and wait for something out of the ordinary to happen. Hoi Akugamu, I spoke to him. Tell me, Since they are demons, their absolute weakness is the sun, isn't that right? Yes, but we're also weak to fire, high temperatures, and sound. Something you should keep in mind is that they've developed a greater tolerance to these things, with Handoku being immune to all our weaknesses. As your counterpart, he is practically almost perfect. Each generation is stronger than the last and therefore more resistant to those weaknesses. Sighting of a strange non-human creature, IT's attacking US, send reinforcements. It's Jayakusatsu. I put the device away again and grabbed my backpack. I needed to get there quickly. Sun for all, full cal 10%. This thing isn't affected by bullets. Of course not, you idiot. I'm a demon far superior to you. The horrifying creature with large pointed fangs began to generate a blade from its blood-red body. Move aside. A small brigade of soldiers had arrived, each carrying a rocket launcher. I won't let them shoot. Fire. A blazing fire shot into the night sky, followed by a thick cloud of smoke. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the strange creature made of that strange blood-like liquid was nowhere to be found behind the flames. All was quiet, they had defeated it. Don't let your guard down, we need to confirm that we've neutralized that thing, said what appeared to be the brigade captain who took the assault rifle he was carrying. He took confident steps, dodging the small flames on the ground. The atmosphere tried to make him feel uneasy, but he had to remain strong and stoic. That was his responsibility and duty as captain. The flames subsided and the red liquid scattered on the ground burned slightly from the heat of the fire. The tension was increasing, that unpleasant smell of sulfur, ammonia, and putrefaction was consuming him when a small bubble burst. Shit, die. The sound of gunfire was deafening. Bullets came from all directions, but there was nothing there, only the man's stress and paranoia. He regained his sanity when he saw that there was nothing there anymore. He has been neutralized, the captain said, turning around ready to return. Captain Buaejijiji. A large blade pierced the man's stomach, and with a swift movement he was cut in half. You sons of Bitches. The demon emerged from the flames with some burns and part of his composition melted. Filled with rage, he dismembered the organs and crushed both of the man's heads before bathing in that blood. Overflowing with resentment, he slowly approached the soldiers while his wounds healed very quickly. There will be fire. Reason was snatched away by fear. Bullets began to rain down, but they were useless. They all passed through him, and forming giant scythes, the demon symbiote cut off the legs of the soldiers and the police. The horrific screams of despair and agony fueled his power. He offered them a twisted smile with his prominent fangs and let his long, sharp tongue play with the face of one of the policemen. Burn. I'll make them feel the pain they caused me. Damn, it feels great to do this to them, you bucking bastards. The skin of what was once a policeman was reduced to a red filth that dripped next to one of his eyes. A gum lemni, the man tried to articulate where his mouth had once been. Wui emna, those were the last words before all that filth fell from his face, leaving only his skull and a yellowish eye. Imagine how horrible the others imagined it, and ignoring the pain they tried to crawl away, but the quick and large claws of the red symbiote denied them. Do you plan to escape? He grabbed one of the soldiers. He buried his claws in his neck and another in his body, and by pulling he managed to tear off his entire head and his spine. He thrust his arm inside the soldier's body and pulled a large number of organs out through his rectum. This is what will happen to them if they try to move. He bathed in that blood again. He was the absolute massacre. Now I'll see how I'm going to have fun with the rest of you. There was no way out, they were their prey. They either did something or awaited their painful and slow death. Hey, you crawl over here. The symbiote had generated a large axe in one of its arms. It had no patience as it watched the soldier it had summoned crawling around, enduring the pain of no longer having legs. Damn it, hurry up. Large tentacles sprouted from its back and impaled the man with them as if he were a puppet. You're very slow, I still have things to do. I have to go kill more people. What the hell are you? I am agony, I am suffering, I am massacre. Arag. He took his life by piercing his chest and tearing out his heart. Let's see who's next. All of us, but we'll take you straight to hell. With the help of a couple of police officers who managed to remove the safety, one of the remaining soldiers threw a couple of grenades. Rot in hell, you bastard. The scene could only be described as infamous and horrific. Pools of blood covered the ground, along with water, bones, skulls, organs, and human remains scattered throughout the alley, adorning this brutal place. The flames subsided, leaving only small curtains of fire amidst the scorching heat. Was everything that had happened there before leading to this point worth it? No, it wasn't, for that demonic being or entity, covered in burns and melting with every step strode through the fire. You can't send me to hell, I came from there, you idiots. She is very weak, she can no longer hide her presence. Is it this way? Climb that wall. He scaled and quickly jumped over the wall to find a scene that would possibly traumatize him for life. That place, it was as if a piece of hell had come up there. We arrived late. But how is that possible? It only took us 10 minutes to get here, Tanjiro said, covering his nose against the nauseating smell and stench of death. For him, 10 minutes is like 10 hours. This is what I managed to cause in that short time. Where is? His voice was filled with hatred and anger. She is looking for a place where she can heal. Okay, then I'll find him and kill him. Issues. Damn, I couldn't find it. There were a total of 50 casualties. It was impossible to create a portrait of that genocidal maniac. He was very intelligent because he had left no trace of what had happened. It's not your fault and you know it. The young man with reddish-black hair was watching the news. They were doing a report on what had happened last night in the city. We couldn't find him. He ran away like the damn coward he is. I slammed my fist on the table, frustrated at having accomplished nothing last night. I turned off the TV and grabbed my things. I'd better go to school. Tanjiro. I turned around quickly. Shinobu was behind me. Her eyes focused on mine. For some reason, I had a bad feeling. What's wrong? It was the first time he had spoken to me again. Riho invited me to move into his apartment, so I'll go with him. The teenager with the butterfly brooch spoke very coldly. Of course not. Those rules only stipulate going out, nothing else. He was annoyed. What was happening to him? You don't tell me what to do, I'll do what I want. He'll come for me after class, Shinobu replied angrily. I remind you that you are under my care. I'm something like your father, so you must obey me, I said, now annoyed. What could that damn Takamai have done to him? That's fine with me. I only told you so you wouldn't come looking for me. I couldn't stand it anymore. I grabbed her hand tightly and took her to my room. I shouldn't have gone in. Since I was sleeping on my sofa bed in the living room, I no longer had access to my bedroom because she had taken it over. It was the first time I'd gone back in, and seeing all the photos of her and Takamai plastered on the walls made my stomach churn. What's the reason for this, Shinobu? I already told you, it's none of your business. The girl's voice was no longer sweet and pretty. It was cold and expectant. That wasn't the only strange thing. Her eyes seemed lost and empty. The light and brightness they once gave off had faded. Of course I care. You've been acting really weird since you became his girlfriend. It's just your jealousy because I preferred Riho to you. Og, fine then, get lost with that pre-cooked ramen hair. I spoke furiously. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. Shinobu exploded in anger and slammed the door shut. I felt terrible. Everything was happening just like it had a year ago. Everything was going so well until that bastard came near her again, trying to take her away from me again. You know, I don't trust that guy either. I felt something really strange when they confronted each other. What are you implying? I'm saying we should keep an eye on them. Wouldn't that be an invasion of someone's privacy? No, we'll just observe the sudden changes she's going through now. I know very well that you want to mate. Okay, good, don't say THAT again. After that embarrassing conversation with the demon symbiote, he grabbed his backpack. He had to go get his girlfriend Mitsuri. Tuesday at noon, a trio of students were having a conversation about what a certain student with a scar on his forehead was planning to do. Tanjiro, do you think it's right for us to invade Shinobu's privacy? The young woman with lemon-colored eyes asked as she arranged some books in her locker. Of course not, she's your best friend and now she won't even speak to you, replied the young man with wine-colored eyes. Kano, you think the same as me, don't you? I love Shinobu very much, and it makes me sad that she doesn't talk to us anymore, but I also don't think it's right to harass her, replied a young woman with large fuchsia eyes. It's not right and you know it. The Tsuyuri sisters had just returned from their weekend trip to their parents' house. They had caught up on what had happened the previous day as well as the relationship between Mitsuri and Tanjiro. I lost, but that guy doesn't deserve Shinobu. The red-eyed boy shouted as he closed his locker. Why all the concern? I understand that Takamai can be unpleasant, but that's her decision. Besides, I remind you that you'll have to go out with Shaba. Kano couldn't finish her sentence. I can't because I still love her. Kamado covered his mouth at what he had said. The Tsuyuri sisters opened their eyes in surprise and a slight blush began to appear on their cheeks. What are you saying, you idiot? Are you out of your mind? The sisters shouted angrily. Yes, can't you see I have a scar on my forehead? No way, why you moron? You know Mitsuri is here. I have no problem if Tanjiro also loves Shinobu. As long as he loves us equally, I can share him with her. Kenroji replied sheepishly, hiding behind a book. The Tsuyuri sisters had a nervous twitch in their eyes. They had met the strangest people in their entire lives. Look, girls, from the beginning when Shinobu hurt my feelings, I decided to accept the feelings Mitsuri had for me, but despite wanting to have a normal relationship with her, I couldn't shake my feelings for Shinobu. I told Mitsuri and she said there wouldn't be a problem, that she understood my situation. Kamado replied, equally embarrassed. Mitsuri, so you're bisexual? Tsuyuri, the younger sister, asked Mitsuri in surprise. I don't know, I love Tanjiro, he's so handsome, but Shinobu is also a very pretty girl and I miss her a lot. How about we leave this awkward conversation for later and focus on what Tanjiro was saying earlier? Tsuyuri, the older sister, spoke up. Are you really going to spy on her? Something like that, but that will probably be on Thursday. Tomorrow I have the semi-final match against Obanai, and I won't be able to do it on Saturday because I have a date with Ume. Tanjiro replied while adjusting his tie. Besides, remember that Shinobu is going with Riho. Wait, a date with Shabana. The emeralded girl's nervous tone shifted to one of jealousy. Yes, a date with me. The quartet's conversation was interrupted by the annoyed voice of a beautiful young woman with snow-white hair and large emerald eyes. He was standing with his arms crossed next to a tall young man with a very pale complexion, long black hair that had faded to green, and who had some spots on his face. I miss a few days of class and you're already cheating on me. Damn, I hate that stupid rule. The albino woman grabbed his hand and dragged him away. This is going to cost you dearly, Kamato. Hey, what are you doing with my girlfriend? Mitsuri's broken voice was silenced by the Tsuyuri sisters. Tanjiro had forgotten about Ume and decided to have a relationship with Kanroji, something the sisters hadn't forgotten. So those rumors I heard are true. You were seeing someone else behind him. Why back? Ume shouted angrily. The two were arguing in an empty classroom. I remind you that we are not dating, Tanjiro said coldly, leaning against the wall. Seriously, what do you see in them? I have everything for you. The green-eyed teenager grabbed her large breasts. You have no idea what many would give to have this. Well, they did, not me. The red-eyed man looked up. He wanted to get out of there. I wonder why I'm so in love with you if you're such a big jerk, Shabana exclaimed, her nervous tick twitching with anger. If you already know, why do you keep insisting on it? Kamato replied, well, you leave me no choice. An unexpected kiss between Ume and Tanjiro occurred. At first he tried to push her away, but after a few moments he strangely began to enjoy it. Your lips are so exquisite. The girl slid her hands down to grab and then squeezed the firm buttocks of the red-haired, dark-haired man. Don't do this to me again, okay? I promise I won't do it again because I love you. The boy smiled at her in a very sweet way. All right, my love. Yum took his hand, and they both left the room. I heard you'll have a showdown against Aguro tomorrow. Yes, I plan to destroy it, Kamato replied with a hateful look. Don't exaggerate, baby. All you have to do is win and that's it. I'll be supporting you with the girls. The green-eyed girl smiled as she took one of his arms. That sounds great to me, the red-eyed one smiled. When you win and we become the king and queen of the dance, I'll give you a prize you'll really like. The couple strolled calmly through the school hallways. Meanwhile, two young people with obsidian-colored hair were comforting a salmon-colored young woman who had burst into tears. This feeling is the same as his. Well, it's the truth. Come on, Mitsuri, don't get discouraged. There are only 3 more days left. Kani tried to cheer up her braided-haired friend, but being so depressed she didn't pay attention. You know very well that Tanjiro can't choose to stay with you right now until the dance starts. Kano, just like her older sister, tried to make her see the positive side, but she couldn't manage it. I think their spirits will be at rock bottom when they see the confrontation between Obanai and Tanjiro, Kani said. The 3 girls who were wearing gymnastics uniforms took their seats in the upper middle section of the stands. The semi-final matches had begun. Isn't that Shinazugawa Sanemi from your class? Kano asked her older sister. Yes, it seems she'll have to deal with Riho, Kani replied as she focused her eyes on the field. A young man with ash-blonde hair and half-slanted mulberry-colored eyes positioned himself ready for his confrontation against the young man with rainbow eyes and golden strand hair. Begin. No sooner had the presenter finished speaking than Shinazugawa was already standing in front of Takamai, ready to slap him across the face. You lack manners, peasant, Takamai spoke. Takamai's elbows moved so fast and impacted some important points of Shinazugawa's body, leaving him slightly paralyzed. He then delivered a swift thrust that ended up making him fall to the ground. Yes, that's my Riho. Shinobu shouted and jumped for joy, along with some of her fellow cheerleaders. Takamai is unstoppable. You wretch, Sanemi stood up again, cracking a few joints. A large vein of anger popped out on his face. I'm not going to lose to you. He returned to the assault. Sanemi was known for being very temperamental and abrasive, so being humiliated like that by someone like Riho Takamai made his blood boil. He threw a quick sweeping kick that Riho managed to dodge with a jump, got up and began throwing quick punches towards his face, hoping that they would hit, but all of them were being blocked. I see that what I said hurt you a lot, but it's time for me to finish you off, Takamai said. He pushed Shinazugawa's arms away and slapped his chest hard, specifically the side where his heart was located. Sanemi's body began to tremble, and then he fell hard to the floor, becoming completely unconscious. Another great victory for Takamai Riho, who advances directly to the AA final. I expected it. He swept all the participants last year, Kani replied upon seeing his partner's imminent defeat. How do you think Tanjiro will fare? Kano asked. Now the last match to open the way to the grand final, Iguro Obanaivs, Kamadotanjiro. Kamado stood at one end of the field being kissed on the lips by Ume while a group of cheerleaders encouraged him. At the other end stood a young man with black hair and two-toned eyes, one yellow and the other blue, his expression filled with anger. Win, my love, Yume said happily while stroking her hair. Yeah. What is this strange, emerging sensation circulating in his body? It's as if he were some kind of prisoner. Sun for all, full cowl 10%. Begin, Buahig. Like a lightning bolt, the scarleted teenager managed to land a blow on the neck of the bicolor-readied teenager, knocking him out. What? That's what everyone present exclaimed when they saw how Kamado had won the match in record time. The sigh, she looked up and glared angrily at Takamai. Riho responded with a serious look. Kamado Tanjiro advances to the final. There was absolute silence. The reddish-haired, dark-haired man slowly walked away. How dare you deceive Mitsuri like that, you damned bastard. I'll make you pay for what you did to her, I swear. Obanai spoke weakly, gritting his teeth with rage at seeing the girl he loved so much deceived by an imbecile like Kamado. Get up first so you can at least tell me, the teenager with the empty, wine-colored gaze replied coldly. You're not good enough for me. What's wrong with him? He's acting like a total jerk. Kani said, annoyed at her best friend's arrogant behavior. What could Ume have done to him? Kano said, worried by Tanjiro's sudden change. The young woman with green eyes and white hair approached to give him a kiss, not caring that practically the entire school was watching them. Mitsuri had a lost look in her eyes, her face expressing no emotion whatsoever, like a simple rag doll. We need to go talk to Tanjiro, exclaimed the lily-seed girl, annoyed as she stood up from her seat. I understand you have to go out, but this is the last straw. How could he have forgotten about Mitsuri overnight? He's a complete idiot. The fudge-seed girl did the same as her sister, taking both of their hands and leading them toward Tanjiro. Things couldn't stay like this. Kani, I don't want to go talk to him, Mitsuri pleaded with her friend. Based on what she'd recently seen, the last thing she wanted to do was talk to him. I'll go talk to him, you just stay here and watch, the girl replied as they walked through the hallways to reach the dressing rooms. But, Kana will take care of you, okay? Stop acting like this. She looked at him, a little annoyed. She was very hurt inside by that attitude of her red-eyed friend. She could hear the murmurs of possibly two people. After leaving her sister and her friend a little way from where she was headed, she began to walk as quietly as possible. That conversation was catching her attention. There were no students near the changing rooms except for her. The door was closed, so she had to risk listening to what was being said by pressing her ear to the door. Let me kill her, I've always hated her, that damned woman has always been better than me. No, you have to wait until this Saturday. First, I want to have some fun with her. I haven't found such a perfect human in 1,000 years. Besides, what right do you have to say that if you won't let me kill that idiot? For the same reason you have that human hypnotized. Anyway, he needs 2 slayers as a sacrifice, a man and a woman, preferably impure. I can't wait to kill that bitch Kocho. You think I'm not eager to skin that son of a bitch Kamado alive? Kani was holding back the urge to scream. She was sweating profusely from what they were talking about and what was happening to her 2 friends. He'll really like your boyfriend. He holds a great deal of power within him. I only had to drain a little of it and my power increased tenfold. I don't care about that, I just ask that you don't hurt him too much on Friday. I don't intend to hold back against him. What if we move up the fun with those humans to Friday so we're all set for the school dance? I like that idea. After hearing that, Kani ran away. Kano and Mitsuri, who were waiting for her now calm, shuddered slightly at the frightened expression of the Fuchsiid girl. Everything she had heard filled her with absolute terror because who did she really live with? Ruin the plans. From Kani's point of view. Well, try to calm down. You only have today and part of tomorrow morning to do something for Tanjiro and Shinobu, but what can I do? I don't know exactly who wants to do this to them. I can't recognize their voices. Sister, Mitsuri says she's not coming to school today and maybe not tomorrow either. My sister's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Did she tell you that yesterday? No, she just replied to the message I sent her this morning. Kano put her phone away. Do you think we should go see her after class? I don't know if I can go, so I'm going to entrust it to you. I had something more important on my mind. And why is that? What are you going to do? My younger sister asked. I couldn't ignore her pouting face. She makes that face when I don't tell her something. It makes her look so adorable. I'll see if I can make Shinobu and Tanjiro fall in love again, I whispered in her ear. That? Yes, little sister, just like you heard. While you take care of Mitsuri, I'm going to make those 2 fall in love again, I replied. And how? Kano asked curiously. Actually, I don't know, but I'll think of something, I replied, scratching my head somewhat embarrassed. Now that's a good plan, Kano smiled. Can I count on you? Always, sister, Kana replied happily. Kanny was so sweet and cheerful that she could lift anyone's spirits. In the end, I did what you told me, but not in the way you expected, Tanjiro. I was chatting with some friends, which I'd done on purpose to subtly eavesdrop on Ume and Tanjiro's conversation. She was in my class. It was time for biology class, so we had to exchange our books for that subject. I was taking the books out of her locker as usual until Tanjiro arrived and leaned against one of the lockers next to her. It was time to pay attention. Hey baby, did you miss me so much you couldn't wait until lunchtime? Yes, I can't concentrate in class because your presence distracts me, so I wanted to see you for just a little while. How romantic, just wait 2 more classes, but I wonder, can we go eat on the rooftop? A rooftop? What's that all about? I don't see the problem. If you say so, we'll do it. How obedient, you've just earned a kiss. I'd better save it for dessert. Don't worry, tomorrow you'll have the best one of all. The bell rang, and from what I could hear, they were going up to the rooftop. To do what? Should I be worried? Well, it's I've known her for 2 years. I know she's a bit boastful, impulsive, moody, and not the best person I've ever met, but that doesn't mean she influenced Tanjiro to act like an idiot. She's just a normal girl. You think so too, right, Kanny? Rapier, did you at least pay attention to what we were talking about? Very strange. I was 1 class away from the lunch bell when I noticed Riho had skipped class, which caught my attention. I made up an excuse that I needed to go to the bathroom, but I was really going to investigate what he was up to. After wandering around for ages, crossing the same hallway repeatedly, I heard a small moan, an exclamation coming from the 2nd floor of the building, so I headed that way. I went up the stairs to the main hallway, but there was nothing there. It was completely empty. I blushed. It was another moan. Tanjiro, go on. I silently approached the source of the noise. It was coming from an unoccupied room in poor condition. The door was ajar, so I peeked inside. Tanjiro. Damn, is my hypnosis weakening, or is it that she's cursed and loves him so much? I was so shocked. Takamai was doing inappropriate things with Shinobu. He was kissing her neck while caressing her legs. I was furious. I know she's his girlfriend, but he doesn't respect her and he's taking advantage of her. So that's why he wanted the title of prom king so badly. Was that what Jiu meant? Damn, she's confusing me with that idiot face. She thinks he's the one giving her pleasure. Tanjiro. She was so upset, but she was also blushing so much. Did Shinobu really want to sleep with Tanjiro? Was her love for him so strong that she even imagined he was Tanjiro in a moment like this? What is she doing to my friend to make her suffer so much? Damn, then I'll listen to Ume. I'll use some of my blood to make a drug. It'll make her completely submissive. It'll be perfect for tomorrow. I'll have to do it now and pour it into today's. You shut up already, you damn bastard. How dare you hit him, my friend? I made noise. I need to get out of here fast. It was lunchtime and Kana wasn't with me. She was eating with AI in her classroom. I'd rushed to the cafeteria because of everything I'd overheard, and by chance Riho and Ume were chatting as they approached the cafeteria lady where they'd ordered their meals just like Shinobu and Tanjiro. I waited patiently for them to leave. Blood, drugs, what kind of twisted minds are they? I'll question that later. They were already leaving the cafeteria. I passed by stealthily and followed them. They both went up to the rooftop, and I obviously watched them from behind the door. I don't know if that was so traumatic after seeing them both start piercing their wrists with their claws. They let their blood drip into the food. Blood demon arts, absolute demon possession submission. Okay, the power will activate in 24 hours. We must make sure they see us first. Since they'll be head over heels in love with us, everything will go according to plan. Okay, let's go for those 2 then, the faster the better. In total silence, I escaped and looked for a place to hide because I had to keep watching what would happen next. Behind some large trash cans, I watched them both climb down. I had to think about many things, like the fact that those 2 weren't human, that Tanjiro and Shinobu were at risk of dying because of him. I had to think of something because tomorrow was the deadline for all of this. Come on baby, hurry up. Hurry up, my beautiful butterfly, lunchtime will soon be over. There they were, the 4 of them. I waited until they crossed the threshold so I could observe them. I took out my cell phone to see what time they ate their meal. This is really good, isn't it? Judging by your expression, I think you like me. It's 11 o'clock, so tomorrow at this same time, what they said will be activated. I left, as he said the bell would ring very soon and I didn't want to be discovered. I ran a little while. I tried to think about what I should do. Kanny. Leave it, don't worry. I'm really sorry, Jiu. I didn't mean to hit you in the face. I felt so embarrassed about leaving my handprint all over my partner's face. You scared me though. Let's forget about that. I was looking for you because your sister was asking about you. Okay, I'll be right there, I replied as I walked quickly forward. What were you doing here? Jiu's voice made me stop. Well, think of an excuse, come on. I came to see if the door was stuck. That the door didn't get stuck. Jiwoo asked, puzzled. I do like everything to be in order. I'd heard she was a bit lazy, but I checked and she's not. If you'll excuse me, I'll go tell the principal. Goodbye. I ran as fast as I could. I had to be ready for tomorrow. Okay, I think I'll tell him to check the one in my department then. The Revenge Part 1+18, An Unquenchable Love. The long-awaited Friday had arrived, the final duel that would determine the winner and possibly the next king of the Kyoto Academy dance. Would it be Tanjiro or Riho Shino? 10:30 a.m. I had just arrived at school and sent Kano to find us a good spot in the stands. Today was the final duel between Tanjiro and Riho. I had a lot of faith that what I would do would make him react and win. I had to do it for myself and for Shinobu. There was nobody in the halls or corridors. Everyone was on the field waiting for the confrontation. I could assure you that I am the only one here. I know you can do it, and to encourage you, I'll give you some good motivation. I don't know, my head hurts a lot. I feel a little dizzy. Phew, I managed to hide in time. I thought I was alone, but Ume and Tanjiro appeared out of nowhere dizzy. I checked my phone. It was only 15 minutes until 11. I had to think of something quickly or else. I feel nauseous. I think I'm going to the bathroom to throw up. Osh, fine, but don't take too long, and when you're done I want you to come see me in the locker room. Aren't you planning to stay with me? I need to go change for something very important. I can't see very well. Ash, I'll come for you in about 10 minutes then. It's as if fate wanted me to take him. I waited a few more minutes until she left, and when she did, I took his hand and led him away. Ume, is that you? Asked the young man with reddish-black hair, trying to see if it was that girl who was pulling him. I'll take you to her, don't worry. I went up the stairs and arrived at the living room where Takamai was yesterday. I opened the door and locked him in. Well, I just need Shinobu. I went downstairs in silence, although I don't know why I'm doing it since the noise from the countryside reaches even here and there's hardly any silence. I feel like I'm going to faint. Please, Riho, help me. I recognized that voice. It was Shinobu's. I pressed myself against the wall to try to see just a little of what was happening. Okay, go to the bathroom while I go get some water from the cafeteria. Takamai was coming towards me, and I didn't have time to go up to the next floor. I closed my eyes and covered my face with my hair, bracing for the worst. A few seconds passed. I brushed my hair back and opened my eyes. It was just me and Shinobu, who was about to go into the bathroom. I hurried over, took her hand, went back upstairs, and led her to the living room where Tanjiro was. I checked my phone. It was only a minute until 11 o'clock. Now I had to worry about Shabana and Takamai not coming up here. I quickly went downstairs to look for them. In the living room. Both teenagers were suffering from a terrible headache, clutching their heads tightly as they tried to withstand the tremendous pressure exerted by their brains. Hey, why do I feel so strange? I feel like I'm ecstatic. Tanjiro. The red-eyed teenager looked up. He could see a goddess before him. She had jet-black hair streaked with wisteria, large, beautiful tanzanite eyes, skin like the finest porcelain, and a body so perfect that any man would kill to get his hands on it. Tanjiro, please make love to me, the young Kocho pleaded, blushing deeply, as she approached him to kiss him. Kamado, who was the only one trying to maintain his sanity, tried to get away until Shinobu's hands took his and placed them on her large breasts. I've always wanted to do this with you. Ever since the first moment you made me fall in love, please take my virginity. Shinobu, still blushing deeply, proceeded to place her hand inside Tanjiro's hakama. Lemon skipped. We need to go to the showers so we can clean ourselves up, Tanjiro said. With pleasure, but I'll need your help getting down the stairs. I can't walk very well, Shinobu replied sheepishly. The size of her beloved's hennies was so large that it had temporarily made it difficult for her to take a single step properly. Damn it, where are you, Kocho? Takamai was insanely furious, shouting as he ran through the hallways to the stairs leading to the second floor where the newly reconciled couple were happily coming down. You damn it. The rainbowed teenager, seeing the girl, tried to grab her by force, but the furious teenager stopped him, positioning himself in front of her. Leave my girlfriend alone, Takamai. Can't you see she doesn't love you? She hates you. Your girlfriend. Riho grabbed her neck, but the girl with diamond eyes pushed him away and hugged her. Tanjiro. I only love Tanji, understand? I don't know what you did to make me notice you, but it didn't work. You won't force me to love you because my heart already belongs to someone else and I belong only to him. If you have such a problem, resolve it in the fight right now. I know my Tanjiro won't lose to you again because I'll be supporting him so he can defeat you. Damn it, you'll pay for this. I'll make you both suffer. He punched a locker hard and stormed off to the field, seething with rage. Thank you so much for defending me, Shinobu. Kamado took her hand. I missed feeling your touch again. All the romantic things we want to say to each other will have to wait until you win, Kocho smiled, giving her a determined look. Now it's time to go. You're right, it's time for revenge. The Revenge Part 2, The Loser. Good morning to all students present. Today we celebrate the great and LONGAWAITD final battle to crown the future prom king. Kanny's point of view. My heart rate began to stabilize. I had achieved my goal of reuniting Tanjiro with Shinobu, although I could no longer see if they had fallen in love again, so I had to prevent Riho and Ume from going up to the second floor. I could no longer see them. Sister, it's so good you're back. The sudden reach of a lily-seed teenager's hand, which managed to pull her down next to her, startled the Futseed. Kanno, you scared me, Kanny replied. Tell me, did you manage to get Tanjiro and Shinobu to reconcile again? My younger sister asked me. I'm not really sure about that, we'll know when they show up, I replied, a little nervous and hoping things would turn out that way. The winner for 2 consecutive years, and possibly a third-year student Riho Takamai. On the right side of the field stood a young man with golden hair and multicolored eyes like a rainbow. From his facial expression, it was clear that he was extremely furious and annoyed. Damn Kamado, damn Kocho, he clenched his fists so tightly they turned. The second-year student who recently enrolled was able to reach the final and now aspires to win, Tanjiro Kamado. Where is it? Everyone looked confused, especially Kanny, whose nervousness made her imagine the worst. Tanjiro Kamado, please report to the field now or you will be disqualified. Oh no, the Tsuyuri sisters hugged each other, bracing for the worst. I'm here. A young man with reddish-black hair joined the field alongside a young woman with purplish-black hair. She was wearing her cheerleader outfit, which was perfectly arranged. Tanjiro Kamado has been present. A great shout of jubilation was present. The Tsuyuri sisters gave small jumps of joy upon seeing that the Tanji Shino couple was together again. Takamai couldn't be angrier. He, Shinobu, and all those damned people were making his blood boil even more. I thought you weren't coming anymore, forehead boy Takamai Ryo, his ego at its peak. Knew he was going to beat him and humiliate him in the worst way possible. Those from the LGBT community say it's because you didn't go to the meeting, Tanjiro replied seriously. Damn big-eyed one, Riho shouted angrily, having understood what Kamado had said. The farmer says you should give the scarecrow back its hair, Tanjiro replied again, letting out a big sigh. Just ignore him, Tanji, just focus on beating him. He's trying to provoke you and throw you off your game, Shinobu said, holding his arm. Are you going to let your little dwarf girlfriend defend you? Takamai mocked. Does it still burn you that she only loves me? A small smile appeared on the scarlet-eyed man's face. I'm going to destroy you, the rainbow eyes spoke in a psychopathic manner. I want to see that. Good luck, love, the purple-eyed girl gave him a small kiss on the cheek, before retreating to the bottom of the bleachers. He couldn't help but feel happy again. They were finally together again. A few minutes ago. Okay, I just need to sew around here. The pair were sitting on the floor of the academy's corridor. Tanjiro cut another long piece of blue thread to thread through the small eye of the needle, while Shinobu took some scraps of fabric from a small box containing several spools of colored thread. I'd say it's sweet of you to fix my uniform, but you're really doing it because you're so jealous, Shinobu smiled as she played with Tanjiro's long hair. You've just made me yours. What? And for that reason, I must protect what's mine. I don't want people like Takamai watching you, the rubbied boy replied, clutching the white kimono of his Aikido uniform. He had given it to him to cover himself while he fixed his own uniform. I don't think this thread will be long enough. Could you cut me another piece? Okay, but I'm just reminding you that today is the grand final of the duels. I won't be long, I promise, Tanjiro replied as he continued with what he was doing. At the moment. Breathe. They may be allowed to use 2 weapons in combat. On either side of them were 2 shelves filled with wooden weapons. Kamado took 2 swords while Takamai took 2 large fans. They decided to each keep one. They looked at each other one last time. The hatred between them reached its peak. Begin. I approached as quickly as I could and gripped the hilt of my sword tightly with my right hand. I needed power to land the strongest blows I could. You won't beat me, big forehead. Ignore him, Tanjiro, concentrate. I clashed my sword forcefully against Takamai's fan. It became an arm-wrestling match to see who would give way to the other. I stood firm and increased my breathing little by little. My sword was gaining ground against his fan. Bueg. I felt very dizzy, as if a large part of my energy was being taken away from me. Hey, snap out of it, it's draining your solar energy. In a swift reflex, Akugamo took possession of Tanjiro's body to remove Riho's hand. Riho detached himself from Tanjiro's chest, leaving the blonde boy with a wide, psychotic grin. He's not a normal human. No one could withstand all that power, much less absorb it. Hey, Akugamo. I say that he possesses the ability to steal your solar energy and become more powerful. Damn, so he was the one who made me lose in our first encounter. While I was getting weaker, he was getting stronger because he was stealing my SFA. How will we beat him? I started fighting defensively, moving as far away as I could from their attack range while I thought of a plan. I've got it, there's a small chance you can beat it, but in a way it will still drain your energy. And which one is that? As a slayer, you're fully skilled in swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat, right? And what do you think I'm doing? The problem is that you're not using your postures. Use them, but don't imbue it with your power because this way every time you activate it, it can drain your energy. Remember, it's not a demon for you to use. You're right, this way I'll keep my solar core sealed and gain an advantage. Kamado, observe his fighting style. Since he's already drained some of my energy, his speed and strength will have increased significantly, so I need to either overcome his strength or attack him much faster. Fulgur tackle. I got into position and charged with my first breathing style. If my attack was fast enough, I could. Understand that you cannot defeat me. A powerful blow from Takami has left Kamado on the ground. Damn, I need oxygen. You bastard, I'll make you suffer for ruining everything. Another blow, but this time to the face of the red-haired, dark-haired man. The hard fan caused his arms to go numb and unable to defend himself. Takami grabbed him and smashed him against the ground. Takami lands the first blow. What a way to start the fight. Tanjiro. Shinobu screamed in fright upon seeing the terrible blow he had received, leaving him stunned. Without thinking twice, she went to him. No, Shinobu. This is my fight, I must get up myself. I replied while wiping the blood from my mouth. How much energy has he drained from me? I must defeat him now, or at this rate I'll end up losing again. Just remember what Akugamu said, positions without power. Alright Takami, I've seen what you're capable of. I cracked my neck and arms, my bones felt slightly out of place. It's time to get serious. Thunder breaths. Now I gripped the sword so that the blade was facing downwards and charged again. Just give up. You can't do anything against me. Riho shouted as he threw his fan like a boomerang. I slipped through the gap left by his legs as he tried to grab me again, gripping my sword so tightly that the veins in my arms stood out even more. With one hand, I grasped the base of the hilt, and as if it were a cunning, I unleashed a powerful blow toward his neck. 8th position, pulverizing slash of lightning. Kamado has managed to return the blow to Takami. I stepped back a little while I watched him. The attack had been effective, judging by how he covered his neck where I had recently hit him. You're a damn Kamado, the blonde man said as he stood up again. You just got lucky. Okay, then let's check it again. They both charged again, rapid punches, cuts, pushes, kicks, and dodges where neither could make the other retreat. Come on Tanjiro, you can win, shouted the Tsuyuri sisters as they watched their red-eyed friend engaged in an intense fight with Takami. Defeat him, Tanjiro. Jiu shouted, urging his friend to get revenge for everything he had done to him. Tanjiro wins, Shinobu shouted while waving her pom-poms. Tanjiro, Tanjiro, Tanjiro. Little by little, the crowd began to shout and cheer him on. All of this helped the reddish-black-haired teenager land the first punches against Takami, gaining ground. Squeeze your buttocks. Smash. He threw a powerful punch at the blonde man's face, so powerful that it broke his nose. Damn it. The rainbowed teenager wiped the blood trickling from his nose. Shit face. He drew his other fan, gritted his teeth, and charged at Tanjiro again. Just in time, Kamado managed to block the attack with his sword, but that didn't stop the power of the blonde's blow, which shattered the weapon and delivered a powerful impact to the red-eyed man's face. Pure. Shinobu Kano Jiu and all those present watched the scene that had stolen their breath. Despite having given their all, Tanjiro could no longer move. He lay unconscious on the ground. I told you, you'll never be able to surpass me. I've always beaten you at everything. Riho shouted, a disturbing smile spreading across his face. And you, Kocho, are coming with me. I'll make you pay for leaving me for that idiot. You belong to me. Not even in your dreams will I allow it, you bastard. Amazing, Kamado has risen again. Kano and Kanny, who were crying because they thought their friend had lost, smiled with happiness as they saw him slowly get up again. Well, I don't know if you want to listen to it, but excellent time to listen to it. Tanjiro Yoriichi mode XD. You won't touch my Shinobu again. Tanjiro shouted, his left arm completely dislocated. I don't intend to lose to you. He gritted his teeth and slammed his shoulder into place, finally popping the bone back into position. Shinobu looked surprised and with a few tears in her eyes at the invincible determination of her Tanjiro. Kamado took the sword he had put away and positioned himself ready to continue fighting. Like lightning, the scarleted teenager lunged again at the rainbowed teenager, who could barely block the quick and powerful attacks, slowly giving way to Kamado. Shit Bueg. Tanjiro silenced him with a powerful punch. No. Tanjiro kneed him in the stomach. You'll get it, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to his back. My Shinobu, I grab her neck with both hands. Again, and he finished the combo with a powerful headbutt that sent him flying. First stance tackle brilliance 7 cuts. Damn it, I have to counterattack. Takamai shouted, raising her fans again. That final clash had reached its climax. Both young men stood back to back trying to stay upright. The tension was palpable as everyone wondered who would win, but neither would give an inch. Takamai spoke as his foot went false. But Riho is the winner. Tanjiro had finally given in and fell to the floor unconscious. He had given his all but failed to defeat him. You did amazing, Tanji. Shinobu smiled sweetly as she knelt down, letting her beloved scarlet-eyed boy's head rest on her lap. Euphoric shouts erupted as all the students went down to the field to congratulate the winner. Tanjiro, Tanjiro, Tanjiro. Perhaps Takamai had won the confrontation, but Kamado had won everyone's hearts with his unwavering determination to stay with Shinobu. He slowly opened his eyes, surprised by the red lips of the purple-eyed girl that appeared on his own. A louder scream rang out. Seeing this, Takamai was filled with fury and charged at the two of them, but... Congratulations, Mr. Takamai, you've won every match, therefore you are the winner, Principal Tamyo said, raising her voice. Given this incredible match, the rules have been changed for this one time only. Ms. Kocho will receive a small penalty for not respecting the rules. Her first-place title will be revoked and awarded to Ms. Shabana. The woman gave a small wink to the newly conscious Tanjiro, but Riho tried to speak again, but the shouts from the Tanji-Shino couple overwhelmed him, and he stormed out very upset along with Ume, who wouldn't stop crying. Tanjiro, you did it. The Tsuyuri sisters shouted like a couple of little girls. They were so happy. Well done, Tanjiro. You didn't win, but you didn't lose either. That's something, Jiyu said with a slight smile. That's why everyone hates you, Shinobu replied, looking at him seriously. What? Tomioka shouted as veins bulged on his forehead. Tanjiro couldn't help but smile at the amusing situation where his girlfriend and his friend were arguing. He was smiling inwardly too, because indirectly he had won. The school dance. It was early Saturday morning. The young red-haired man was drinking a cup of coffee while resting a bit. Sleep was getting the better of him, but he still had a long way to go. It's 4 in the morning. She yawned loudly when she checked the time on her phone. You shouldn't have stayed up so late. Tanjiro approached Shinobu to adjust her pillow and tuck her back in with the blanket. She collapsed, exhausted, and had fallen asleep 2 hours ago. You'll finish programming it later, said the red-eyed one as he closed his laptop, and then stroked her. Get some rest now, you have time to do this tomorrow too. Don't you have a very important matter tonight? I never liked going to the school dance, I only go for Shinobu and Mitsuri. It doesn't matter what the reason is, but at least sleep a little now. In fact, you're moving because I'm possessing you. Your body stopped consciously moving an hour ago. Okay, I'll go to sleep for just a little while. Don't you think he looks so cute while he's sleeping? His face exudes such tranquility, it's so comforting to watch him sleep. What time is it? I opened my eyes, I was a little tired. Good morning, Tanjiro, said 2 beautiful teenage girls cheerfully, one with purple eyes and black hair and the other with green eyes and pink hair. They approached him and placed a small kiss on his cheek. Good morning, girls, do you happen to know the time? I asked. It's 11 in the morning, why, replied the green-eyed girl. For nothing I smiled at my 2 beloved girlfriends. Today is a very important day. Today is the school dance and we have to go shopping for clothes. Mitsuri said excitedly, much to the displeasure of Tanjiro and Shinobu, who grimaced. Come on, don't be grumpy, dancing is so much fun, there's no reason to stay here. Kenroji tried to cheer them both up, and she succeeded, with Shinobu being the only one she persuaded. Remember, I can't, I replied, embarrassed. It was well known because of my 2 left legs. Come on, Tanji, Shinobu laughed. If you want, you can stay here watching TV or playing video games while we dance with some guys. I don't think there'll be a problem. Of course they won't do that. In fact, we're going to buy their dresses right now. A vein popped out on the forehead of the crimson-eyed young man as he took the 2 girls and left his apartment. Shinobu gave Mitsuri a quick nod. As always, they had struck at her Achilles' heel, jealousy. The trio walked through the city. Tanjiro kept hitting himself in the face for having fallen into Shinobu's trap, while she and Mitsuri scouted out the best place to buy clothes. It's 2 p.m., there are 6 hours left before the dance starts at 8. We'll barely have time to get ready, Mitsuri said as she took Shinobu's hand. Would you help me get ready? I'm not very good at these things, Shinobu said, remembering how her sisters always did her makeup and hair. Of course, Mitsuri smiled as she looked into her eyes with a slight blush. She couldn't help but blush at the beautiful natural beauty of her best friend. What do you think of that, ones? The teenager with the butterfly brooch spoke, referring to another shop frequented by her sisters Kani and Kana. Great, let's go then. Buying clothes made Mitsuri look like a little girl in a candy store. Shinobu smiled at the childish attitude of her braided-haired friend, although turning around she observed how her dark-haired friend looked very uneasy. Is something wrong? Kocho hugged him from behind like a teddy bear. Anything you need, I'm here for you. There are some things I haven't told you, and I don't know if you'll take it the wrong way. His voice wasn't lying, he was very worried. I don't think it's a bad thing, but if it is, I know you'll tell me and we'll sort it out. The teenager with wisteria streaks rested her head on the back of the young man with the scar. It has to do with demons. His voice changed to a serious one. Shinobu pulled away and drew him as close to her as she could. What are you saying? A lot of strange things have happened with them over the past week, but these past few days everything has been quiet, and that makes me a little uneasy. Besides, there's something I haven't told you about myself. What are you waiting for? Tell me, Shinobu said, waiting for his words. There's a sim inside me. Are you not coming? Mitsuri shouted, startling them both. It'll be better for later, said the young man with red eyes, starting to walk. You calm down a little. I can't, Akugamo. Ever since you told me Takamai was stealing my solar energy, it makes me suspect he might be possessed or controlled by some powerful demon. I waited, sitting in an armchair inside the shop. I remembered the deaths of all those people at Jaikusatsu's hands, and that didn't leave me at peace. Added to that, the demon's low activity made me think they were planning something bigger. That's the least of it. We should focus on the symbiotes. Since the incident, there has been no activity from any of them. We're back, Shinobu and Mitsuri said, carrying some bags of clothes, which confused Tanjiro since they only needed a dress. You guys are taking forever, Kamado said, checking the time on his watch. 5:50. Well, it's just that Shinobu didn't like any of the ones I brought her. Believe me, I'm exhausted. But it was worth it when you see him at the dance. The pink-haired girl winked. Anyway, we should go now. There are only 2 hours left until the dance starts. Shinobu had to interrupt the conversation. She was getting a little bored. My Hiyori, my earrings, my jacket. I packed my Slayer outfit into my backpack. I'd already changed and had a little time to do this. And will they be giving out chocolate today at what they call a dance? I don't know, maybe, I replied as I wrapped my sword in black ribbons. You haven't bought me any more of that delicious treat. Well, you're right, I'll buy some later. He may be a parasite, but when it comes to candy, he acts like a child. Just call me when you do it. Tanjiro, are you ready yet? Mitsuri had entered the room. I almost peed myself from the fright, thinking I had seen Akugamo. You look very handsome, Tanjiro, Mitsuri said upon seeing the red-eyed boy in his formal attire. You look very beautiful too, Mitsuri, Tanjiro replied upon seeing his girlfriend. Why couldn't I find a picture of her in a dress V? The pink-haired teenager approached him and placed a kiss on his lips. Are you ready? She asked. Yes, I was just packing some things in my backpack, I replied. I just remembered that I hadn't finished wrapping the sheet of paper. What is that? Kenroji asked, noticing a very long object on her desk. I pressed myself against the furniture and tried to conceal my sword. It's nothing, it's just a bat. What a stupid excuse. And why would you bring a bat to school? The green-eyed girl raised an eyebrow, her face looking very serious as she approached the red-eyed girl again. Because what are you saying, Shinobu, that you'd like to tell Takamai to go buck himself? Fine, I'll help you. I grabbed my backpack and sword and quickly left the room. What was she plotting? Mitsuri said to herself as she crossed her arms. How do I look? If you looked beautiful before, now you've left me speechless. She looked like a queen. I agree with Tanjiro, you look beautiful, Shinobu, Mitsuri said as she approached her friend, a deep blush spreading across her face, and planted a kiss on her lips. Tanjiro swallowed hard at the sight of his girlfriends. He felt his second sword yearning to be drawn. It reminded him of what had happened last night. Tanjiro flashback. Are you sure? Don't you think she'll be upset? Asked a certain purple-eyed girl in a cheerleader outfit. It doesn't matter if she's upset. I must apologize for what happened with Ume, the reddish-brown-haired man replied, knocking on the door. Who is it? A very muffled voice spoke from the other side of the door. Mitsuri, it's me, Tanjiro. I want to talk to you. I need to explain a lot of things to you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Please leave me alone, Mitsuri said in a sad voice. I apologize for what I did to you. I shouldn't have been your boyfriend, even though I was engaged to Ume because of the dance. But I wanted to tell you that we can be together again. If you don't want to get back together with me, I understand. I just hope we can remain friends, Tanjiro said sadly. The door opened and Mitsuri stepped out, tears of joy streaming down her face. She hugged him and gave him a long, passionate kiss. But she hadn't noticed a certain young woman with a butterfly brooch watching her with obvious discomfort. Shinobu, I'm sorry, the green-eyed girl exclaimed upon seeing that her best friend was there. You were eating strawberry ice cream. Kamado said, licking his lips. Yes, why? Kenroji asked as she invited them into her apartment. You're welcome, Tanjiro replied as he closed the door. Shinobu, Mitsuri tried to articulate while playing with her fingers. Don't worry, Mitsuri, if you love Tanjiro too, I have no problem sharing him with you, Shinobu replied, a little nervously. This was the first time she'd had a shared relationship. The pink-haired girl sweetly hugged her friend. Tanjiro smiled peacefully, watching his two girlfriends get along so well, but that joy turned into a deep blush when he saw Mitsuri passionately kissing Shinobu. Shinobu, you're very pretty, the green-eyed girl said as she caressed her cheeks. Mitsu, the purple-eyed girl, was so flushed and surprised that she couldn't even speak. Tanjiro swallowed hard at the sight. It was the first time he'd ever seen two girls do that. He was brought back to reality, however, when he felt Shinobu kiss his left cheek and Mitsuri his right, and then they took his hand and led him to the pink-haired girl's room. End of flashback. Relax, Tanji, Shinobu said before kissing his lips. Shinobu pulled away from the red-eyed man's lips, giving way to Mitsuri, who did the same. I'm sure you had a great time with us yesterday, right? Well, it's not something you can just say so casually, said the teenager with the scar, scratching his head. Well, it's time to go, Shinobu said, opening the door. And why are you using that backpack? The lemonade teenager noticed that, like Tanjiro, she was carrying a bag with a bat on her back. It's so they don't make fun of Tanjiro for being the only one carrying a backpack. It was the best thing she could come up with, while her boyfriend face-palmed at such a lame excuse. We can store it in the lockers. Anyway, let's go, it's already 8 o'clock. He took them both and left the apartment. The three of them were ready for the school dance, even though the night might not have ended in the best way. The king and queen. We're here. The beautiful girl with emerald eyes was very excited to arrive at the academy. What better way to waste a Saturday, the boy said as he got out of his car, and then helped both girls out. You can go home, Mitsuri and I are staying here, the wisteria-eyed teenager spoke with a certain malice, as if wanting to provoke him. Yeah, right, Kamado spoke coldly. Shinobu and Mitsuri took him by both arms and then began walking. There were already many students entering the school, and in particular 2 beautiful sisters who, upon seeing them, didn't hesitate to join them. Shinobu, Mitsuri, Tanjiro, Kani and Kanao called out excitedly to the trio. I'm so glad you came to the dance. I suppose I should be too, but did you come alone? Tanjiro asked, not wanting his 2 best friends to be without company. No, I'm accompanied by Sanemi, Kani said. And I'm for Zenitsu, Kanao spoke. Okay, but if you'd like, all 7 of us can be together, Mitsuri said. I'd love to spend time with you guys, but as you know, Shinazugawa is a bit special. He can't seem to hold a conversation with other people, Kani said, scratching her head at her friend's attitude. I have no problem with it, but I don't know if you'd like to hear Zenitsu screaming and imitating his sister Kanao. He did the same. That's complicated, Shinobu said. How about we just go inside? The 5 friends entered their school, and what a way to decorate the place. Everything looked very cool and beautiful. While the 4 girls went to the center of the room to talk, the reddish-brown-haired boy headed towards the school hallways, more specifically to his locker, but stopped when he saw a certain young man with 2-colored eyes and black hair who looked very sad. It was Obanai, and I clearly felt terrible because I remembered everything he had said to me during our confrontation at the sports festival. I understood that he loved Mitsuri possibly much more than I did, and that made me doubt whether I should be with her since, for some strange reason, my heart wasn't beating normally. Is something wrong? That was Akugamu's voice. My hand turned black and 2 small yellow eyes appeared on it. Don't go out today, they might see you. I put my backpack in my locker. So you owe me chocolate anyway, but is something wrong? You seem very worried. Well, you see, I have 2 girlfriends and I have a problem with one of them. The one with the big butt or the one with the big breasts? Their names are Shinobu and Mitsuri, and it's with the latter I love her, but I know a boy who loves her even more and who's probably suffering a lot because I took her away. This makes me feel so confused and sad. I leaned against the metal walls until I was sitting on the floor. I don't know what to do. And why do you feel this way if she already belongs to you? It's something we call empathizing with others, and that's why I'm in this dilemma. I let out a big sigh as I watched him. I am a demon and I know no feeling other than anger. Well, then they should understand human feelings. And in my case, I understand Aguro's feelings about someone else preventing me from being with the person I love. I don't understand. Why do you think about them and not about yourself? Things shouldn't be like this. Because my father taught me that the satisfaction of seeing others happy lies in having the opportunity to do so, and I have that opportunity. Besides, I'm not very comfortable with having 2 girlfriends. I know many guys would like to be in this situation, but I'm not. I accepted because my feelings are still confused, and I didn't want to see her sad for being so stupid, but I think it's time to act maturely. Feelings. I got up from the floor with an idea in mind. I love Mitsuri, but my confused feelings could hurt her again, and she doesn't deserve that. She deserves someone who truly loves her, and that's Obanai, not me. I ran through all the hallways looking for him, but there was nothing. Wait, is someone crying? Silently, I approached the one who was sobbing, and it was Obanai. I swallowed. I knew what was going to happen, and without fear, I spoke. Obanai, can we talk? Kamado, you're a bastard. He was in a rage. The bicolor-readied teenager went after the red-eyed teenager and punched him hard in the stomach. You miserable wretch, how dare you be with Mitsuri when you're already with Kocho? You're taking advantage of her because she loves you, you son of a bitch. Iguro yelled, punching Kamado in the mouth, making him spit blood. I know I'm wrong, but go ahead and vent. You have the right, Tanjiro said without resisting, because he knew she deserved it. Iguro gritted his teeth, filled with helplessness at not being able to land another blow. From what he'd heard, Tanjiro was someone who had suffered greatly in his life and was therefore very confused, and like any human being, he gave free rein to his judgment and released the reddish-haired boy. Oh, so you've come here, Kamado, the young man with charcoal-colored hair, spoke coldly as he wiped the blood from his hand. I came here to do things right, and that means you have to be Mitsuri's partner, Tanjiro replied, wiping the blood from his mouth. I know you love her, and that's why you two should be together. What? Don't be an idiot, she's happy with you. I'm not going to ruin her happiness, Iguro replied. She'll never be happy because she won't have all my love, and that's something only you can give her. I've seen you, and she's told me so much about you, how you always helped her in every way you could, how you supported and encouraged her when she was really down. We have to put aside our differences for her. She's so good that she deserves the best in the world, and that's something I can trust you with, Tanjiro said, extending his hand. The dark-haired man hesitated for a moment, but in the end he joined his hand with hers. All of this was because of that beautiful girl with emerald eyes. I think I have a plan. I know it will be difficult for her to lose her feelings for me, but I can assure you it will be a great step for both of you, Kamado said with determination. Oh, there you are. Shinobu and I were looking for you, the salmon-haired teenager said sweetly, holding his hand tightly. Where were you? Do you remember when I went to put my backpack in my locker? I replied, a little nervous. Well, I ran into Obanai, we chatted for a bit, and now we're best friends. Oh, how lovely. It makes me so happy that my beloved boyfriend and my best friend get along so well, Kenroji smiled beautifully. Yeah. By the way, where is he? The girl asked, looking for her friend. He said he'd be back soon. If you'll excuse me, I have something very important to do. I left as quickly as I could and hid under a table, watching a certain boy with heterochromatic eyes keep him company. Once everything was quiet, I came out from under the table and bumped into a certain purple-eyed girl. What are you doing, Tanjiro? Shinobu asked as she saw her boyfriend emerge from under the furniture. Well, by putting two boys together, what else? Hello everyone, I hope you're all having a great time. Don't forget to vote for your king and queen of this dance. Here are the current results. King TAKMAIRIHO 2578. KAMADO TANJIRO 2077. SHINAZUJWA SANEMI 1899. IGURO OBANAI 1895. TOMIOKAGIYUU 1791. Queen SHABNA UME 3459. KOCHO SHINOBU 3111. TSUIORI KANA 2789. KANROJI MITSURI 2472. TSUIORI KANAO 2190. Remember that this is the sum of what was obtained in the SPORTS festival, but it may vary with your votes through the school's website SO Vote. That's very interesting. Now I need a computer, and I think I know where I can get one. It's almost closing time. What are your plans for tonight? Most likely my grandma will take me to bingo. What about you? I'll most likely check if Oran Play has already uploaded any videos. Wait, in front of the two young people, a boy with scarlet eyes had crashed into the glass door. Luckily, it was tempered glass. I want to rent a computer, the reddish-brown-haired man exclaimed, a small bruise on his face. He'd arrived at an internet cafe. And while you're at it, could you bring me an espresso and a bag of ice, please? The dance was in full swing, everyone moving to the music except for a certain beautiful teenager who adorned her dark hair with a large butterfly brooch. Lucia, very worried, couldn't find her boyfriend anywhere until she saw him enter holding an ice pack to his face. What happened to you? Shinobu asked when she saw him. Nothing important. Haven't they announced the prom king and queen yet? The red-eyed young man asked as he pulled out his cell phone. No, they'll most likely do it in a few moments. Why do you ask? And more importantly, where were you? The young woman with violet eyes said seriously, raising an eyebrow and crossing her arms. This terrified the boy. I wasn't doing anything wrong, I assure you. It's just that he couldn't finish his sentence because the DJ cut him off. The voting is now closed. It's time to see which couple will win these amazing crowns, and they are RIHOTAKMAI and UME SHABNA. A big round of applause for them both. They're not here. Are they not present? I don't think anyone has seen them since the dance started. Have you? Well, I haven't seen them either, so it seems we won't have a crowned couple this year. What if you try second place instead? A certain reddish-brown-haired man shouted. Great idea. So the second place and recipients of this crown, this year's new king and queen are OBANAIIGURO and MITSURIKANROJI. A loud applause for them too. Everyone looked very surprised except for Tanjiro, who watched with a big smile as his beloved Mitsuri and Aguro walked towards the stage to receive their respective crowns, and without wasting any time he went after them. Congratulations, Mitsuri Obanai, I'm glad you two won, the red-eyed man said sweetly to the newly formed couple. But Tanjiro, Mitsuri began, tears welling in her eyes, but Tanjiro wiped them away with his handkerchief. I love you, and I love you so much that I'm letting you go because what I was doing to you wasn't right. I can't give you half my love because you deserve all of it, and I know Obanai will give it to you, of that I have no doubt, he said, sweating profusely as the dark-haired man glared at him with anger. But will we still be friends? The green-eyed girl spoke with a hopeful tone. Of course, don't doubt it, Tanjiro replied calmly while playfully giving them a small bow. The Oba-Mitsu couple went up on stage, and once this was done, the young man with the scar went to his real girlfriend. You had this plan, didn't you? Shinobu said, taking his hand. Were you able to sort out your feelings? All I can say is long live the bride and groom. Obanai approached Mitsuri and delicately took her chin in his hand, and as if she were a princess, kissed her on the lips. Everyone started shouting and applauding at the new couple, especially Tanjiro, who was much happier to know that his lovely green-eyed girl would be even happier. I guess I'll have to cancel that big 2% hoodie I ordered from Amazon, Shinobu laughed, pulling Tanjiro toward her. Fine, then it'll just be you and me. The Tanji-Shino couple slowly brought their lips closer. I think we're late for our coronation. Demonic moons. All the students stared in confusion at the two figures, except for Shinobu and Tanjiro, who slowly backed away from them. Their slayer senses tingled. They were two demons. Hey, you two, don't move. The snow-haired demon unleashed giant bands from her body that began to destroy everything around her. The couple quickly left the room, heading in the same direction, their lockers. Damn, where is he? I'll have to fly here to find him, a blonde demon with rainbow eyes spoke. Everyone tried to flee from the two of them, but the demon's large, long sashes prevented them, trapping the vast majority of students. Come out or they will all die, spoke the demon, taking his large, sharp fans and making a small cut on a poor, unfortunate soul. Good heavens, how disgusting and unpleasant you are. A butterfly-patterned hooded Hayori partially obscured her face, revealing only large tanzanite eyes and long strands of obsidian-whistling hair. She walked calmly, drawing her sword. Typical of demons. What? I told you not to do that, you already exposed us. A young man in a plaid-patterned hooded Hayori which partially covered his face, revealing two large ruby eyes and wearing two earrings with an engraved sun, had his sword ready to blow off the demon's head, but due to the girl's entrance the element of surprise was lost. Phew. Are you okay? Shinobu asked, helping her boyfriend to his feet. We need to end this fight quickly, Tanjiro said as he sheathed his sword. Sun for all, full cowl 20%. No, wait. What an idiot. The demon grabbed the slayer by the neck, beginning to drain all the energy he had planned to use to fight it. His strength dwindled until Shinobu, with her incredible speed, managed to push the demon back and rescue the red-eyed slayer. The sun for all, the grace inherited from the sun itself, an infinite source of energy and power that makes its bearer an invincible being, almost like a god, falls into the hands of a fool like you, the blonde man spoke, as he began to reveal two kanji characters in his eyes. Release the students, I'll take care of him, the slayer said seriously as he received confirmation from the slayer. Someone call the police, help, now it was up to the couple to save them all. Tanjiro, that's the boy you lost to in those fights you had. I had my doubts about how he could do that to you, but now it's all confirmed, he's a demon. So that's what Takamai was hiding, I have to take him away from here. I don't want him to hurt all those people. Okay, I'll help you with that. What? The demon symbiote made its presence known, covering his arms, chest, and face with its dark matter, assimilating into an exoskeleton. And what's that all about? You'll need attack power. Remember, your solar power is useless against him until we figure out why. You can only rely on your stances in this. Good, Tanjiro said as he swiftly charged and took the demon away. Stop moving. Those sashes kept pursuing the purple-eyed girl, but she was so fast that she easily dodged and cut through them. One by one, she freed the trapped students until she reached a certain pair, a teenage girl with green eyes and pink hair. Thank you so much, the girl said, regaining her composure. I didn't know the Thunder Slayer had a partner. Well, it's just that I was busy with other things, Shinobu said as she helped the girl down. Your eyes are very pretty, they remind me of someone, Mitsuri said as she approached her, causing her great nervousness. I'll go get your boyfriend. Shinobu got out of that embarrassing situation and went to rescue the last person she needed to rescue. Ay, how I hate you, you damn bitch, screamed the lemonade demon. Excuse me, do I know you? Shinobu said, appearing from behind him. What the hell? The butterfly slayer made large and deep cuts in the demon's body, causing her to lose concentration and thus freeing the boy with different colored eyes. Get out of here with your girlfriend and fast. Shinobu yelled as she positioned herself to attack. Insect breathing breaths. Dragonfly dance, compound eye hexagon. The huntress coated her blade with poison and with quick cuts injected the toxins into multiple parts of his body. Having done this, she pointed the sword towards his neck. Do you think I'm stupid? The albino demon pulled out even more sashes and unleashed a barrage of attacks at Shinobu. She dodged them all as she moved away from the already destroyed school to an area where nothing remained. The city is practically right in front of me. It will be very difficult. You won't be able to escape Daki, the upper moon number 3. One of the sashes managed to catch the slayer, throwing her with great force towards a building. You shouldn't have touched Mykamato. I need to think fast about how I can slow down before Tanjiro. The young man with red eyes managed to catch her and they both descended into a building. What's happening? Shinobu asked as she removed her hood. Nothing except that Takamai and Shabana are actually upper moon number 1 and number 3 and they're coming for us, Tanjiro replied as he removed the mask of darkness. Higher moons? Asked the purple-eyed one. Among the demons, there is an elite group called the Demonic Moons made up of 12 extremely powerful demons divided into 2 ranks, the waxing and the waning, all with the purpose of bringing him back. Oz, and what are you? The young woman with the butterfly brooch exclaimed in surprise as she saw a certain demonic creature partially emerge from the chest of the teenager with the sun earrings. Well, this is Akugamu. I wanted to talk to you about him a few hours ago, Tanjiro replied. But again the symbiote took over. I used to be part of the most powerful demon in the service of him. His name was Asgrimful, and he belonged to a group stronger than the crescent moons, being number 1 among the full moons. In my world, that was just an urban legend, the teenager continued, analyzing the situation. You see, Shinobu, in the long time I've wielded this sword, I've faced many demon moons, killing the vast majority of them, with Asgrimful being the last of the full moons. Tanjiro spoke. I, along with 3 others, are the remnants of that demon. I am a symbiote searching for a new host in order to survive. And does that justify you being glued to my Tanjiro? Shinobu questioned. Years ago, I awakened a power that allows me to accumulate energy, the sun for all. I can access all that raw, infinite power to enhance all my physical capabilities to a superhuman level. But since my body can't withstand the tremendous power boost it gains during the day and night, Akugamu helps me keep my solar core stable, Tanjiro replied. Are you telling me that you possess an incredibly powerful ability that you can't control? Shinobu said, something like that. You could categorize that 100% of energy that remains stable within me. Up until now, the limit I can use is barely 50% without fracturing my bones, but since this peculiarity, depending on the rise of the sun and moon, gains even more power, it surpasses that established amount. That's why I maintain this link with it, so that my solar core remains stable. And I can only focus on that 100%. Tanjiro explained everything he could about his grace. Well, I guess that's fine, but why don't you use it against them? That peculiarity within him has a counterpart called All for Moon. It was created by demons who desperately coveted the power of the sun for all. This peculiarity allows one to steal that energy and the life force of living beings, making them their own and increasing their own power. It's kind of like our sun and moon. Many believe the moon gives off its own light, but the reality is that it reflects sunlight. So that's how those peculiarities work. Tanjiro gives and Takamai takes away. Shinobu had analyzed all that information. That means you won't be able to fight him because you'll only make him more powerful. Yes, that's why Akugamu is helping me with this. I can't use my SFA because it will make his AFM more powerful. There they are. The pair of demon slayers were ambushed by the pair of demons. Tanjiro and Shinobu quickly took up fighting stances. Kamato, you damn forehead, I'm not going to forgive you for taking Shinobu from me, the rainbow demon said with a murderous glare. Do you think I'd let an idiot like you touch her again? You're an idiot, Takamai, Tanjiro said, holding Shinobu by the waist. I am Doma, the number 1 crescent moon. The demon roared in fury, creating great pillars of reddish ice that began to destroy the entire building. The pair of assassins had to jump into the crowded city streets but were intercepted by Daki, who made them crash into another building. Everyone run. The crowd erupted in chaos, some fled, while others stayed to record the scene with their cell phones. A demonic-looking being walked among towering columns of ice, accompanied by another creature clinging to the buildings like a spider. They approached the no-familiar Thunder Slayer who emerged from the rubble atop the building. Shinobu, are you alright? You weren't seriously hurt, were you? Tanjiro asked as some blood trickled from his forehead. Of course not, Tanji, just a few bruises and cuts, the usual stuff, replied Shinobu, who was also bleeding from her forehead. The red-eyed one watched him seriously while the purple-eyed one gave him a small smile, but again another assault from Doma made the pair focus on the fight. Seeing them together disgusts me, the demon spoke, launching multiple sharp ice spikes. Shinobu behind me. The reddish black-haired man donned his Akugamo exoskeleton once more, allowing his 2 hands of dark matter to increase in size and shatter the spikes. The ice attack was joined by a large number of Daki sashes that were gradually forcing the pair back. Shinobu, Tanjiro called out, haven't you awakened your marks yet? I don't know what that is, replied the purple-haired woman as she defended herself with her sword against the incoming sashes of the demonic moon. It's a sign of the peak of your abilities as a slayer. These come with unique skills depending on the breathing your sword chose for you the day you wielded it, Tanjiro said as small veins stood out on his face. Sounds great, and how do I wake him up? Shinobu replied, throwing small vials filled with wisteria smoke at the demons. Quick, we have to escape. Both boys jumped off the building by sliding down its glass. Sun for all, full cal 10%. Taking Shinobu Tanjiro, he jumped from building to building until he reached one as far away as possible from Doma and Daki's. We'll be fine here temporarily, Kamado said as he removed his Akugamo armor in full cowling. Tell me then about the marks. If they're useful against demons, I'll awaken them, Kocho said as she climbed off his back. The marks will appear depending on one's feelings and desires. I've only managed to use it once, the Slayer with the checkered Hayori replied. And how does it feel? Asked the Slayer wearing the butterfly Hayori. You only feel power, and I think that will be very useful to me since I won't be using my solar energy. We'll have to awaken them if we want to be on their level. So fast, large blocks of ice began to fall from the night sky, shattering everything they touched. Tanjiro enveloped his arm in dark matter, increasing its size, and with it began to destroy all that blood ice. You run away like the damn drone you are. Doma had arrived before them both, but he looked different, red veins wrapped around his arms. I just realized you possess a symbiote, the demonic moon spoke as a blood-like substance began to consume him. What do you think? Well, me too. From bad to worse. N.A. knowing who is speaking. Tanjiro. Shinobu. Doma and Daki. Akugamo. Jaikusatsu. That's Jaikusatsu. Yes. We must take advantage of the fact that there are 2 of us against 1. Doma didn't come alone. Daki had also appeared, dragging Kocho along with her to leave her mentor alone with Kamado. What do we have here but the traitor of the demons? Jaikusatsu spoke, partially emerging from Dauma's body. What I do with my life is none of your business. I don't see the point in killing people just for fun, Akugamo replied, partially exiting Tanjiro's body. I will personally see to your death. Along with that brat, tonight were the last words of the red symbiote before returning inside the demonic moon. Groaar, the symbiote lunged at Tanjiro. He enveloped his arms in his dark matter to gain strength and prevent Jaikusatsu's claws from piercing them. Things are going to get much more difficult for us. Why do you say that? Because I remind you that he is more powerful than I am. Kamado was slowly losing the fight. Jaikusatsu's strength was far superior to Akugamo's. Bue. The Slayer screamed as he felt one of the red symbiote's claws pierce one of his arms. At this, Akugamo emerged and charged at both demons, causing all 4 to fall from the building. No, I don't intend to fall for my former self. Akugamo spread over Tanjiro's body like his exoskeleton. You won't be able to beat me, I always win. Doma shouted, projecting large blood-red ice spikes from his back. There's a first time for everything. Tanjiro shouted as he began to destroy the ice spikes. Open the fire. In response to the commotion in the city, many military squadrons had arrived, some of them beginning to bombard the creatures falling from the buildings. We got him, don't come at me with that crap again. Tanjiro, do you think the same as me? If the plan is to weaken Jaikusatsu with fire, count me in. Akugamo partially emerged from Tanjiro's body and enveloped Jaikusatsu and Doma. Having previously gained fireproof immunity from the red-eyed man's Sun for all, he pushed them toward the military's firestorm. With the momentum I'm gaining from the fall and the fire breaking through Jaikusatsu's defense, I'm getting an opening to decapitate Doma. I drew my sword, waiting for the exact moment. Demonic blood arts. Frozen clouds. A powerful torrent of air filled with ice particles began to circulate throughout the area. Slowly, they began to fall on the city. Don't stop, it was Ag. A small snowflake fell on the man and he instantly froze to death. Cold air swirled around the soldiers' nostrils, causing their lungs to freeze and burst. What the hell is this? Many began vomiting or expelling large amounts of blood from their mouths and noses, while some unfortunate souls exploded from within, leaving only pieces of ice mixed with remains of flesh and blood. Seriously, you're kidding me. He just hexed up with like 60 people all by himself. That's better. Gyukusatsu regenerated and began delivering powerful blows to Akugamo, managing to separate them. In the midst of all this, they didn't realize they were falling, and all four of them crashed spectacularly to the asphalt. I think I just broke something I didn't know could break, Tanjiro said as he tried to get up from the small crater where he was. Get up quickly. Gyuagigi, how it hurts. One of my arms was pierced by what appeared to be tentacles coming from Gyukusatsu's back. I was about to pull it off, but another tentacle impaled my arm, leaving me vulnerable to a direct attack. You'll always be my favorite idiot, Kamado, and even though I'd like to kill you in the most painful way possible, I need you because you're the perfect vessel to bring him back. But I also need my little Shinobu to sacrifice, Doma said as his arm generated a large fan. You are and always will be a bucking piece of shit, I replied as I spat in his face. You'll regret doing that. The demon embedded the fan in Tanjiro's arm and slowly slid it down to repeat the same formula, intending to cut it completely. He clenched his teeth, enduring the unbearable pain until finally he could no longer feel his limb. You feel that, you disgusting dog? That's how I feel now that you've taken Shinobu from me. I'll stop if you give her back to me. The demonic moon screamed, her blood boiled with rage at the sight of the hunter smiling at her. Here's my other arm, go ahead and destroy it, the reddish-brown-haired man said with a determined look. He wasn't going to give up on Shinobu even if he killed him. Dauma's madness combined with Gyukusatsu's psychopathic state practically made them the most powerful beings that could exist. The red symbiote's tongue swiped across the red-eyed man's face, leaving a small cut on his left cheek. You're weak, Akugamo, you lack hatred, the symbiote said as it moved toward the boy's neck. Human emotions have made you just as useless as they are. You deserve to die. There's something that makes humans very special beings, something I came to understand with this boy, and that is the ability to gain incredible strength when you try to protect those you care about. The young hunter's entire left arm was covered by Akugamu's dark matter. He grew to a monstrous size and with a powerful blow knocked Gyukusatsu off him, then slammed him into some cars. So you care about me, Akugamo? Tanjiro asked, very tired and in pain but maintaining that smile as warm as the sun. Don't take it so seriously, I only said it because you're my host and I don't want you to die. Yes, of course, replied the young man in the checkered Haori as he stroked his symbiote's head. The demon slayer re-equipped his dark exoskeleton and went after the rainbow-eyed demon. He didn't even give it time to get up before Tanjiro struck it again. Don't remove the dark matter from your arm, I will heal it. Once again, another battle began between the hunter and the demon. Dauma began creating large blocks of ice, which Tanjiro shattered as he tried to get closer to decapitate him. Gyukusatsu backed the demon moon, creating those bloody tentacles once more, but Tanjiro's swift hand movements cleared a path with his sword. His speed was increasing along with his strength. Small sparks began to emerge from his arms as a strange flame-like mark with lightning-shaped points took over the left side of his forehead. His Slayer mark had awakened. Engulfed in a large amount of electricity, the Slayer made a direct cut to the moon, causing a moderate short circuit throughout the area. What's this? Kamado wondered, watching electricity crackle in both his hands. I don't remember this power the last time I awakened my mark. Watch out, here they comes. The Slayer took his sword. Breathe. I held the handle and let the electricity flow into the weapon. Small sparks flew from the blade, third position. He grabbed the base of the handle with one hand while using the other to quickly slide the blade, and as if it were a spear, he struck it against Dauma's chest. Detonating boom generator. An electrical explosion erupted, and cars began to sound their alarms in response to the power of the attack. Aaggggg, Dauma screamed as he was electrocuted by the aftereffects of the attack. I see you have everything under control, said the newly arrived Shinobu. She had awakened her Slayer mark, which appeared as two small purple butterflies, one on each cheek, while tiny black spots adorned her cheeks like freckles. I see you've awakened your mark, Tanjiro said as he wiped the blood from his face. It's amazing. I feel so much stronger, and you were right, I have some very interesting abilities, said the purple-eyed one as she began to secrete a substance with her hand, which she threw at the semi-conscious Dauma and Gyukusatsu, releasing a large explosion that began to release toxins, partially melting both demons. I call this poison shock, and it not only has the ability to release a powerful toxin, but it also has the ability to paralyze. Don't you think it's great, Tanjiro? Shinobu said excitedly like a little girl. It's similar to mine, Tanjiro said, raising both arms. His left arm unleashed a powerful lightning bolt that struck Dauma in the face, while his right arm released a tremendous plasma blast that incinerated him. Interesting. My power meshed with my hand skills. My left hand, which is my dominant one, is very precise, which is why that controlled lightning bolt hit his face. Meanwhile, my right hand, where I possess more strength, was able to create the most potent form of lightning, plasma. Enough, Doma shouted, emerging from the pile of cars. His face was badly disfigured as remnants of the symbiote dripped from his body. This is amazing, a cameraman exclaimed as he soared through the sky in a helicopter. You can do it, Thunder Slayer, and you too, Slayer's partner. Hey, record that. The pilot exclaimed as he saw a gigantic tarantula-like creature walking between the buildings. You damn dwarf, decline into darkness. This is going to get ugly, Tanjiro said as he watched Doma and the symbiote begin to grow to a monstrous size. You can say that again, Shinobu said as she watched Daki leap between the buildings to get closer to them. Everything was chaos, two young people facing ultra-powerful demonic beings that had existed since time immemorial. The military force was arriving, but they didn't last long, as the demonic Moon No. 1 began creating more titanic versions of itself, devastating a large part of the city. This is the worst situation I could have imagined, Tanjiro said, pulling his hood up to cover himself. I don't think our marks will be enough to stop him. Together we can only stop Daki, not him, Shinobu echoed. Let's go after her first. They both started running like two bullets fired, making their way through the rubble from the explosions of poison and plasma from the young butterfly and the young man with the earrings until they reached the area where Daki was. We need to defeat her quickly so we can focus on Doma, Kocho said, a little surprised because Kamado wasn't paying attention to her. Instead, he seemed very thoughtful. Is something wrong? I'm just thinking about what Moon for All does. It feeds on and steals my energy, but then I wonder, can I lend that energy? The young man with reddish eyes tensed one of his arms, multicolored veins becoming more prominent, and without hesitation he placed it on the shoulder of the young woman with purple eyes. She felt her body begin to burn slightly, but seconds later everything stabilized. What did you do to me? Shinobu asked. Just say this with me, Tanjiro said, Sun for All, full cowl. Like Tanjiro, Shinobu began to emit a strong amount of aura, which soon turned into lightning and in her case a purple hue, as she had temporarily acquired 25% of her solar energy. Well then, my hypothesis worked. I don't wish you luck because I know you'll beat her, were the last words the reddish-brown-haired man said before kissing the purple-haired woman on the lips. It was personal for him to face Doma alone. Sun for All, full cowl 50%. A massive leap that left a huge crater. A furrow soared high into the sky, gaining momentum for his stance. Some girls love badass men, the Slayer smiled, watching as Daki approached her. I still don't understand this, so for now I'll stick to my stances, the girl said, gripping her sword. Daki, who was in a tarantula-like form, slammed into the ground, but Shinobu dodged the attack with seconds to spare. Lucia was very surprised by the incredible increase in speed she had gained. Both her strength and agility had been boosted as a result. Because of that, he managed to position himself behind her where he was about to kill her, but the demon managed to block the attack with one of her sash legs. The mere fact that the sword blade didn't touch anything unleashed a tremendous blast of wind, dismembering his limbs. In short, it wasn't necessary to hit anything with the sword blade because the air pressure was so great that it cut through everything. With this acquired knowledge, the Slayer began to dance the different postures of her breath, gaining ground against Daki for two things: the Sun for All and her poison explosions, taking her to such a degree that she could not regenerate. His temperature was rising, and consequently the air currents from his attacks became scorching. Unconsciously, the blade of his sword turned red. Shit, damn it, the demon lay on the ground in a dying state, much of her body charred and her skin peeling off. Shinobu wasted no time and leaped to her. She plunged her sword into one of her arms, then secreted her poison and grabbed Daki by the neck. Let me go, Daki said through tears, but that didn't move the butterfly slayer in the slightest, who then took her sword and plunged it into her neck. You took away the beings I loved most, I neither forget nor forgive, the purple-eyed woman said coldly, slowly advancing her sword. Leave my sister alone. From the demon's mouth came an arm that began to strangle the young woman with the butterfly Hayori. Little by little, another demon emerged from inside the demon, and without wasting time, materialized a scythe to blow the girl's head off. In a reflex, she managed to pull the weapon away from her and quickly remove the hand that was squeezing it, then stepped back to assess what was happening. Now there were two demons she had to fight. That's what you get for being so trusting. You know very well that these vermin have their tricks, but from now on I'll take care of it, said the skeletal demon. I won't let you do it alone. Sh's mine Gyutaro, Daki shouted. I don't understand why you're fighting if I'm going to kill you anyway, Shinobu said, charging at the two demons. Gyutaro was the only one who could stand up to her since his sister was in terrible condition. Shinobu's red sword was not needed to strike, as its temperature was transmitted by the air currents of her movements powered by Sun for All, and once again she began to gain ground against Gyutaro. Beetle dance, charge. She launched herself straight at the yellowy demon who barely managed to dodge what would likely have been his death. An explosion of air erupted, leaving the true demonic moon slightly stunned. My chance, the butterfly slayer had another opportunity to kill the demon when a sash caught her off guard. I told you SHE was mine. Daki screamed, tightening the crimson black-haired teenager's belts even further. Her face was deformed because her regeneration had been disabled by the girl's poison, which only fueled her rage. Powerful blow, she slammed young Kocho against a building. Shinobu gritted her teeth as she tried to free herself from the rubble. She tried to move, but her spine had shattered in the process. Completely incapacitated, the girl began to cry, blood trickling from her forehead, but she clung to the false hope that her beloved Tanjiro would come and save her, but she could no longer believe that when Jutaro and Daki reached her. I finally have you the way I wanted you, Daki said triumphantly. He approached Shinobu and scratched her left breast with his claws. The purple-eyed girl screamed in pain. Daki smiled twistedly at her suffering, summoned more of her sashes, and when she was about to kill her, an explosion of poison took her by surprise. Damn it. The albino demon's skin peeled off again as she dripped with poison. The explosion was massive due to Sun for All and even reached Jutaro. Shinobu was surprised to find she could move now. It hurt a lot, but something is something, and limping, she grabbed her sword. Her slayer senses shot out, and grazing her neck, she dodged the sash of the already deformed Daki. Jutaro grabbed both her arms, leaving her at the mercy of her sister. I've waited a long time for this. The demonic moon screamed, summoning a bunch of sashes. Shinobu smiled as she remembered something again. Daki and Jutaro froze due to the side effects of her poison. Well, keep waiting, bitch. As Tanjiro says, smash. With all her strength, Shinobu delivered a powerful blow with her sword to Daki's neck, releasing an explosion of hot air that decapitated both demons. The Sun for All had run out, but that didn't stop her from moving forward in Tanjiro's direction despite how injured and exhausted she was. Thunder Breath, 9th stance, Lightning Sky Piercer. Descending, the assassin in the checkered Hayori generated a lightning bolt in the center of his blade, and gripping the handle with both hands, lunged straight at the neck of one of Dauma's Ice Titans, NA. These are approximately 10 meters tall, shattering its head. He made his way through the symbiote's ice replicas until he reached the original. It looked very different. From its torso down, it was surrounded by the symbiote's red matter, which had taken on the appearance of a quadruped. Kamado, I have this demon under my control. Jaikusatsu shouted, ordering the giant ice beings to attack him. I have no other choice. I know this will be a huge risk, but Akugamo, are you there? Tell me what's happening. I plan to use the Sun F. Shinobu. His girlfriend had returned from her confrontation with Daki but looked badly injured. She finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground with a smile. Tanjiro's breathing became heavy, veins began to bulge all over his body as his pupils dilated. No Tanjiro, no Sucumb. Shinobu. More than 100%. His darkness began to emerge due to Akugamo's nature. He entered a berserker state because of Tanjiro's growing anger. He began to devour him and envelop him in his darkness to give rise to a gigantic and monstrous creature. He began destroying everything in his path, making his way to carnage. That's the poison I know. Jaikusatsu shouted upon seeing his true nature, an unstoppable demon fueled by rage. Grower, the enormous demon devoured the ice giants created by Doma and then charged at the red symbiote. This is great. The death fight we should have had from the start. Jaikusatsu was highly motivated heading into the match against his black nemesis. Without effort, Venom quickly gained ground because his power increased dramatically during the night, and by plunging one of his giant claws into Carnage's body, he tore him in half. Groarr. The red symbiote was now the one who dug its claws into his head trying to open it, but Venom denied it by devouring him. Now Jaikusatsu pierced his limbs from within, having generated a gigantic bloody axe to escape from the jaws of the black symbiote. This did not faze him at all, and he continued exchanging bites and scratches. Let all your anger flow, it won't be enough to defeat me. Jaikusatsu continued summoning creatures of bloody ice, charging against Akugamo, but he continued destroying them all. Although internally Kamado suffered from the terrible pressure and pain of the symbiote in that state, although his growing hatred clouded his judgment. What happened? Shinobu stood up from the ground, her expression so incredulous as she checked and found that she no longer had any wounds on her body. In front of her and not far away, two very large creatures were engaged in a fight that was destroying a large part of the city. Tanjiro, where are you? The girl said, brandishing her sword, but unfortunately it broke. What? A legendary sword that transcended many past generations, wielded by different assassins who brandished it in order to eradicate demonic entities, being the last and the first to break that cycle. What do I do now? He put aside his worries as he dodged a car that flew off and crashed into a power pole, releasing a huge explosion that ended up burning his hand. Purpleed let out a scream from fright and pain, although little by little the burns disappeared, leaving her limb as it was before. But what those were fourth-degree burns, how is it possible that they healed so quickly? With this information, she was able to quickly formulate a hypothesis. It might sound far-fetched, but she had to consider that her life wasn't exactly normal. This hypothesis was that another ability granted by her mark was an intense regeneration factor. That was all, as she still felt very tired from the previous fight. To test it, he took a piece of his old sword and made a small cut on his hand. It immediately closed as if nothing had happened. This increases my chances of surviving if I try to stop those two, the young woman said resolutely. She took the remains of her sword, put them away, and tried to move as fast as her tired legs would allow toward the encounter. The fight between the two symbiotic monsters was very evenly matched until the slaughter created more ice versions of itself that tried to grab the poison, but they couldn't overcome the demon's tremendous brute strength, and as expected, it destroyed them. That was what Jyakusatsu hoped for, that he would lose focus on him, and immediately he began to pelt him with giant ice spikes. Again, he created more ice giants that gradually subdued him, and to top it all off, he made it rain a heavy hailstorm that obstructed his vision. Tanjiro was aware of his condition as he inhaled the ice powder created by Doma, freezing one of his lungs. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, amplified by the enormous jaws of his symbiote. That screamed Tanjiro. Upon hearing it, Kocho began to climb a building using the poison on her hands, gaining a better view of what was about to happen. In a desperate act, Tanjiro activated his mark once more. The entire dark component of the symbiote became enveloped in electricity, generating an intense overload that unleashed itself and destroyed everything around it. Akugamo Berserker's mouth generated a giant sphere of plasma which it detonated, releasing a massive explosion. "If I don't stop them, there will be no city left," Shinobu said, beginning to advance toward the climax of the fight. "Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted you." One of the symbiote's arms charred completely, enraging it and causing it to create a colossal ice stake that pierced both Akugamo and Tanjiro's bodies. The symbiote didn't care at all and destroyed the ice that impaled him, but it began to shrink in size due to Kamado's blood loss. AARRGGG ROARRGGG. Akugamo returned to his normal size, regaining his consciousness and freeing the reddish-haired black man from his cloak of darkness. "No, Tanjiro. Please." Shinobu began to breathe very heavily upon seeing the terrible bleeding in his abdomen. What do I do? What do I do?" He kissed her, not out of love but hoping that her DNA would transmit its healing factor into his body and take effect. Miraculously, Kamado opened his eyes. Although the wound was not closing quickly, it was slowly doing its job of drying the wound. "You damned parasite." Kocho burned with anger at what the demon's symbiote had caused. And he was absolutely right, the symbiote was to blame, and if it weren't for the dark-haired teenager, he would have killed his host without remorse. This affected him deeply. But why was he so affected by what that girl was saying now? That was simple, and the answer was understanding human feelings through Tanjiro. "Shinobu, it was my fault. I was the one who succumbed to my anger. This is something Akugamo warned me about, but I didn't listen. He has nothing to do with it," the teenager with jet-black hair spoke, getting up with difficulty. "But why are you defending him?" Shinobu said, very annoyed while looking her in the eyes. "Because he's my friend and I know very well that he would never have done that. I trust him." He gently touched her cheek and then hugged her. "Thank you so much, my beloved Shino." Akugamo, what are you doing?" The symbiote took control of his body and partially regenerated his head. "It's time we finished him off once and for all. Will push your solar power to its limit." "What are you saying? I can only control half that power without breaking a bone. Besides, you said my son for all is useless against Doma. It'll only make him more powerful than he already is," the reddish-haired man said, puzzled. "What do you plan to do?" the purple-haired brunette asked, crossing her arms. "Killing two birds with one stone," the symbiote smiled. "Two birds with one stone, forward, son for all." Full cowl. Tanjiro tensed his body. Multicolored veins took over and ran through every part of his body before releasing in a powerful red aura, 0%. He started running, letting the energy advance progressively from 1% to 34%, now gaining a yellow aura until reaching 35%, where he gained a yellow aura that faded to green. His speed increased exponentially, enough to allow him to scale the tallest building. His energy continued to rise from 36% to 69%, giving him a green aura crackling with electricity. Its sudden power caused the building's windows to shatter, now reaching 70%, revealing a green aura that faded to blue. He finally reached the top of the building, a powerful blue aura with brilliant flashes and beams enveloping his body. His reddish hair glowed a lighter shade as it stood on end, and prominent trails of blue fire erupted from his eyes. He leaped into the sky, unleashing a tremendous sonic wave. His energy surged from 71% to 99%. The blue aura faded to white, now revealing trails of fire in that hue. That was Sun for all at its best 100%. If the wielder of Gyukusatsu is unconscious, he will be powerless against the reincarnation of the invincible. Tanjiro descended from the sky like a meteor, clenched his left fist tightly and shouted. SMA Og. What? Shinobu, who was visualizing the incredible feat her boyfriend was about to perform, was overwhelmed with despair when she heard the horrible scream he let out as the titanic red symbiote caught him. You will never defeat me, Kamado. Yes. The power is all mine, Doma shouted, absorbing the brutal amount of energy from the red-eyed one. The wretch has always been aware. Damn it, what have I just done? His solar core is linked to him. If he loses it, he will die. You've been an idiot ever since you helped create all four moon. Just because of your hunger for power, ASGRMPHEL. It burns me, Tanjiro shouted as his pupils slowly began to bulge. No, I don't want to lose him. That girl was right. I'm a parasite who only looks out for his own personal well-being. If only there were a way. Because he's my friend, and I know very well that he would never have done that, I trust him. Of course there's a way. Listen to this song, it's a perfect fit for what's going to happen. Tanjiro, it's not time to die yet. A bit of Akugamu's dark matter traveled to the boy's arm where he saw the time on his watch, 11:59 p.m. When All for Moon was created, its objective was to absorb 100% of the sun for All's energy. But it wasn't taken into account that the successor to that legendary power would have tremendous potential and a very special ability to give more than 100% of its power. Like that girl said earlier, the moon reflects sunlight, and sunlight amplifies that energy by 100%. During the day, when the sun is at its highest point, that power peaks for only a minute, but that also applies at night. At midnight, when the moon is at its peak, for just 1 minute 125% can be reached. A light shone in the night panorama. Tanjiro regained consciousness and received his sword from an Akugamu that was being charred. Blow his head off. Akugamu shouted passionately. No, wait, it's too much shit, Doma screamed, bursting into flames. I can only tell you one thing, Tanjiro spoke, enveloped in a powerful, sparkling white aura that permeated his sword, turning the blade white. Chinga your mother Douma, and SMASSSHHHH. Tanjiro and Akugamu shouted, hitting the sword on the demon's neck. A violent whirlwind of fire and lightning swept Doma and Gyukusatsu into the night sky, blackened and burning, culminating in a great explosion that illuminated the entire sky like the sun when it rises over the horizon. The sky looked beautiful, like fireworks as small meteorites fell on the city of Kyoto. Tanjiro collapsed from exhaustion. His Nichiren sword was destroyed. Shinobu rushed to catch him so she could kiss him again, now for two reasons, out of love and to heal his wounds. Tanjiro had to pull away when he felt something detach from his body, and that was Akugamu. You did it, Tanjiro, Akugamu spoke, falling to pieces as he burned to a crisp. Because you did it, Tanjiro said, a small tear welling in his eye as he saw his friend on his last legs. There was no other way to defeat him other than to let all your power flow. Since the AFM isn't made to absorb more than 100% of solar energy, and neither am I, but that doesn't matter anymore. What's important here is that we won. The little black bubblegum smiled. I'm sorry if I was a bother to you. In the short time we knew each other, you taught me many things, but I feel satisfied now for doing something good. Tanjiro, thank you for considering a repulsive demon your friend. And so the little black chewing gum in a little puff of smoke took flight and blended into the starry sky. Kamado looked up as his long hair covered his eyes, a few drops of water sliding down his cheeks. And I couldn't buy you your chocolates. Finally, the battle was over, but at a very high cost for Tanjiro. He had lost a friend. Seriously, everything was amazing. There were flying cars, explosions, then the Slayer and his partner facing those monsters. It was all wow. The Tanji-Shino couple watched the news report about everything that had happened the day before. They finished breakfast before heading to the academy. So you lost most of your sun for all? Shinobu asked as she attached a medical bandage and a piece of gauze to her beloved boyfriend's cheek. Yes, Doma drained most of my energy, leaving me with only 10%, and it will take many months to fully refill my core, Tanjiro replied as he adjusted his beloved girlfriend's signature butterfly brooch. I got a message saying we'd be leaving much earlier because of the school repairs, said Purple-eyed as she took an apple from the fruit bowl on the table. I think that'll be fine. This way I'll have time to fix that portal so you can return home. The red-eyed man's tone felt sad, but his beloved's delicate hand made him feel a little better. Don't worry about it, take all the time in the world. I plan to stay with you. The beautiful teenager took his hand and led him to the apartment entrance. I don't intend to waste this new opportunity to love you. He nervously scratched his head as she smiled at him, They both grabbed their backpacks and finally left their apartment to start a new day of classes. End. Season 2 In Search of the Truth. The answer is 1321. Correct. The Tokyo Academy, an institute where the most gifted students had the opportunity to study, aspiring to be great professionals and corporate tycoons. Now you just need to empty the cadmium sulfate CD SO4. Everyone's attention was focused on how a certain girl was transferring chemicals between her flask and a test tube. The pressure in the place was so intense that a certain boy let a drop of sweat fall, but he had to keep faith in her. He knew he could do it. And that's how it stabilized, said a girl with a large butterfly brooch as she lowered the flame to one of her flasks. Exceptional, Miss Kocho. A group of teachers applauded the incredible work of that prodigy student, Shinobu Kocho. There's an exchange program for gifted students in the country, and you're possibly the one chosen to be the specialist in the field of chemistry, said one of the professors who evaluated her project. Thank you very much, I will continue to try my best, Shinobu Kocho smiled, a second-year student, as she removed her gas mask. That's what we hope, he has a great future ahead of him, were the words of the professors as they left the laboratory. Great, you did it, you deserved it. A young man with a scar on his forehead came out of the cellar. He went to the girl, hugged her, and picked her up. Thank you so much, love, Shinobu replied to her Tanjiro as she gave him a small kiss on the lips. Mechatronics, chemistry, and we just need to find out who the third one will be, the reddish-brown-haired man said as he helped his girlfriend down the stairs. Kani told me she was a candidate to be the specialist in the physics field. We should go see her, Shinobu said, taking her boyfriend's hand. They both left the laboratory but stopped momentarily to buy some sodas from the vending machines. After doing this, they headed towards the laboratory on the second floor of the school. After the battle in the city where the Thunder Slayer and the Butterfly Slayer managed to defeat Dauma, two powerful demon moons, they returned to their normal lives, focusing on school homework and school projects. Much of the city was destroyed by that battle, as well as the school where all students had their class time cut in half due to the repairs that were being carried out. The couple arrived at the laboratory, but the door was locked. What do we do now? The purple-haired brunette began to think. There's a window over there. I think I've got an idea, the young Kamado said. What are you doing? Tanjiro asked, holding his girlfriend's thick, shapely legs. It seems he's explaining something related to kinetic and potential energy. Wow, what a great hypothesis he has written on the board, Shinobu replied, looking out the window. She was sitting on Tanjiro's shoulders. Inside the room was a beautiful teenager with fuchsia eyes and long black hair, wearing two pink butterfly brooches. She looked calm and confident in what she was saying. While one is based on movement, the other is based on positioning. Kinetic energy and potential energy, although they share the term energy, are very different by just a little bit. Excellent, Miss Tsuyuri, a professor said, noting her evaluation on a chart. You are the strongest candidate to be the specialist in the field of physics. Well, thank you, I will continue to do my best, the girl replied as she watched the teachers leave. I'd better go home, I don't feel. Hello, Kani, Shinobu and Tanjiro greeted as they entered the room. Hey guys, what brings you here? The fuchsia-eyed girl said while cleaning the whiteboard. More than anything, I wanted to congratulate you on that incredible hypothesis you came up with, and I was wondering if you'd like to come and get something to eat in the cafeteria, said the teenager with black to purple hair. Sure, let's go, Kani smiled, leaving the room with Shinobu and Tanjiro. The trio was now in the cafeteria, having a pleasant conversation as evidenced by the laughter they shared. They hoped that all three of them would be the winners and get to go on a trip out of town. Do you have any plans? Asked the young woman with bright fuchsia eyes as she took a sip of her juice. Besides thinking about what we'll do for the science fair project, I don't think we'll do anything else, said the young man with deep scarlet eyes, setting aside his food tray. Hey Kani, why don't you join us? I'm sure we'll do something great, Shinobu said as she uncovered her yogurt. Then it'll be exciting to spend the weekend locked up and working all night with my two best friends, the girl smiled, watching them. I'll go get another yogurt. Shinobu got up from the bench and left the red-haired boy and the fuchsia-haired girl alone. Kani, why don't you tell Shinobu you know it's hurting you? Kamado's tone turned serious. Because I'm still not entirely sure. I only decided to tell you what was happening to me because of our long-standing friendship. Kani lowered her gaze as her two characteristic bangs covered her eyes. Well, I'm not one to force you to do something you don't want to do. I'll be there for you whenever you're going through a tough time. He smiled, trying to cheer the young woman up again. Thank you so much for everything. Kani took him in both hands while smiling shyly at him. Did I miss something? The voice of the teenager with large purple eyes caught his attention. A few days ago, rumors began circulating that the seemingly perfect couple, second-year students Shinobu and Tanjiro, would be broken up by the presence of Kani, a third-year student. Even though they explained that it was more than just a close friendship, the rumors persisted and intensified. And while Shinobu believed in Tanjiro's deep love, she couldn't help but feel incredibly jealous of her sister whenever she saw them in situations like this. Of course not, I was just snapping my fingers, Kanny then did as she said while Tanjiro smiled nervously. Good, do you have any ideas for the... The bell started ringing, classes were over. I'm going to my locker to drop off some things. See you later, Kanny said, leaving the area. What were you talking about? The young Kocho asked seriously, crossing her arms. It's already 2 p.m. I had all that free time and 3 days until it was Saturday. I took my backpack out of the locker while I waited for my girlfriend to finish talking to her friends. I miss Akugamu so much. He used to talk to me when I felt lonely. I have to finish what we started. 2 powerful symbiotes were still roaming the city, Toxin and Antivenom, whom I had to hunt down, but as I am now, without Venom, without 90% of my Sun for All, and without my sword. What are you thinking about, darling? I'm thinking about what we can do to repair our swords. Without them, we can't use our breath attacks, I replied, pulling a piece of my sword's blade from the side of my backpack. I lost my entire hilt. I also only possess a piece of my sword, Shinobu replied, taking a piece of her sword blade out of one of the zippers of her backpack. We can't do anything relying solely on the skills of our brands. Hi guys. Kanny's sudden appearance made me shudder and I tucked the piece of sword back into my pants pocket. I have some really good ideas for a project we can do in confinement, Kanny said. Are you hiding something? She raised an eyebrow as she looked them both over. And what's it about? Asked the purple-eyed girl. The dispersion of refractive energy. The beautiful teenager wearing 2 butterfly clips took a book out of her backpack that explained the concept of physicist Isaac Newton. The 3 of us left the school. I was focused on Kanny's explanations and the information in the book when I felt Shinobu's breasts press against me as she grabbed my right arm, making me blush quite a bit. What if we built an energy cannon? Suggested the purple-haired girl. I think it's a great idea, Shinobu. What do you think, Tanjiro? Both girls looked up. He was completely frozen and blushing when he felt Kanny's breasts against his left arm. Being so close to 2 beauties like them left him completely stunned. Goodbye, Kanny, see you tomorrow, Shinobu said, waving goodbye to Tanjiro as the latter gave her a beautiful smile. The girl was grateful that they had brought her to her building, but she didn't want them to leave because now she would once again feel trapped by loneliness. She went inside and headed to her apartment. Everything was shrouded in darkness. She closed the door behind her and went to her bedroom. The first thing she did was look at the picture she had on a piece of furniture. It was a photo of her and her younger sister, Kano. She wasn't by her side anymore. She had to leave on her mother's orders. She began to undress until she was only in her underwear. The urge to cry overwhelmed her. But why? They had simply taken her sister away from her, and that was the problem. They had taken her beloved younger sister. She decided to lie down on her bed while she searched for something in her nightstand drawer. From it, she took out a knife handle with a broken blade and also a photograph of a small boy with a scar on his forehead and black hair with scarlet tips. Next to him was a little girl with long black hair with fuchsia tips and 2 large bangs that covered part of her face. I was so happy and I didn't even know it, the beautiful girl said sadly as she picked up her phone and searched her gallery for a photo. I love you so much, my boy, the beautiful teenager said, blushing as she guided one of her hands towards her private parts. Ah, Tanji. The beginning of new problems. Aha, a beam of energy light decomposition, Tanjiro said, reading the book his friend Kanny had lent him. It was a free period and the classroom was almost empty, so he could enjoy the silence and his reading. You're very attached to that book, Shinobu said, holding 2 coffees. She sat down and offered one to her boyfriend. Thank you very much, Shino. She took a sip of her coffee. I'd like to familiarize myself with the project we'll be doing this weekend. I read a bit of it yesterday while you were showering. I think we'll need some optical lenses to test the beam's power. Now it was Purple-Eye's turn to sip her coffee. We should go buy some supplies this afternoon. The beautiful teenager got up and sat on her boyfriend's lap. The 2 of them then continued reading the book. Hello, Shinobu, Tanjiro. Another beautiful young woman with long jet black hair entered the room carrying a briefcase. I have the data and specifications to create a power generator. Okay, so after class you'll come to the apartment so we can start building it. I need your help, Tanjiro said, closing the book. Okay then, let's head over there. They started talking and Shinobu began to get to know her sister's personality a little. She was very calm and reserved. Her voice was so gentle and soft, very pleasant but somewhat insecure. Kanny Tsuyuri was Tanjiro Kamado's childhood best friend and also Shinobu Kocho's best friend before she went astray and changed so drastically. Because of this, they lost the connection that had bound them together. Kanny felt very confused by her former best friend's new personality and therefore stopped speaking to her as she used to. There are only a few minutes left until the bell rings for lunchtime, Tanjiro said, looking at his watch. My mind wandered, mostly thinking about finding a new sword. I keep wondering, where's my old hilt? It's not very useful anymore. It's more like a memento my stepfather left me. Well, I'd better forget about that and focus on what's important. I'm starving. I kept walking, feeling Shinobu's head against my arm, and even though I loved that, I couldn't feel bad for my friend Kenny. Now she has no one but me. I don't like seeing her alone. I'll probably invite her to stay at my apartment for a few days. Maybe if she meets this version of Shinobu, those genuine and strong bonds of friendship will be rekindled. Wait, I'll go get my computer. I have it stored in my locker. Kenny left, leaving me alone with Shinobu. She leaned against the wall and I watched. I swallowed hard when she crossed her arms. That wasn't a good sign. Look, Tanjiro, I don't mind the fact that you spend a lot of time with Kenny, but I noticed that it started after Kenny left school, Shinobu said. How do you know? He was very surprised. Kenny had tried hard to spread the rumors that she was just sick. I'm not stupid. I noticed that his locker is empty now. Shinobu was very clever, always ready to justify what she said. Yes, Kanao left, but don't tell anyone right now. Kenny isn't very emotionally stable. I didn't want anyone to make my friend feel bad. In case I haven't told you, I come from a parallel universe to yours. They are my sisters. Confirming what I suspected only makes me more worried. Kocho now looked very concerned. Yes, I'm sorry I forgot that, but you saw everything we went through those weeks for Takamai. It wasn't a pleasant memory at all. Don't mention that idiot. A vein popped out on Shinobu's forehead and in a fit of rage she punched a locker, denting it in the process. There are better ways to vent, but it doesn't matter. Just be discreet as Kenny feels uncomfortable in your presence. I haven't fully told her what her version from this universe did to earn that contempt. I'm back, sorry I'm late. Tsuyuri, the older sister, was now holding her laptop. Come on, I'm a little hungry. We resumed our walk until we reached the cafeteria. There were a few people there, so to avoid wasting time, I told Shinobu and Kenny to go buy food while I found an empty table, of course keeping an eye on my long-haired friend's computer. I obeyed the orders of my beloved Tanjiro. He did this mostly so that Kenny could spend more time with me. We both took a tray and got in line waiting our turn. Do you think we could build an energy cannon? I decided to start a conversation so that our presence wouldn't become tense. I believe it, Tanjiro is quite skilled at building things, and you've become much smarter since you came back, Kenny muttered, somewhat embarrassed. I could confirm that you are more intelligent than I am. If you weren't, you wouldn't have that amazing ability to take the initiative to create and organize the project. Only someone as dedicated as you could have done it. Something I must keep in mind is to be humble so I can gain their trust. Thank you very much, but there are still some things I need to review with the concepts to see if the generator is viable, she replied nervously, looking away. It's not necessary, you are a very wonderful person. I smiled. Kenny blushed slightly. She was a little nervous when someone complimented her, but she smiled, albeit slightly. The line continued to move forward. We showed our trays and were served an omelet, a plate of croissants, and a milkshake. I made sure to bring an extra straw for my Tanji. Now it's just a matter of finding where he's sitting. All you have to do is find a guy who wears some cool earrings. There he is, Kenny said, pointing her finger at a teenager with a scar on the left side of his forehead. I must make an effort to improve our relationship. What are you looking at, Tanjiro? I heard Kenny's voice, turned around and saw her walking ahead of Shinobu. Judging by her expression, she seemed a little embarrassed, but it didn't matter. I was more focused on the report on my phone. It's another report on the battle of the Slayers against the demons in the city. As expected, they both sat down next to me. It's too small, it's better to see it on my computer. Kenny took her laptop and turned it on, asking us to close our eyes so she could enter her password. And after hearing her voice, we opened them again. Bruh. I didn't even dare turn around. I felt Shinobu's jealous gaze as she saw a fan art of mine or of the Slayer as a wallpaper on the computer. So you're a big fan of Thunder Slayer too? Shinobu asked, hiding her jealousy. He's a great guy, besides I love his scarlet eyes. The guardian of the checkered Haori sighed, the beautiful teenager with large strands fading to fuchsia before her second platonic love. Okay, let's watch this. I turned on the Bluetooth and streamed the video through his computer. Degrees. A few hours ago, after we were continuing our cleaning rounds, some strange men broke in. They were equipped with high-tech devices, and thanks to that, they found remains and organic parts of the demons that the killer faced a few weeks ago, a sanitation worker told the reporter. They didn't mention it, but one of the suits had the acronym Dark Moon on it, the man added to what he had said previously. Degrees. What could that be? Shinobu took out her cell phone to investigate a little. One good thing was that at school there was internet even in the bathroom. It says here that its real name is Dark Moon Industries, and it's a multinational corporation that focuses primarily on pharmaceuticals, experimental sciences, military research, and the study of species genetics. Its CEO is a man named Tsukihiko Kagutsu. In fact, they have 3 headquarters here in Japan. The main one here in Tokyo, the Dark Moon Tower, and 2 smaller ones in Osaka and Kyoto. The young woman with charcoal-colored hair spoke. I never had the luxury of investigating it. I only knew that they mass-produced penicillin. That was the only way I knew about it as a pharmacy. We have to keep listening, interrupted the young woman with orchid black hair, unpausing the video. Degrees, degrees, degrees. Dark Moon Industries is a pharmaceutical network that is currently dedicated to degrees, degrees, degrees. This cut out. Tsuyuri raised her voice, drawing everyone's attention in the cafeteria. Okay, I don't see the need to get upset, but didn't you realize it was a live stream, not a video? I showed my phone screen, the stream had cut out. It seemed a little strange to me, but I opted for the most logical explanation, which was that the signal antenna had probably failed. My stomach was growling, I thought I'd better eat something already. Or if this will look great. I wasn't paying attention to what the geography teacher was saying, I was just focused on finishing my super spectacular drawing of a sword. It looked like Kratos' swords from God of War, so it looks awesome. Mr. Kamad. Shit, hi teacher, I said, smiling like an idiot. Are you paying attention to the class? The teacher asked, crossing her arms. Don't worry, I'll go to the principal's office myself. I grabbed my backpack and left the classroom, not without hearing the usual noises from my classmates that I was in trouble. I kept walking through the school corridors until I heard the familiar sound that told me I had a message. I checked and it was Shinobu, in the chat. Shino, hey, what happened? Why did you leave the class? Tanjiro affectionately calls her that. Tanjiro, more than anything, because I have to do something in the principal's office. It wouldn't have cost me anything to answer what the teacher said. Shino, and what is it? Tanjiro, I'll explain when you leave class. Don't text me anymore, I don't want the teacher to find out. The principal's office door was in front of me. I knocked a few times and the principal told me to come in. I closed the door behind me. Only Director Tamyo was in the room. I was curious and asked, "Good afternoon, Director Tamyo and Deputy Director Yubayashiki." "She went to a meeting in my place," replied the beautiful woman with lavender eyes as she arranged some papers. "And you, Shiro?" I asked again. "I'm accompanying Mr. Kaguya. He has all the records of schoolwork, so what did you do to get brought here?" The young woman took a seat in her chair in front of her desk, mostly because I want to know what happened to student Mitsuri Kanroji. My voice turned serious. I haven't seen her since that week off we got for the school's reconstruction. Kanroji Mitsuri, she came to school one of those days off to say that she was moving to another city, that her parents were going to transfer her, Principal Tamyo said while typing rapidly. What, she's gone? Please Tanjiro, lower your voice, the woman said authoritatively. I'm sorry, Director, I felt very discouraged. She didn't even send me a message or anything, she just left. I sat down in one of the chairs. What if I call him? No, if he didn't send me a message, it's most likely because I didn't call him. Come on, Tanjiro. The beautiful woman stood up, letting her long, dark, worn hair loose, went to the young man with the sun earrings and sat on his lap. Let your mommy listen to your problems, the woman with beautiful purple eyes said seductively. Director, you know that what we had is over. I appreciate all the moral support I received when my parents died, but you can no longer take advantage of me. I'm not comfortable and you know it. How awkward this is. There, Tanji, Tamyo said, stroking his silky hair. It doesn't bother me at all that you have a girlfriend. On the contrary, it makes me happy that she makes you happy. Why do you think I favored you in the sports festival? But I'm so sad that you don't visit me or spend time with me anymore. I shouldn't have let you become independent. You know how difficult this school is. I lowered my gaze. I know, my child, I know. The principal gently held his cheek and turned him towards her. Your mom loves you very much and you know it, Tamyo said tenderly, joining her lips to his. They lingered on that kiss for quite some time. Tanjiro's face flushed slightly as Tamyo savored the kiss she shared with her beloved son. Until the doorbell rang. Mom, I was blushing and nervous, not because my mother was extremely beautiful, but because of the fact that they would discover what we were doing. I don't remember locking the door. What's wrong, my child? Tamyo Hayami, the school principal and a beautiful 28-year-old woman, spoke tenderly to her beloved son while giving him small kisses on the neck. She is 10 years older than Tanjiro. You must stop. I looked into her eyes, hoping she would understand the sadness of having lost one of my closest friends. Why should I? I know very well that you feel sad about your friend. My maternal instinct tells me so, and that's why I try to comfort you, the beautiful woman replied, taking her hand. On the other side of the door was a certain beautiful teenager who was holding her hair in a butterfly clip, about to turn the doorknob but had to decide to knock on the door, waiting for the principal's confirmation before entering. Miss Director, may I come in? Shinobu said, waiting. Wait a few moments, Miss Hayami said, taking a handkerchief from her jacket pocket to clean her son's lips. He had gotten lipstick on them and didn't want to arouse any suspicion. You can come in. The young Kocho entered, observing her Tanjiro sitting in one of the chairs in front of the principal's desk, who was keeping up with her computer. Tell me, what can I do for you? Miss Tamyo said, raising her gaze without taking her eyes off what she was doing. Well, I came to see Tanjiro since he got into trouble with our geography teacher. Shinobu's tone was worried. She knew him, he was a very quiet boy. Yes, I am aware of my own son's behavior, Tamyo said, adopting an auditing tone that startled the girl a little. His son? Kocho exclaimed in surprise. Tanjiro is his son. What? Please lower your voice, the principal scolded her. I'm sorry. Shinobu lowered her head, very ashamed. What a tough character the woman had. This is getting very tense. She's very jealous when it comes to any girl I know, and it was evident from the harsh attitude she adopted. I'd better speak up once and for all. Mom, stop being so hard on Shinobu. She didn't do anything wrong. She only came to see me because she was worried about me. I stood up and crossed my arms. That's why I don't visit you anymore. Forgive me, at least I do care about my son, even though he doesn't want to acknowledge me, as his mother Tamyo said, standing up and crossing her arms as well. Shinobu, seeing how the two were having a staring battle, couldn't help but laugh. They both looked like a couple of children. Okay, Mom, I promise I'll come to your house for dinner in the not-too-distant future. I agreed, mostly so I could leave. How about you go tomorrow? We have nothing else to do except for the project, Shinobu said innocently, making Tanjiro slap his hand across the face. Son, I like your girlfriend. Miss Hayami smiled, going to her son to hug him and indicating to his girlfriend that she should also come closer. A little surprised, the young woman with tanzanite eyes joined the hug. Something the young man with ruby eyes had just noticed was that his mother and his girlfriend bore a certain resemblance. Your mother is very nice, Shinobu smiled as she held Tanjiro's hand. Why didn't you tell me about her? That's a story for later. Now we need to find Kanny so we can start looking into our project, Kamado replied, while searching the crowd of students for another girl who was wearing a butterfly-shaped brooch. Here she comes. Kocho recognized that long charcoal-colored hair with fuchsia tips. Kanny was coming out at the very end of the students. They both went after their friend. I was looking for you. Where were you? Kanny was carrying a toolbox. Mostly in the principal's office, talking to the principal. Shinobu replied, taking a folder out of her backpack. Should I be worried? Kanny asked. Did they do something wrong? What? No, not at all. It's just that Director Hayami is the... Before the teenager could finish her words, the sound of a car horn interrupted her. Are you going somewhere with your friend's son? Tamyo spoke from inside his truck. Son, Kanny looked very confused by that. We're just going to my department to work on our lockdown project. Director, the reddish-haired man, replied seriously. Are you going to keep hiding your mother? Young man, now it was the woman who spoke seriously. What? Director Hayami is your mom? Young Tsuyuri opened her eyes in surprise. I had that same expression. Shinobu laughed upon seeing that expression on her sister friend's face. Why don't you come work at the house? I'll bake your favorite dessert, Tamyo smiled, causing Tanjiro's left eye to twitch nervously. He slapped his hand against his face, took Kanny's and Shinobu's hands and got into his mother's car. I knew my little Tanji wouldn't resist that, the woman said cheerfully, starting to drive. Mama, I would love to die. Maybe if I put my neck in the middle of the door and quickly roll up the window I can escape the shame I feel now. Here I was, listening to the happy conversation between my girlfriend, my best friend, and my mother. Everything would be great if the conversation weren't so focused on me. Well, he looks really cute, Kanny exclaimed happily upon seeing a younger Tanjiro cosplaying as the Sun Slayer. What an adorable little thing. Which candy store did that sweet treat escape from? Shinobu said in a playful and mischievous tone. He was always a Sun Slayer fanatic, Tamyo commented as he drove and switched to the next image on the dashboard screen. Imagine Yoriichi God's Hayori with a hood. I already knew he was my adoptive father, but come on, what's wrong with admiring him? He was a true hero. N.A., at least their waifus get along well. XD, the mature one and the young ones. Excuse me, Mrs. Hayami, are you married? Kanny asked with great curiosity. No, I'm not, Tamyo replied, so Tanjiro. I adopted him 4 years ago. His adoptive father died in an accident. We were great friends because before becoming the school principal, I worked as a pharmacist at the San Lucas International Hospital, the lavendaried woman commented, watching in the rearview mirror as her son covered his face with his backpack. Could you tell us more in detail, please? Shinobu and Kanny asked, full of curiosity. Okay, 8 years ago, my best friend Yoriichi Tsujikuni arrived at the hospital. As usual, he brought 2 cups of coffee with him. It was a habit of ours to go for a walk during our breaks since he worked as an electronics engineer at a Sony facility across the street from the hospital. We used to chat about our daily lives until his wife, Yuta Tsujikuni, brought in a little boy with big scarlet eyes holding his hand. He slowly explained to me that his best friend, Tanjiro Kamado, had died in a strange accident along with the rest of his family and that Tanjiro was his only surviving son. Because of this, he decided to adopt him. Hayami paused, sighed, and then continued. The days, months, and years passed. His father had the habit of taking him to work every Friday to help out. Tanjiro showed great knowledge and skill in robotics, and that's why he joined us in our way of life. I gradually grew fond of him. He was so kind, noble, and good-hearted, I could say he was like having a little ray of sunshine by my side. And although everything was perfect, there came a moment when his father and mother became terribly ill. to the point where they were just minutes from death. I did everything I could and everything I couldn't. But it was all in vain. With their last breaths, they took my hands and entrusted their beloved son to me. A heavy aura of sadness filled the vehicle. The young woman stopped to wipe away the tears streaming down her face while the two girls comforted the boy, who was trying not to cry. Telling that story makes me very emotional. He started the car again. I'm just focusing on what his parents asked of me, to give him all the love in the world. I felt so bad. I didn't know that about my father. He spoke to me about my mother, but I didn't understand him. Could it be that he died from passing his solar core to me? The damage was done and there was no way to undo it. But something Mom said is troubling me. If Dad's death is possible, how did my other mom die? Are you all right, son? You seem very thoughtful. I'm fine, Mom. I'm so sorry for being so hard on you. I just want you to know that I love you very much. I offered her a slight smile. This alone was enough to lightly stain the cheeks of that beautiful woman. And I love you too, my little one. The woman with large, bright purple eyes smiled sweetly. Shinobu and Kanny were touched by the scene, but Tamio called them out on it. So you, Shinobu, and you, Kanny, if you're going to be my son's girlfriends, you won't have to monopolize him every day. You'll have to give me at least a day or two to be with him. Both beautiful young women were embarrassed by what their director said. Their faces turned red, and they stammered and tried to say something. Mom, the young man with the sun earrings, spoke, covering his face again with his backpack. What's wrong with that? Your girlfriends are very pretty and nice. Besides, your mom and dad told me they were hoping you'd give them lots of grandchildren. Mrs. Hayami laughed as she parked in front of a curb. They had finally arrived home. Mama, having a good time. The trio of boys got out of the car. Kanny and Shinobu stared in surprise at the luxurious house belonging to their love interest's mother. It was huge. Come in, don't be shy. Miss Hayami smiled politely. Come on, girls. I carried their backpacks and held their hands. I went towards my mother and the four of us entered her house. Your mom really loves decorating. The pair of beautiful teenagers spoke, looking at the interior of the house. Make yourselves at home, said the young woman with lavender eyes as she went to the kitchen. Okay, let's talk about the project. I placed their backpacks on one of the sofas, inviting them to sit down. Would you like something to eat while we wait for my mom? I asked. I'm not hungry, thank you very much, Kanny said, taking a seat. Me neither, Shinobu said, doing the same. Okay, seriously, there's so much space and they just happened to sit right next to me. I kept my gaze fixed on a vase on the glass table. Their eyes were on me. Kanny, we could very well see the blueprints for your generator, I said, running my hands over my face. Maybe I had something there to make them stare at me so much. Of course. He grabbed his backpack, searching for his briefcase. It's missing a few components to make it really powerful. We should be putting together a logbook. That way we can explain the evolution of our project in more detail. Shinobu took out her backpack and pulled out a clipboard. Great. I'll go to the kitchen for some water. My tongue was a little dry. I'll bring something for us to eat. I pushed open the door. Mom was finishing tidying up. Wow, it smells so delicious. Do you fancy some, Tanji? Tamio said seductively as she took a small bite of the cake. Mom, please don't start. My girlfriend and my best friend are here. I don't want them to know what you're doing to me. They don't need to know that I love my son as much as they love you. It was very uncomfortable to feel her hands caressing my body. What are you talking about? What's this about them and you? Can't you see your friend is deeply in love with you? She kissed me on the cheek. I could see it in her eyes. She desires you passionately, just like your girlfriend. That can't be possible. Kanny was my best friend. We practically grew up together. Maybe it's just a provocation. If you're going to kiss me, do it now. You take away the fun. I couldn't understand why my mother looked at me with those eyes. I'm her son, not her boyfriend. I could only wait for her to finish her kiss and stop playing with my tongue. Mama, I couldn't help but blush in the presence of those large purple eyes. They were focused solely on me and lit up when they made contact with mine. I love my mother very much. I would give my life for her because she took me in during one of the most difficult times of my life. But I don't like that she takes advantage of me like this. Is it normal for your own mother to tell you that she wants to marry you? Touch them, son. They belong only to you. He grabbed my hands without my permission and placed them on his chest, squeezing them. I really like his voice. It's so calm, soft, and delicate, but I don't like hearing it when he gets excited. Mom, that's enough. I stepped back. She had already unbuttoned the shirt she was wearing under her jacket. I love you and you know it, but like a son loves his mother, not like a man loves a woman. Someday you'll do it like you do with your friends, she replied, buttoning her clothes again. Mom. He was very annoyed and blushed after she stole a kiss from me. Now you should clean your lips because I have to go deliver your girlfriend's favorite dessert. Tamio smiled, put on some gloves and took a large tray where he carried everything. Aren't you coming? He was standing in front of the door. I'm coming. How complicated. She was an excellent mother. Belaine pastries are Tanjiro's favorite dessert, but he doesn't eat them often after he stopped visiting his mother, even though she made them so delicious. He tried baking them himself, but after eating that piece of coal, he never dared to try again. Shinobu and Kanny finished the design and structure of a much more powerful generator. They both sipped their coffees. It seemed they were getting along much better now. We're making good progress. We'll practically be done with the lockdown. There were a few cables I still needed to connect, and when I did, the engine started. All that's left is to add the necessary experts to have the cannon ready, Shinobu commented as she wrote the progress on her chart. I'm a little tired, Kanny stretched her arms and yawned. Should we rest a bit? That's an excellent idea. Why don't you go to the pool for a while? Suggested Miss Hayami coming down the stairs. Mom, why are you dressed like that? I asked mainly because she was wearing a robe. It's a habit of mine to immerse myself in that refreshing, crystal-clear water to distress from my daily life at the academy, the woman replied, going over to the teenagers. Miss Hayami, we didn't bring swimsuits. The young women looked very nervous, making panicked faces. Don't worry, I have some here that might be your size. I take them by the arms and lead them upstairs, leaving me alone. I would love to die right now. I slapped my hand against my face as I went upstairs to change too. I opened my bedroom door. It was very well kept and clean. My toy chest, my giant poster of Sun Slayer or of my dad. I had forgotten that I worked in this field. The sheets of paper, the multiple failed attempts to design a sword, vanished when I got my father's sword. They lay on my work table next to a photo of Dad and my two moms. It's not the time to reopen old wounds. I shook my head violently, thinking I'd better check my closet for any swimsuit I might have. This gray one will be fine. I put it on and grabbed a towel. Now I had to go down to the kitchen because I was craving a popsicle. I thought I heard something. Maybe it's Chachimaru lurking around here. Anyway, I flicked a sheet of paper onto my palette and went outside. Tanjiro. Turn your head. Because I did that. Of the best wafus of the author of this story, and of Tanjiro too, v. Don't they look cute? Tamio smiled at the sight of his son throwing his lollipop and blushing like a tomato. Why does it make me so uncomfortable? But they look absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, and precious. Come on, Tanjiro. Both beauties pulled the young man down and he fell into the water. Shinobu and Kanny approached him, feeling very nervous upon seeing the many scars on his body. And what happened to you now? The beautiful woman shouted in surprise, her mature body accentuated even more by the black bikini that left little to the imagination. She noticed how her son had large scars on his chest, arms, and back. The young woman with the butterfly brooch was a little calmer, but her worry didn't subside as all those scars were from her battles against demons and moons. Kanny and Tamio were the most concerned, the teenager being aware of her scars, unlike the woman who had no idea about the wounds on her son's body. Well, I fell. He scratched the back of his neck nervously. What a stupid lie. Tell me the truth, Tanjiro. Tamio raised his voice so authoritatively that it frightened the three boys. Well, the truth is, in a swift movement, she picked up her mother and led her into the water. I wanted you to get wet too. She was burning with fury at seeing her son's body so badly mistreated. But at a certain point, they made him look so badass that she calmed down a little. The three beautiful women approached him, each displaying her voluptuous breasts. He couldn't deny it was a sight anyone would desire and one he alone had access to. A girlfriend, a friend, and a mother of incomparable beauty, all for him alone. The big three. It was approximately 3 in the morning. Young Tanjiro was sleeping in a sleeping bag while his girlfriend Shinobu and his friend Kanny were sleeping in his bed. They were so tired, but it had been worth it. They almost completely finished their project for the academy lockdown over the weekend. We shouldn't have stayed up all night. Kanny rubbed her eyes. Her head ached from thinking. What are you saying? We're all set to rest now. Shinobu drank that refreshing glass of orange juice. The citrus flavor was very good. That cancels my visit to my mom, Tanjiro said. There was nothing left to keep him from visiting his mother. They were already at her apartment. Why are you all looking at me like that? Their stares made him sweat. They had had a good time with his mother, but in a few hours the three of them had to go to school. Thank you so much for letting me stay in your house, Tanjiro. I won't bother you. I was indebted to him for letting me live in his home. Kanny, it bothered me more that you were there alone. I really appreciate my mom threatening you with detention if you didn't stay with me. I owed her that. Maybe I'll visit her again this weekend. You mean we'll be sisters? The purple-eyed teenager lunged forward to hug her, a strange satisfaction welling up inside her. She missed her sister terribly, smelling and feeling the same way she did. I suppose so. The pink-eyed teenager smiled. She felt melancholic because that was how her sister Kana hugged her. She missed her too. School starts at 7:30. We have 2 free hours. What would you like to do? Tanjiro asked. All you could see were 3 young people lying on the couch watching cartoons, a very good way to waste time. The 3 of them crossed the streets teeming with students. The air was thick and whipped around the hair of the one who was combing it. Kanny's silky, long hair and Shinobu's striking, fluffy locks moved in time with the furious wind. Seeing them together again filled him with such joy. They had always been so close, it wasn't necessary to share the same blood to say they were sisters. From what your father Yoriichi told me, Kanny was always by your side since you were children. She never abandoned you. It seems strange to me that you didn't choose Canny since she always looked after you and cared for your well-being. I'm not saying Shinobu is bad, on the contrary she's a wonderful person and it's clear how much she loves you. She seems like a very different Shinobu from the one I knew before. Could she be from another dimension? Hahata, whatever, you've taken care of both of them and given your life for them. A clear example was when you broke all your ribs saving Canny from being hit by a car. It's obvious they both have strong feelings for you, and as a woman, I understand. Someone who has suffered a lot but keeps going, giving their best to make those they love happy, is a clear example of someone who will love them in the future. Don't feel ashamed, that's what characterizes love. We don't always know what feelings we have for others. Tanjiro, is something wrong? They looked worried. He spent the whole time walking around distracted and lost in thought. If it weren't for them, he'd most likely be lying abandoned somewhere on the asphalt. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something my mother told me. It's nothing important. Her words confused me. They became prisoners in my mind. They entered the school by walking down the main hallway to reach the stairs to the second floor. Okay, I have to go to my classes. See you later in the cafeteria. The beautiful young woman said goodbye. Her joy was so beautiful. She had to be protected at all costs. She's just like my sister. Being with her is so comforting. Shinobu let out a heavy breath. She wanted to spend much more time with her. Hey Tanjiro, what are you doing? She was overwhelmed when he pinned her against the lockers so he could kiss her. She tried to cover her by putting her hands on her cheek. Tanjiro, what are you doing? They both separated with a slight blush, but the red-eyed one took her to an empty room and covered the window of the door with the sliding curtain. What was that all about? Shinobu asked, waiting for her blush to subside. Didn't you sense it with your Slayer sense? Article lifted the curtain slightly to observe what was happening. A sudden tingle ran through her head. She was confused and looked out the window. Mysterious men were circling the academy's hallways. I understand. What Tanjiro had actually done was protect her because he felt insecure in the presence of those men. The kiss was an alibi. Don't worry, it's always nice to taste your addictive lips. He stroked her head, but we should focus on them now. You're right, she obeyed her boyfriend's order and looked out the window as well. I no longer feel any latent danger. They went outside again and ran as fast as they could to their classroom. They would be safe there. Classes proceeded normally until recess, where the three met again. Aren't you going to eat? Canny's spirits were low. Both Shinobu and Tanjiro weren't touching their food, just staring at the cafeteria doors. You're scaring me. What's that about, Ni-san? Shinobu spoke, her unconscious response stunning the young woman with 2 butterfly brooches. Did you call me Ni-san? Canny's beautiful eyes lit up with a hopeful hue. Little by little, she was seeing Shinobu as a younger sister, just like Kano. I'm sorry, I was distracted, and Canny's quick hug silenced her. As she stroked her head and gave her little pats, they were just like the ones her sister gave her. Tell me whatever you like, she ended her hug with the purple-eyed girl to look into her eyes. Little sister. Seeing such a touching scene made Red-Eyed take a picture of them. It'll make a good wallpaper. Even though the three of them were having a good time, Tanjiro and Shinobu's Slayer senses began to resonate, and they turned their gaze back to the door, witnessing those mysterious men entering the cafe. With a quick glance, the 2 hunters understood each other, took Canny, and went to hide behind a group of students who were waiting for the men to be far enough away from the door to be able to leave. What's wrong with you two? The fuchsia-haired brunette blurted out. It's complicated. Shinobu fidgeted with her fingers, waiting for Tanjiro to speak. There they are. Kaguya Yubayashiki, the academy's vice principal, had arrived, startling them with his sudden appearance. I was looking for you, please follow me. The trio had no choice but to follow him. Exactly who are they? Canny was waiting for the answer to her question. They are evaluators sent by the Secretary of Education. They are reviewing our institute and the quality of the students, replied the man in the fine suit. Well, and they must be like sharks on the prowl. Now it was Shinobu who asked a question. They want to see the students' natural behavior, Deputy Principal Yubayashiki replied. I still didn't trust those people. One thing I noticed was that they were all wearing sunglasses. I wonder why. When I get home, I'll look into whether the evaluators are allowed to blatantly harass their students. You've been keeping quiet, Tanjiro. Why is that? The deputy director asked me. Well, I have nothing to say. She explained it so well that I have no doubts. I adjusted Shinobu's and Canny's backpacks to look more spontaneous. Their walk ended when they reached the headmistress's door. They received permission and the three of them went inside. Good morning, Director Hayami. The pair of butterfly girls greeted politely, taking a seat in one of the chairs. Good morning, Canny and Shinobu, the woman replied in a sweet tone. She loved them both very much. Good morning, Mom. I had already made a habit of calling her the principal. Good morning, son, his mother replied calmly. Thank you for coming here. Could you explain why we're here? I got straight to the point. All those men you saw are coming for you, Tamyo said, leaving the Tanji-Shino couple looking stunned and the protagonist's second love interest still confused. The three of us. For weeks now, we've been receiving reports on the performance of the academy students. Everything seems normal except that 3 students with an IQ of 300 have caught their attention. I think you understand what I mean, the lavendaried woman finished. And what do they want from us? Shinobu said, looking alert because of those men. If all goes well, I'll give them an internship at Dark Moon Industries. She lowered the documents in her hands to focus on the 3 most gifted students in her school, Shinobu, Kanny, and Tanjiro. So what do you think? When do internships begin? Haunted. Take these access cards. With them you can wander around without any restrictions. The trio Shino Tanji ni remained calm, getting out of the car to admire the giant building, the Dark Moon Tower. Let's see. Tanjiro adjusted the ribbons on their uniforms and then took their hands. They entered the technological marvel left them speechless. So many incredible things to see, touch, and enjoy. Nice to meet you, I'm Nakime and I'll be your guide on this exciting journey through the Dark Moon Industries, spoke a woman with long chocolate brown hair that covered one of her eyes. Nice to meet you, they replied in kind. Follow me then. The reddish-brown-haired boy made sure to stay behind Kanny and Shinobu. He wasn't going to ruin their conversation. It was great that the 2 of them were getting along like they used to. He put his hands in his pockets, observing everything around him. Giant screens, a massive number of engineers, scientists, and pharmacists united by common goals to improve society today. This is a transfusion energy projector. The woman pointed to that giant invention, which held a radiant sphere of pinkish-green color at its tip or nozzle. That's a gamma particle stabilizer. Everything was incredible, no one could deny it. I don't have 6 eyes to see all those beauties from every angle, and I'll never be able to put something like that together in a lifetime. I was struck by that cannon, which bore a strong resemblance to the one Shinobu and Kanny had designed at Mom's house. The difference was that theirs contained a powerful, concentrated energy beam capable of cutting through thick objects. I'm getting an idea. I'm a huge fan of the space opera known as Star Wars. The Jedi have those amazing lightsabers at their disposal, and seeing this, it doesn't seem so far-fetched. Could I build one? I stepped back a little to get a closer look at the components that allowed that amazing machine to function. These 10 photos will be enough. I put my phone away again after taking pictures of the machine, its description, and other things, and went back to Kanny without them noticing. Although we haven't been able to stabilize that formula yet, with it we'll be able to cure those diseases that we haven't been able to cure now. The pink-eyed woman continued her long talk about the different branches to which the industry was dedicated. Shinobu and Kanny, the brainiacs they were amazed. But Tanjiro stopped paying attention when a mysterious man with a red moon engraved on his suit entered one of the many rooms in the building. An intense explosion occurred. Thanks to their Slayer senses, Tanjiro and Shinobu managed to protect Kanny and the tour guide, although they were knocked unconscious by the shockwave. The wall of flames made it difficult for them to escape. The heat was so suffocating that it made it hard for them to breathe. Tanjiro, do you hear him? Shinobu held Kanny in her arms, keeping her eyes on her boyfriend. I don't know who's coming this way, and I don't think it's to rescue us. His Slayer mark activated. He raised his right hand in the air, releasing a moderate electric shock that headed toward the man crossing the wall of flames. Shinobu did the same, activating her mark and throwing a large amount of poison from her hand, managing to paralyze the strange man. Let's get out of here. They both broke down one door, then another, and another, making their way to the emergency exit at the end of a corridor, but were attacked by another man wearing a gas mask. You will come with me. With no other option, Tanji Shino leaned his friend and the woman's bodies against the wall. Their expressions shifted to serious tones as they rolled up the sleeves of their uniforms. Shinobu's ridiculously high speed and a sweeping kick caused the man to lose his balance, impregnating him with her poison, paralyzing him and leaving him at the mercy of Tanjiro, who was in full cowl 10%, impacting a strong, dry punch to his face. The paralysis and stun from both of the hunter's abilities were enough to knock him out of the fight. Kanny tried not to make a sound. She looked so stunned by what her friends had done. We mustn't be left wondering. The purple-eyed one bent down to remove his mask, which left him stunned. The fangs, the eyes, and the pale skin, a demon. Let's go get Kanny and the guides. They left the building, having to go down the 100 or so steps that awaited them to reach the asphalt. I was starting to think it was strange that everything was so quiet. The young woman with wisteria streaks placed her hands on her waist. The question is, what happened? Let's go home. I'll have to tell Mom there was a little mishap, replied the young man with wild, fiery hair. I'll just drop the lady off here and take Kanny. It must all have been a dream. I brushed aside the bangs that covered my eyes, lifted my body slightly to sit up. I had been asleep in Tanji's bed. The absolute silence was pleasant, but I'd better go find him. I left her room and stopped to listen. Maybe that way I could figure out where I should go. After waiting a few moments, I could hear very faint voices now heading towards them. That mix of sounds, both male and female, came from a room next to the living room. Being very curious, I started walking on tiptoes, listening to what they were talking about while keeping my eyes open through a small gap in the door. Degrees, degrees, degrees. I can't believe you did that, Tanjiro said, holding a strange cylindrical tube in his hand and a small soldering iron in his other hand. Yes, my sisters were very upset with me, but I don't regret it. Those idiots deserved it, Shinobu said. She held a briefcase in her hands, which the young man with red eyes frequently looked at. It's obvious you love them very much, he smiled, now holding a metal ring to that strange metal handle. Since becoming a slayer, I possess the strength to protect those I love, and that includes you, Tanjiro. For now, I can't return to my sisters because I feel I'm missed in both your life and Kanny's. I'd like to undo what my past self in this world did. The beautiful young woman with tanzanite eyes rested her head on his shoulder. You don't have to fix what your version did here. She hurt Kanny a lot, which is why I'm a little afraid that Kanny might get hurt again, knowing she's opening up to you again. She stopped to take her hand. She's my best friend, and I can't leave her alone after her mother took her away from Kan. I understand, she's my sister, and I can feel the pain of not having one of your loved ones by your side. She raised her head to look into those intense and deep scarlet eyes, so bright and pure. They still held the innocence and purity that her Tanjiro had. It was beautiful. Then we'll protect and take care of Kanny. Tanjiro stroked her velvety hands, so white and well cared for. She was so beautiful, intelligent, and affectionate, highlighting that tough and determined attitude when it came to fighting demons. She was one of the best qualities he could find in a girl. Their lips met, their love so intense. Far from each other, only for fate to bring them together again. You kiss better every day, said the girl with the purple butterfly bronze dress, setting aside her melancholy to smile again. I just let you kiss me. I don't know how to kiss. He made a face. 18 years old and he couldn't give his girlfriend a good kiss. Anyway, Kanny's data and the information I stole from Dark Moon allowed me to put this together. I proudly raised the metal hilt. It only took a piece of my Nichiren blade. He inserted the piece into the metal handle. Now it's a matter of having faith. I activated and almost instantly a long blade of white energy emerged from the hilt, gradually turning a pleasant golden yellow color. You did it. Shinobu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her Nichiren saber. We did it. Without your help and Kanny's, I wouldn't have been able to understand all of this, and of course not even the Star Wars movies. Again, the blade vanished instantly. It has all the properties of Nichiren blades. They're very strong, lightweight, and thanks to the core, the heat they emit is very harmful to demons. Your great Nikola Tesla would be proud of you, the teenager smiled, giving me a high five. Now I just need to finish yours, he replied, giving a high five. They spent some more time talking, where the young man with the earrings finished his second Nichiren saber. The girl took hold of it, letting the blade acquire a bright purple color. I hope that with these swords we can channel our breath. Degrees, degrees, degrees. It was so intense, so much information at once caused my mind to collapse. I lost my temper and made a loud noise when I bumped into the wall. Kanny, Shinobu and Tanjiro left the room surprised that Kanny had spied on them. Overwhelmed and unable to comprehend what she had heard and seen, she realized it wasn't a dream. They were hiding something very big from her. She got up and hurried out of there. Kanny, wait, we can explain it to you. The teenager with long, charcoal-colored hair didn't care and quickly left her apartment, reaching the entrance of the building where she began to run with all her might. The two young hunters chased their friend all over the countryside surrounding the campus buildings. They couldn't quite understand why she had fled when they could have stayed and talked peacefully, but a barrage of fire fell upon them again, driving them away from Kanny. We'll take her. A large group of masked figures emerged from the fire, trapping Kanny. Hey, you let her go, Tanjiro yelled angrily. Put her down if you don't want a lightning bolt up your ass. You've been warned, either you take it down or you'll go to hell without any limbs. Shinobu screamed, the veins on her forehead bulging. She was furious. Once again, a barrage of fire fell upon them, forcing them to retreat. Without considering the consequences, they crossed the intense flames and began to pursue the masked demons. Both were dressed in civilian clothes and were forced to use their haoras to cover themselves. Sun for all, full cowl 10%. With that increased speed, I managed to keep up with Shinobu. The masked figures entered the center of the campus, which was packed with young people, and began climbing toward a building where a helicopter was waiting for them. Let me go. Kanny struggled in vain. She screamed but received a slap from one of the demons. You son of a bitch. Tanjiro's teeth ground together as he crashed through a glass sign. Tanjiro, we have to get there before them. Both hunters climbed to a certain point of the building, breaking a window to access the interior where the helicopter was landing. The elevators occupied. Shinobu's attempts were in vain. We'll have to take the stairs. Damn, I can't see them, and without thinking twice, he blew a piece of the ceiling off with a plasma blast. They went up, finding the stairs on that floor, and hurriedly took the path until they reached the roof of the building. Give me back my Nissan. The Slayer kicked down the door with a powerful kick. Kill them, we don't need them. A group of masked individuals rushed at them, but they ended up being more than just pieces of meat when the Tanjiro duo sliced them up with their energy swords. Everyone against them ordered the demon holding Canny. Once again, a group of masked men attacked both hunters. Breath of Thunder. Dance of the Beetle. They positioned themselves ready to unleash their fencing techniques. Pulsing slash of lightning. Charge. Her powerful attacks wiped out all the demons around her, but as they did, the helicopter began to take off. Canny watched them with eyes filled with regret and hope. That alone was enough to fill the duo of assassins with even more rage. It's already very high. You can reach her, Shinobu. Shinobu gathered momentum until she reached Tanjiro, who threw her with all his might toward the helicopter's handholds. Just as she was about to grab one, a masked figure prevented her by kicking her in the face. Seeing this, Tanjiro went to catch his girlfriend. Are you all right? Tanji, they took my Nissan, Shinobu said between sobs, her long strands of hair covering her eyes. Yes, I lost, we couldn't do anything, she swallowed, letting her hair cover her eyes. They looked up, the helicopter was already very high up and flying away with their beloved Canny. All that commotion, who were they and why did they take Canny? Now it's up to the duo of hunters to find out. Final long before us. I'm not hungry, sorry. You shouldn't punish yourself, Tanjiro, it wasn't our fault. The two students were talking on the academy steps. They felt terrible about what had happened yesterday. Their friend Canny had been kidnapped by those masked demons and they hadn't been able to bring her back. Canny was someone who hated seeing us sad. This isn't the time to be depressed, but rather the time for us to do something, and that means going to find her. Shinobu tried to cheer up her boyfriend who was blaming himself for everything that happened last night. Yes, and why not do it now? She kept her hands over her eyes, rubbing them. We can't because of classes, plus we have to figure out tonight's lockdown. Remember, today is Friday. He reminded her that they had to sleep at school tonight because they had to do their project practice. They continued that conversation until the beginning of the last hours of classes, where neither of them paid attention to what their teacher Jaiomai was telling them. And when classes ended, they met again at their lockers, where the crimson-eyed boy told the violet-eyed girl what he had been thinking. Shinobu, we must escape to go investigate. And where can we go? We have no clue about them, Shinobu said, puzzled, mainly because a large part of their grades were at stake. We'll return to the Dark Moon Tower to investigate if there's any trace or clue of those demons. Her tone was determined. She wasn't going to waste any time looking for her friend. Yes, then we just need the guard to point at us so he thinks we're here, and then we can escape undisturbed. She was still nervous about escaping. It was the first time she'd ever done it. Okay. It's 8 p.m., the Tanjiro couple were finishing packing their things in their respective backpacks, because in a few hours they would go out to investigate. Okay, I have everything, the young butterfly spoke in her calm tone. Me too, it's my first time skipping school. If my mom finds out, she'll kill me. Pseudo, his mother had taught him to be responsible and punctual. Hasn't your mom been asking about Canny? She's calmed down now. I had to say I was just sick. He scratched the back of his neck as he finished putting on his backpack. You convinced her with the most tired excuse in the world. How? I only had to cover part of your face with blankets while you slept. Without your hair, you're practically the same as Canny, mostly because of her genes. She sighed, heading for the door. It's time to go. What a move that was. As if it were morning, the streets were filled with students heading to school. The warmth of Tanjiro's hand is so intense yet so pleasant. Even while walking, I can't help but feel sleepy. It's become a habit to fall asleep in my beloved Tanji's arms, so that warmth always lulls me to sleep. Shinobu, did you hide your outfit and your sword? The guard at the entrance will search us. Yes, I did it. Don't worry. Tanjiro sometimes made me laugh. He used to be so confident, and now his hands are even trembling when the guard is checking his backpack. It's just a matter of waiting for him to check my backpack so we can go change in the school changing rooms. Everything's fine, go ahead. It wasn't that hard, I smiled as I gave him a light tap on the arm. What a scaredy-cat. You don't know what my mother would do to me if she found out I was the hunter. There was no excuse for it, but her panicked face confirmed her words. Okay, I believe you, Tanji, but it's time we look for clues about Canny. I grabbed his hand and we went together to the locker rooms. The less time we waste, the better. Ready to go. The hunter in the checkered Hayori spoke as he covered himself with his hood. Of course. The hunter in the butterfly-style Hayori blew him a kiss, leaping into the void, covered herself with her hood and began to descend from the building until she reached the asphalt. Motivated, the red-eyed hunter also leaped into the void, activating his full cowl at 10%. Unfortunately, his girlfriend was too fast and he needed to keep up with her. The pair of hunters descended to a building. The large panoramic area allowed them to see the enormous city of Tokyo, and not far away, a giant building rose up under the moonlight, the Dark Moon Tower. We're almost there. The young woman with purple eyes rested a little. They had both been running and jumping over buildings for a while, so fatigue was already setting in. Are you resting or should I carry you on my back? Tanjiro offered to carry her, but Shinobu did the opposite and lay down on the rooftop of a building. I recommend you do the same, she said, placing her hands behind her head to gaze at the moon. It is beautiful, isn't it? With no other option, the dark-haired boy with reddish tips sat down beside her. The girl then leaned closer, using her boyfriend's legs as pillows. Did you ever consider becoming a hunter? Shinobu asked. My father, Yoriichi, told me that only a select few can become demon slayers. This happens when our ancestors, who were most likely demon slayers, become linked to us. He was a demon slayer before me. He told me that his combat and swordsmanship skills were monstrously superior and that his ancestor must have been an invincible swordsman, and he was right. Once I saw him fight, he was like a god. Unfortunately, he died in a strange accident about which I don't know much. I was able to awaken those memories of my ancestor when I wielded my old sword, entrusting me with the task of slaying every last demon. She sighed. That didn't cross my mind, but I must continue with the task entrusted to me. I have the skills to do it. It's my conviction, just like my father's. But tell me, did the thought of becoming a demon slayer ever cross your mind? What? Like you, I also carry the burden left to me by my ancestor. It all happened when I was 15. My teacher took us as interns to Kibutsuji Industries. As you've probably noticed, I'm someone who can't sit still when it comes to science, so I started looking around like a little girl in a candy store. Everything was so cool until a strange resonance appeared in my mind. Drawn by something in a room of the building, I went there. Not far away on a glass shelf was a sword, and as if I were connected to it, I picked it up. A splitting headache hit me as I remembered my ancestor and everything she had endured. In one of those many memories, the figure of a young man with crimson eyes appeared wearing earrings engraved with a sun, ending with me vomiting and very weak. From that moment on, she entrusted me with the task of killing every last demon. Kocho finished her story, though still somewhat confused by what she had just said. Now that you mention it, I experienced something similar. Among my ancestors, many memories appeared the figure of a young woman with large purple eyes who wore a butterfly brooch just like you. Tanjiro's eyes widened. His breathing became so intense that was impossible. It was you, the couple said to each other at the same time in a very incredulous tone. Come on, Tanjiro, we need to calm down. It could just be speculation or a trick of our minds. The purple-eyed girl tried to find the most logical solution to the aforementioned problem. Yes, you're right, replied the red-eyed man. It's too much rest. We need to refocus on finding Kanny. They got up again, but now somewhat puzzled. After all, they had to clear away everything that wasn't important. Let's go, Shino. Tanjiro was knocked down by a sudden explosion that sent him flying out of the building. Tanjiro reacting quickly, Shinobu grabbed his hand, preventing him from falling from the great height of the building where they were. I owe you one. Both slayers drew their Nichiren energy sabers. Those masked figures they had faced yesterday had reappeared. Compared to before, they were a whole brigade. Shinobu, cover your eyes. Tanjiro slammed his left fist into the ground, creating a blinding light followed by a powerful electric shockwave. I send most of those masked men flying and cutting my way through the demons with my sword. The two hunters jumped off the building, plunging their plasma blades into the glass. Let's break the windows, this is melting them. Shinobu, holding onto Tanjiro, crashed through the large glass wall and started running, but masked demons attacked them by breaking through the ceiling. Dance of the Butterflies whim, first stance, tackle with brilliance. In a swift combined attack, they both killed the demons. That was close side the butterfly Hiyori assassin deactivating the blade of her saber. There was quite a commotion as the people present, seeing what had happened, panicked. They are demons, call the police. Relax, everything's under control, the assassin in the checkered Hiyori said, trying to calm the massive number of employees in the building. I'm sorry about the roof, I know someone who can. Demons, more masked individuals stormed the building, beginning to kill as many people as they could, increasing in size and power. Help me with this. Understanding what the girl wanted, he joined his hands with hers, both generating a large explosion of plasma poison that managed to stun the demons, leaving them ready to be killed. Fourth stance, prison of the buzzing thunder. Holding his sword in his left hand, the hunter made a straight thrust that was followed by 9 rays that pierced both the arms and legs of the larger one. Now both hunters had finished killing the remaining demons while evacuating everyone from that floor. If you can call the police, all the better. Shinobu guided the last employee to the elevator, sending them to the ground floor. Check the entire ceiling, it seems there's no more eyesight. All this was getting very intense, as if they didn't want them to arrive. Then go on. That face that suddenly appeared from the wall frightened her. She immediately burst into a haze of poison. And now, from all angles those demons materialized, surrounding their only exit. This is taking too long, we'll lose a lot of time and we need to get back to school early. With no other option, Tanjiro grabbed Shinobu and jumped out of the building, both falling to certain death if they didn't do something. Come on, I know I don't use it because I don't have complete control over it, but this time please work. The boy's body began to generate sparks that transferred to the girl. Immediately, both bodies disintegrated and then reintegrated inside a building across the street. They hadn't landed in the best way. Tanjiro was lying on the ground with his girlfriend Shinobu's breasts in his face. MMMMMMMMMMM. The girl immediately moved away, her cheeks very red. How embarrassing. Thanks, I couldn't breathe, they're so big, the boy said, receiving a hard punch on the shoulder from the girl. What was that for? With his finger, he signaled her to turn around. The building's employees looked very embarrassed by the couple's behavior. Great. Once again, the couple fled, mostly out of shame, to the rooftop of the building. This is so complicated. Shinobu sighed, how difficult it was to be a demon slayer. Don't get discouraged, we're only a few buildings away. Tanjiro's determination to reach that building in search of clues about Kanny didn't waver. Come on, Shinobu. Aaaaggggg. Abrupta, Shinobu fell unconscious to the ground, not into Tanjiro's guard who caught her before she hit that beautiful face that he loved so much. The building was joined by what appeared to be two mercenaries, one male and one female. Her breathing became labored. She barely managed to block the mercenary's swift attack with her Nichiren saber. She stepped back slightly, her teeth chattering as she felt her slayer sense go haywire at the sight of those two figures. That will end terribly badly.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.